Today's video is brought to you by Assiniboia Downs Gaming and Event Center. And be sure to tune in to Trust the Profits Live Mondays at 8 p.m. Eastern for Monday Night Lights, hosted by Matthew DeSantis.
Salutations and welcome, horse racing fans. This is a big day, and welcome to the Trust the Profits Belmont Stakes Day live stream. Folks, we're going to be with you all day from right now at noon all the way through the Grade 1 Belmont Stakes, 7.5 hours. We're going to be with you the whole time. We're going to have coverage this whole time. Listen, if you want to watch Fox, no shots at them. Know a lot of the great people who are there. That's wonderful. But listen, tune in here because we're going to have handicapping analysis. We're going to have picks. We're going to have live betting. We're going to have no commercials. We're going to have very little in terms of showing what people are wearing at the track. Listen, I dressed up, but good Lord, you don't have to be. You can be sitting in your pajama pants watching this and enjoying the day. We are so thrilled that you are joining us here at Trust the Profits. See already 20 people hanging out in the stream here just on YouTube alone. Thrilled to have everybody here. We got a lot of people already in the chat hanging out. We got Rodney. Shout out to you, Rodney. Thank you for coming and hanging out in the chat with us today. Great day for sports in general. We got Taylor Swift. That's how big this is, folks. We got Taylor Swift hanging out in the chat with us. T Swift, thank you for taking a little bit of time to join us today. And by the way, I got to say, shout out to Taylor because she's from my hometown, Reading, Pennsylvania. That's where she grew up in the suburbs. I grew up in the suburbs of Reading. So always a big fan of hers. Ruben, I remember my man Ruben from Kentucky Derby Day. If I'm not mistaken, Ruben is out in Los Angeles in California. And I remember last time we did the stream for Kentucky Derby Day, Ruben was having some bourbon or tequila at 8 a.m. out there because we started at 11. So Ruben, thank you so much. You got your whiskey. That's right. That's what it was. You got your whiskey ready to roll. Thrilled to see Ruben here hanging out with us. Listen, folks, let us know. Drop it in the chat. Where are you tuning in from? I love to find where everybody is coming from. Let us know a little bit of roll call. How you doing today? Big day, obviously, at Belmont Stakes. So happy that the weather cleared over the last couple of days. The air quality from the Canadian wildfires has cleared up. There's no issues, blue skies, clear weather, healthy horses, the whole 9 yards. We're thrilled to see that. Great day of racing yesterday at Belmont. Great day of racing today on schedule. I can say it's a great day because my top pick won the first race and my top value play won race number 2. So we're off to a hot start here on Trust the Profits. Got the first 2 legs of the pick 5 down. So we're going to, like I said, we're going to be talking handicapping, betting, analysis, and it's not just going to be me. I'm going to be joined by a slew of people from throughout the horse racing industry, some of which you probably know really well if you've watched the Trust the Profits channel before. But listen, if this is your first time tuning into Trust the Profits, we have live betting shows, we have handicapping shows, we have race recaps, we have horse racing news episodes. So make sure to press that subscribe button here on YouTube to subscribe to all the great stuff that we have. Feel free to go check out all of our content that we have for today. We have so many different, we have individual horse spotlight videos. I sat down with David Aragona, the gentleman who makes the morning line for Naira, and he and I talked through the late pick 5. We talked about that. I have the Capping the Card show, which is giving you my top pick, top value play for every race in the card. I know El Hombre's got, his analysis of Forte. Colin's got a great video on Angel of Empire. The Formula has got, his full field rundown. So we got a ton of stuff ready for you. So really great. And Taylor, the number 6 horse won the second race. And so, yeah, that was a good win for me. That was Lisa's Vision. That was my top value place, 8-1 on the morning line, paid $15.80 to win. So we always like to see that. And then the second place horse was Silver Skillet for Joel Rosario and Christophe Clement, followed by Weekend Rags, followed by Solib. Solib was my top pick, but got off to just a miserable start in that race and just, gave up about 6-7 lengths on the field. Made a run around the far turn, but you could tell it's just kind of flattened out a little bit coming for home. One of those things. But listen, Ruben is hanging out from East Los Angeles, headed to Santa Anita while listening today. Always appreciate it. Hope you have a great day at the Great Race Place. One of the tracks that I've never been to. I've always wanted to get out to Santa Anita, Del Mar. Always want to do that. My dad went to law school out in Southern California, went to law school at Pepperdine. Always talks about those great days. I mean, he goes back to Hollywood Park and that in Los Alamitos and all that good stuff, but great stuff. So we got people tuning in from all over. We got Lynn. Thank you so much, Lynn, for joining in from Buffalo, New York. Excited to see AOE win the big one. You and me both. Listen, I'm born and raised in Pennsylvania. Smarty Jones, one of the first horses I really, really, really formed a strong attachment to. And I hope that AOE can bring one home for Pennsylvania today as a Pennsylvania bred in the big race. So really rooting for Angel of Empire. But listen, we're going to have a ton of analysis of all of the races on the card, obviously including the Belmont Stakes. And we're going to be talking about this one. And hey, we got somebody joining in from down under, Brisbane, Australia. Shout out to that old guy. Love it. International here on Trust the Profits. Really cool. And so love to see everybody tuning in here on the channel and tuning in to our Belmont Stakes Day preview and not preview, but just show and live stream. So listen, we got people joining in from Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Stephen, I'm going to show off my ignorance of Canadian geography to some extent. I hope you're doing okay from the Canadian wildfires. I hope those are many, many miles away from you and that you're not feeling any of the ill effects of that. But definitely excited to have a big day here today. And like I said, the weather has cleared up. Tim, love it, buddy. Just got off the golf course, ready to cash some tickets. You and me both. Tim, make sure you get that stable duel in from Monmouth and Gulfstream Park. I got my stables in before I started this. So a lot of fun today. A lot of fun today. And let's take a little bit of second. Listen, we're coming up on race number 3. That's going to be the True North Stakes. That's going to be the first of the 9 graded stakes races on the card today. We're going to talk a little bit about this one. But before we do, obviously, let's just talk about the Belmont Stakes a little bit and get you ready for that, because that's what we're going to be doing throughout the day, is handicapping the upcoming card and upcoming race. But we're also going to be reflecting and talking a little bit about what's going on in terms of the Belmont Stakes. So listen, it's interesting to see how this race is starting to play out in the eyes of the betting public. There's already $1.2 million in the win pool. The current favorite is indeed your morning line favorite, Forte, holding steady at 5-2. What's so fascinating is that your second choice is now Angel of Empire at 7-2. Now, that might not be that shocking. I think a lot of us, myself included, like Angel of Empire. The surprising part is who's the third choice at 5-1 is National Treasure, and Tapit Trice, who is second choice on the morning line, has floated up to 6-1 right now in the current win pool. So Tapit Trice, who I think a lot of us think is a pretty good horse, and I'm not the one to just kind of fade Tapit Trice entirely. He, out of the big 3, which I think a lot of us who handicapped this thought there was kind of a big 3 of Forte, Angel of Empire, and Tapit Trice, he's by far and away the best value. If you are just going to try to find that best morning line value and best post time value, 6-1. So he's floated up quite a bit. Tapit Shoes coming down a little bit from 20-1 down to 16-1. Red Route 1 coming down a little bit from 15-1 morning line, currently 11-1. Hit Show started at 10-1 down to 9-1. Archangelo staying at 8-1, and Il Miracolo, I think, going from about 30-1 down to 20-1. So listen, a lot of movement could still take place. And yeah, Jess, you and me both. I can't believe that the price on Tapit Trice right now at 6-1. I was also kind of not really eager to play him, but at 6-1, that's a really good odds. So that's one that it's hard to ignore when one of those big 3. And that was something I mentioned in some of the preview videos. My top pick is Angel Empire. From a handicapping standpoint, that's who I like. From a betting standpoint, I've made the point that I might just wait until post time and see which of the big 3 is the biggest price. I never expected to get 6-1 on Tapit Trice. So we'll see if that number holds. Usually these early numbers hold, though. I mean, it's kind of interesting. In my regular job, I do a lot of data analysis and things like that, and I work with surveys a lot of times. And it's really interesting that usually even if you end up with a survey that gets 10,000 respondents, after the first 500, by and large, the general trend line remains the same. Changes of 1 or 2% here and there, but it's very interesting how quickly you get to a normalized distribution. And it's the same thing true in these win pools a lot of times, that as soon as you start to see a fair amount of money, a critical mass of money come in to these win pools, they by and large kind of stay around the same price the whole time. So we'll see what Tapit Trice ends up having. Mattress Mac, of course, always tries to throw the morning line off a little bit or post-time odds off if he's going to put in a big bet, but he usually loves the chalk, so he'll put a ton of money on Forte, I would imagine, or maybe Angel of Empire as he did in the Kentucky Derby. So, love to see everybody tuning in. We have over 100 people already on the stream. Really awesome to see everybody here. And yeah, Colin, shout out. I know Colin's under the weather. He's taking care of 2 kids. Shout out to you, Colin. Thank you for tuning in a little bit. But yeah, make sure to press that like button. If you're watching here on YouTube, really helps us out, helps us spread the word to other folks tuning in. Make sure that they can find all the great coverage that we have here on Trust the Profits. But like I said, we're going to have a slew of people joining me today. You got, Jessica Tugwell, who is just up in the chat. I just sat there, and, she's going to be joining a little bit later today. Carson and Sean from the Thursday night streams are going to be joining in a little bit. Some of the fellows from On the Wrong Lead, like Caleb Knight, Mark Capitan, and Josh Rodriguez, they're going to be joining in. Gino Picola, Barry Spears, those guys are going to be joining throughout the day. Chase Sessions, the Wolf of Oaklawn, he's going to be coming on. Maybe even a star appearance from Bree Mott from Stable Duel. She might be making an appearance as well. So listen, we got a lot of people coming through today, and all of them are educated and have handicapped this card and are very knowledgeable about what's going on and have strong opinions about the races. And we're going to try to convey that to all of you out there who are listening. And I really, like I said, really appreciate it. So like I said, press that subscribe and like button here on YouTube. And listen, here's the other thing I want to know. Before we get to the True North Stakes, which we will, and there's still a little bit of time before that race goes off. That race goes off at 2:29, so we still got a little bit of time. And it's only, by the way, it's only, a 6-horse field. So there's minimal amount of handicapping. I want to know what everybody's drinking. That's what I want to know. What's everybody drink? I know Ruben's got his whiskey out in Los Angeles. Shout out to Ruben. But I want to know what everybody's drinking. Are you drinking the Belmont Jewel? That's the new official drink of the Belmont Stakes. It used to be the Belmont Breeze, but my buddy Josh Rodriguez, whose alter ego is bartender Josh, informed me that it is now the Belmont Jewel. So let us know, what are you drinking out there? I have my, just so I never have to leave, I have my Propel Energy drink, because I always have my Propel Energy drink. I have my Diet Mountain Dew for when I get a little sleepy and I need a little pick-me-up. And then, of course, come on, how can you not have this today? The 50th anniversary Woodford Reserve bottle of Secretariat. That is what we're all about today. And of course, 50 years ago, we are celebrating that 50th anniversary of moving like a tremendous machine and that incredibly impressive and devastating victory for Secretariat in the 1973 Belmont Stakes. So love to see, want to hear what everybody's drinking. Ruben's got the whiskey on the rocks. We got CEO here drinking some peach lemonade. I'm with you on this one. The old man's drinking down in Brisbane's drinking a little bit of coffee. That's good. Healthy living. You want to start off, let's ease into things. I don't blame you. I got 7 hours, so I'm not going to be hitting that bourbon for quite a while. But listen, great to see Marla in the chat hanging out. Thanks so much for hanging out with us, Marla. It's going to be a great Belmont day. William, he's excited about Hit Show for the win. I know a lot of folks love Hit Show. Andy Serling, big on Hit Show. You got Sarah El Badwi up in Naira, big on Hit Show. Caitlin Free down at Churchill Downs Ellis Park, big on Hit Show. A lot of people really like Hit Show. So definitely one that makes a lot of sense. And here with us as the first guest of the day is 1/3 of the triumvirate of On the Wrong Lead, Mark Capitan. Mark, how are we doing, my friend, and how are things going today?
I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. I saw you doing your one-man show thing again, and I went, oh boy, let me hop in and save Matt. We don't need another repeat of Kentucky Derby Day. I'm being very boring right now and just drinking water. Recovering from yesterday where I had a few too many Belmont, whatever they are, the Josh concoction that I decided that, I need to buy the ingredients for that and try to make that. And they are very, very good. And they taste just like juice and they go down really smooth. And then you wake up the next morning and you're like, I had a little too much sugary alcohol last night, and it's a little rough right now. So I'm drinking some water and watching this early part of the card, and I got boomed in the last race in a slam pick 3. So, it's doing good.
Awesome, man. Thank you so much for tuning in and hanging out. I'm always happy doing the one-man show, but it is always nice to have somebody to bounce some of these ideas off of and at least be able to take a breath for a brief second. So Listen, we were just talking before we get into the True North Stakes, this next race coming up, which is, I think, is a very intriguing race in a lot of ways.
Very.
I do want to get your initial impressions, because I was just talking about the post-time line, or the current line for the Belmont Stakes, and the fact that Tapit Trice has kind of floated up to 6-1. Do you think that's going to normalize? Do you think he's going to come back down? Do you think you're actually going to get that price on Tapit Trice? And kind of what your thoughts are on that?
Yeah, I think you're going to get that price on Tapit Trice. I think Tapit Trice for Pletcher was the horse that, with the exception of his Bluegrass win, which was a nice win, he sort of took the other route for Todd. This is the horse that Todd sort of ducked company, sent him to Tampa. He, and again, there's an argument to be made that the Bluegrass is not the best prep, and I don't really know how far. Honestly, nothing. Blazing Sevens came back and didn't really run much. So, how strong was that? Was that really that Bluegrass field? I tend to think that this is, he may be a good horse at some point. But he has a real hard time getting out of the gate. He's going to be left with a lot to do. And if you've watched the Belmont, I think everybody says, oh, it's a 12 furlong race. It's going to be won by closers. It's going to be won by those off the pace types. That's just not true in the Belmont. The Belmont actually tends to be won by, EP types, horses that are either on or sitting just off the pace. I think he's going to end up being kind of shuffled back early. Unless they figured out his gait issues. And I don't want to necessarily say they're gait issues. He just has a hard time getting out of the gate. And what I've always heard,
he's just not fast. He's not quick.
He's not fast.
But
he's a big horse. He's a big, heavy horse, and getting that mass moving and getting that momentum going takes him a little bit of time. So I honestly think, and I am not a fan of Tapit Trice in that race, but I do think you're probably going to get, that sort of 5-1, 6-1 range. That would not be surprising to me at all.
Yeah, that's at least, I think that's a fair price. If you like the horse, you can't really ask for much more than that. I think, he's going to be a little bit of a price there. That's something intriguing. I'm also not the biggest fan of him, and I agree with you that I kind of looked over the last, since 2000, with the exception of 2020. And it's interesting. Only 3 horses have gone gate to wire. So Faro, Justify, and Tatara went gate to wire. But only 5 real closers. 5 horses from like 5 or more lengths off the pace, and really Creator was the only one who was like a dead closer that was coming from way off.
Drosselmeyer as well. But he may have been before your sample size. So
no, Drosselmeyer was in there. I think he was like 8.5 or something like that. He was a little further back. So but by and large, you're right. You want to be like 2.5 to 4 lengths off the lead, basically. And the issue is he's breaking from that inside post position number 2. And then it's pretty obvious he likes to run in the clear. So you're going to have to somehow, Louis going to have to get him out on the outside. Now you're going to be going wide around both turns in all likelihood. And that's just, it's a lot. It's just a lot. And so, I'm not, I'm not enthralled by Tapit Trice here. He's got talent, no doubt about it. But it's just, I don't know if the race necessarily shapes up best for him. So
and the other thing is, and this is one of those, I don't want to really say he's one of those horses, but their Tapits are notorious for being very heady. A little bit, you're talking about him wanting to run in the clear and not getting out of the gate well, and having these sort of quirks. And Tapits are notorious for having those kind of quirks. And what I say is, as they get older, the quirks tend to affect them less, it seems like. So my thought with him is, he might not be. He's a horse I find there's definitely a price for him that I find him very interesting at. But he's not one of my top couple of selections, and he's a horse that maybe I like him further down the line as the year goes on, and I see him running a little bit more. I don't necessarily know what he wants to do yet. He's a horse I personally haven't figured out what I really think of him. I bet against him in basically every race he's run, and gotten burnt consistently. I know I was against him at Tampa, and but sometimes that happens, and it's just, it feels to me like him as a horse, he's a horse that has won but he's been just against poor fields, and he's caught a bunch of them in a row, and that's what it feels like. And not that I want to, I probably put him right in the winner's circle for you, but at this point, but no, he's not my top choice. I heard you say you like Angel of Empire, who's my top selection in the race as well. Where, when you're thinking about building tickets, where else are you going? What horses are you also going to include on, like, this late pick 5 is rough. So where are you spreading?
It's so funny because I find myself spreading at other races, and I get to the Belmont, and I go, "Is Angel of Empire single for me? Like, am I getting really skinny here? Like, I don't." I mean, because I know a lot of people like Hit Show. I just don't
No,
see it as a
I
win
don't either.
contender. I think maybe he hits the board underneath, but that's it. And I don't really believe in Red Route One because of everything you just said about the date closers. I have huge questions about Forte. Maybe he comes back and runs the Breeders' Cup race and runs the Fountain of Youth race, but I just he's going to be such a short price. I don't. And that's a very defensive B type of a play. If I'm going to include Forte on my ticket, and I start going through and kind of. Okay, I like Arcangelo, but how much do I like Arcangelo to increase my ticket size? And I end up like a lot of times just spreading in all these other races and going single on Angel of Empire. So it's not that I'm the most confident in Angel of Empire out of that entire. I don't know. I find myself going
Well,
very, very skinny in this Belmont Stakes.
yeah, I'm doing the same. I'm doing something similar, but it's
Yeah.
one of those things as a handicapper you have to be careful. Is it that
Yeah.
I'm being skinny because I have a strong opinion, or am I
Yes.
being skinny that I am against everyone else? And
Right.
those are very different things, and you
They
have to
are.
be a little careful. The only other horse that I'm really interested in that race is Arcangelo, who,
Yeah. I get.
coming. I love a horse that's got local experience. It seems like Arcangelo is a horse. He's improved every single start. He's gotten better and better and better. I think if you watch the stretch run in the Peter Pan, he was all sorts of game and putting away. It basically was put away and then came back
Yeah. It came
on
back.
Bishop's Bay up
Yeah.
the rail. Now, I mean, you can make an argument that the rail was very good that day. I just thought that the horse showed a lot of heart, and he's definitely a horse that's also still figuring out this racing thing to some
Yeah.
degree.
Absolutely.
But again, I wouldn't be surprised if he takes another step forward. And if
Yeah.
you're going to give me, it looks like he's sitting at
8 to
about
1.
7 to 1
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
7 to 1.
So, I think that's a fair price. I was worried that off from that Peter Pan, kind of, he's one of the wise guy horses in this race.
You
I've heard a
felt
lot of
like
wise
it.
guys.
Yeah. You
Yeah. So
felt
I was
like
worried
it.
he'd be 7 to 2 or something was what my concern was.
I did too, and I think Jess brings up a good point, which is it kind of feels like you take a stand or you go really deep in the
I agree.
Belmont, and it's like it's no
Yeah.
in between. Like you kind of have to go. Listen, this is just how I see the race, and otherwise you can make a case for some other horses, and next thing you know, you're 4 or 5 deep in that race. So,
Yeah.
so listen. Let's talk about the upcoming stakes race, the first stakes race on the card, the True North Stakes. This is a grade 2 going 6.5 furlongs on the dirt. It features 6 horses, including the heavy favorite right now, Elite Power, who is currently 3 to 5 on the line, on the board for Belmont and Irad Ortiz Jr. This is, of course, your Breeders' Cup sprint champion. This is, of course, the horse that just came back from overseas, winning the Group 3 Riyadh Dirt Sprint over Gunite, who we just saw absolutely demolish a field last week at Churchill. But I know a lot of people are interested in Strobe, the second choice currently at 2 to 1 for Brad Cox, a horse that really has never run a bad race, has been in the exacta. And then a horse that I'm a little intrigued by is the number 1 Today's Flavor, who might just be the speed of the speed from the inside rail and might just be able to take him gate to wire. So, Mark, I'm interested. How did you look at this race? Are you trying to get around Elite Power? And if so, where are you going with it?
Yeah, I am trying to get around Elite Power. I'm going to absolutely toss Elite Power here and everything. My take is there's a couple reasons. I realize he ran in Saudi, he didn't run in Dubai, but the old school Dubai bounce horses. I don't like these horses first start after shipping back from the Middle East and running those races. I realize it was a long time ago, and Bill Mott's had a lot of time to work with him, but those horses tend to come back and not bring their A game first start. And he's a horse that maybe I want him running in something up at Saratoga a little bit later on in the year. I just don't want him here, especially at a very, very short price. My other issue with Elite Power is just the fact of, if you look at his speed figures before that Saudi trip, there are faster horses in this race. There just are. There's 2 or 3. You can make an argument. Well, I shouldn't say on speed figures, and I tend to be a time form and a buyer speed figure person. Strobe is faster, and the horse that I landed on was the 1 Today's Flavor, who is also faster. Now there's a conversation with today's flavor is, what do you think of those aqueduct figures? Do you
Right.
trust Duck, especially winner Duck Figs, where he rattled off a bunch of wins in the row, and sometimes those figures can be a little bit suspect. There's also the argument of what happened in the Carter. Was he going a little bit further than he wants to go, or was it a fact that when he gets versed like real company, he just doesn't quite have the ability? He's not in protected state breds anymore in this True North. So there's always that argument. What do you do with him? But I think you're getting that price. You're getting that 6-1. I'm also a big, I always like Clocker Report products, and they absolutely loved his last work. So it seems like he's really on his toes, really cranked in the morning, and really ready to fire his best stuff. So I think I'm getting 6-1 on today's flavor. That feels like the right price. And I'm just totally against Elite Power. So your True North winner will be probably Elite Power, knowing how my world goes.
Well, listen, Elite Power, I think if they run the race 100 times, might be the winner of the most variations of that race. Yeah. So would it surprise me if Elite Power wins this race? Absolutely not. So today's flavor was my top value play in this race, and I just thought you're getting really good value. I know what you mean about the winner aqueduct numbers, and they can be a little bit dicey. The other thing is, and good Lord, Mark, I can never keep track of how many days there's a golden rail, a dead rail, a speed bias, a closing bias. I mean, it feels like every single day there's something new up at Aqueduct because of the weather and all of those issues. So I always get, so sometimes it is hard to go, well, was he aided by a rail? Was he aided by this? Was he going against the bias here, in this case? So it's hard to really get a sense that. I think he just didn't like going that far in the Carter. And that was also a big jump up in class from state breds to a kind of an open allowance race to all of a sudden the Carter. But I think he's the speed of the speed. And one of the things I'll say is speed translates in turf race, in sprint races. Like, if you're really fast, guess what? You're really fast. Like that's, and I'm kind of like that translates across, routing, it's one thing, but in sprints, I tend to go, listen, this horse is just fast. I don't care if he's been running in state bred races. He's fast. Speaking of somebody who else is really fast at whipping up a drink at the very least, we have our good friend, Josh Rodriguez. And this is just turning into an On the Wrong Lead stream, which is fine with me. Josh, you seems like maybe you had a few too many Belmont Jewels yesterday as you take a sip of coffee. So how are you doing, my friend? And how are things going in the Midwest?
Things are good. I actually only had him on Friday. I don't think I had one yesterday. Yesterday
was Friday, by the way, Josh.
Crap. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I had him yesterday. Yeah.
So maybe you had a few more than you think.
I've had a really weird May, and I was talking about this a little bit. I don't remember if it was on stream or if it was just me, Mark, and Caleb talking about it off stream. But I had a I was off for the Derby weekend, so I took like a couple days off for Derby. So that was like, I don't know. I think I might have taken Thursday, Friday off. Immediately went from Derby weekend, drive up to Madison for a work conference for like 3 days. Then I had 2 days in the office, another 2 days in the office. No, I had a full week. And then I basically had another work conference. And then I had another week off. And then I had 2 days off last week. So like, I think I worked a total of like 7 days in all of May. And I just like really like, I don't know where May went. And I was just like, I was sitting there and I was just like, I was looking at like my email, right? And you get like your auto bill pay stuff comes in.
Yeah.
And I'm like looking at these bills. I'm like, why am I paying these bills so early? And I'm like, oh, it's the 10th already. Like that makes sense.
It's the 10th of the month. Yeah. No. It's,
so it's just been crazy. But I'm guessing Mark loves Elite Power in this spot, and he's singled.
No, he likes today's flavor. Actually, he likes the inside speed of today's flavor.
I've become Josh after a number of we've been working together so much. I went right for that E8.
Yeah, it's so funny you say that because one of the things every Friday morning I'll handicap with Barry and Gino on This Week in Stable Duel, and it is funny how the more you handicap with people, the more you start to be like, oh, I see that angle. Oh, I like that angle too. Oh, and next thing you know, Barry and I are picking the same freaking horses every single week, independent of each other as like the best value plays. And so it's a funny phenomenon to see, but. Josh, who do you have? I'd imagine you have the E8 in this one, right? You have today's flavor.
I got the one, and I'm also using Strobe in this spot.
So that's interesting. My concern with Strobe is, are we sure Strobe has beaten anybody that's any good?
He's beaten Elite Power.
Yes, I know that, but that was before Elite Power went on the run.
Yeah, well, he finished second to Skelly, and I think Skelly would have been my pick in this race if Skelly showed up here. So,
yeah.
I'm actually kind of surprised that Skelly's not here. At first, I was like, wait, am I misremembering? Is he 3? Is that why? But no, he won the Count Fleet, which I think is for 4-year-olds and up. So I'm kind of surprised he's not here because I thought that was a great effort. And then I think Skelly came right back in.
He came back like 2 weeks ago, maybe, I think, and just ran in a listed stakes.
He ran really well. So or I know he won the next race after the Count Fleet. I don't know which race that was, but yeah. So I'm kind of using Strobe for that, and just in case the today's flavor doesn't wire, but I don't know. I think Elite Power is going to leave himself a ton of work to do in this spot, and so I thought it was a huge play against in here, especially at the price.
Well, here we go. We got they're loading it. They're about to load into the gate. And so I'll do the call, and we'll see how this all goes. But they're loading today's flavor in right now, and again, your current favorite is Elite Power at 3 to 5, Strobe at 2 to 1, and today's flavor
all worked
at 6 to 1. Synthesis, all
that horse is so lathered right now. Like that did not look good.
Yeah, and so we got everybody coming in here. Elite Power's loaded in, Strobe loaded in. And looks like they're just about all set, and they're getting the 6 loaded in now too. So for Rapole Stables, who's obviously hoping for a big day. So here we go in the True North. They're all loaded in, and they're off. Level start, and we see a lot of speed out, not surprising, from the rail and from the outside as well from Strobe. So today's flavor gets out to the front lead. Strobe is right off of his back hip, so they're about a length apart. But today's flavor is going to take him into the turn up on the front end. Elite Power, little on the outside, about 3 lengths off the lead. But ultimately, today's flavor still takes them into the far turn. Strobe, length off, followed by Anarchist at 3rd. And then Elite Power, about 4 lengths off the lead currently as they make their way around. The opening quarter in a very reasonable 23-1. As today's flavor is able to set the pace up front. Strobe sitting in a nice stalking trip. Anarchist on the inside rail. And Elite Power sitting to the outside in 4th. Those top 4 have started to separate each other from everyone else. Elite Power starts to make his move at the top of the stretch along with Strobe, and they hit the top of the stretch. And Elite Power starts to pull away. He has the jump and is moving away now. Moving away by 2, moving away by 3. Strobe and today's flavor are all out, but ultimately it's going to be Elite Power to win. Anarchist making a nice run for second, but it is Elite Power winning on the wire by 2 over Anarchist, Strobe, and today's flavor. So there you have it. Mark, you predicted it. We just got we got Elite Power to that winner's circle, baby, at 3 to 5. So.
I am very good. And anytime I fade the chalk always wins. That's just how my world works. So, yeah. What are you gonna do? I know it may be a little bit of me using old school handicapping in this the Dubai bounce thing. And that was a thing 5 or 10 years ago. I think it's become less of a thing, and I don't know if it's just trainers have gotten better at shipping back and forth and figuring things out, or he did have quite a bit of time to recover. So, yeah, he's very talented horse.
Yeah, he was my top pick in this race. So I mean, I went with chalk. I mean, I did like today's flavor from a value standpoint, but and I was never really a big believer in Strobe. But the thing that it kind of, and I think this is maybe where I'm starting to maybe take that old school angle that you mentioned about that Dubai bounce and maybe modify it a little bit in that. It is more of like a Dubai bounce for routing horses, and maybe for sprinters, it's not as much of a bounce. I mean, I bring it up because we're going to see a horse later in the card in Casa Creed who's done this before, has gone overseas, come back, and won a Grade 1 race right off the bench, having run overseas. So I wonder if the sprint horses, and we saw Gunite come back looking very fresh. I wonder if the sprint horses, maybe it's not as much to recover from Whereas if you're going 2 turns, the Country Grammars of the world, who looked just completely done, when he came back after that trip in Dubai, I wonder if that's maybe a modification of that old angle. But to your point, maybe trainers are just getting better at knowing how to deal with this sort of a thing. And so Elite Power gets the job done there in the True North. I am still alive in the early pick 5. We got the first 3 legs down. So we'll see how this continues to go. I might have just jinxed myself by saying that. So we'll see. But hey, let us know how things are going for you. I saw a few people were on today's flavor in the chat. I see some people were on Elite Power. I see Mark tuning in from Chicago. We got another fellow Chicagoan here hanging out in the chat with us in the form of Josh Rodriguez. So, Josh, I was talking to Mark about this before you tuned in terms of the odds for the Belmont Stakes. And the kind of surprise, maybe to some extent, that Tapit Trice is floated up to 6-1. And I kind of posed the question to Mark: are we actually going to get 6-1 on Tapit Trice by post time? What are your thoughts on this one?
I mean, I'm not getting any part of Tapit Trice because I'm not betting it. But
I know that, but I'm not either. But I just mean in terms of the average person out there. Do you think Tapit Trice's odds are going to stay at 6-1, or do you think they come down a little bit?
I think they come down. I think. I think Forte is going to go off as your favorite. I know I had asked Caleb to pull up some overseas odds a couple days ago. Tapit Trice was sitting at plus 400, so a little bit above his morning line, but I don't think 6-1 is where he's going to end up at. But I think it's going to be Forte and Angel of Empire taking all the money in this race.
Yeah. It certainly seems like Forte and Angel Empire is certainly taking the early money in the win pool for sure. Mark asked this question, and Mark, I know you already, Mark Capitan, I know you already answered this question in terms of your choice between Hit Show and Arcangelo. But Josh, I'm interested in terms of a long shot. Is there one of these two that you like more than the other in terms of Hit Show versus Arcangelo?
Hit Show ran the second best race in the Derby, so I would definitely pick Hit Show over Arcangelo. I think, Mark, you were an Arcangelo guy, right?
I was an Arcangelo guy, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I probably am a little bit more in Mark's camp in terms of being an Arcangelo guy. I like that horse a little bit. I obviously find myself rooting for the connections as well. Jenna Antonucci trying to become the first female trainer to win the Belmont Stakes, which is a great, of course, story. But also, just aside from that, she seems like someone who does right by horses and has a real strong background in terms of thoroughbred aftercare and kind of beginning the whole life cycle of the horse is something that she's very invested in. So you like to see people like that in the game, and you like to see people like that rewarded in big spots. And certainly winning the Peter Pan was a big moment for her.
Yeah, it's really nice to see those types of people, the good people in the sport. It's they're easy to root for. The Graham Motions of the world, Gina Antonucci, those types of people who don't have a ton of doping violations, don't have horse breakdown issues, who they seem to really do the entire life cycle of the horse. They take good care of them, and it's nice to see those people be rewarded with a monster every now and then, which she clearly has a very talented horse.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I look forward to seeing no matter what Arcangelo does today, I'm going to look forward to what this horse does up at Saratoga, presumably this summer. Exactly. I'm excited about this horse. So
I'm hoping they go Jim Dandy with him, do the Jim Dandy Travers double, so I can get to see him twice, which would be nice.
Yeah, I'm coming up for the Jim Dandy, so I also hope that
awesome.
Run with
Very
the Jim
cool.
Dandy, so I get to see him. But Josh, what I asked Mark of this already, but where's your top pick in this year's Belmont Stakes? Where are you going with this one?
Mark's already rolling his eyes. You see this? He's already rolling his eyes. I have a single A in this spot. I have a couple of horses underneath I do like that I will use as Bs. Arcangelo being one of them. I think is definitely B type. Hit Show I kind of have between an A and a B. I haven't looked at my tickets yet to see how. If I have the budget, I'll move Hit Show up to an A. But right now as a B. I got Red Route 1 as a B. Because I've seen this story before with Joel Rosario on a horse that has absolutely no shot winning the Belmont. But unfortunately for, we're talking about the good guys in the sport. I think that National Treasure goes wire to wire and
wow,
wins this race
really?
pretty easily. Yeah.
Okay. That's a little bit of a surprise. So, listen, I say that as somebody, I picked National Treasure in the Preakness. I was all over that horse on Preakness Day. That horse just made, especially once the scratch of First Mission took place, I thought that horse just made a ton of sense as really lone speed in that race. And he indeed was able to walk up front and set his own fractions that were very slow and very pedestrian for the Preakness. I'm interested in this, and I was talking to Mark about this before you logged on. There's only been 3 gate to wire winners. Now, 2 of them have been Bob Baffert horses, American Pharaoh and Justify, and one was Deterra. My concern is, to some extent, Tappet Shoes from the inside rail, presumably sending a little bit more. 3 Brad Cox runners. It feels like Tappet Shoes can set things up quite nicely for the other 2 Brad Cox horses by pushing a little bit of a pace. And then the other question mark, I guess, in the race is Il Miracolo, who is, an automatic toss, obviously, from a standpoint of winning. But I don't know what that horse is going to do. And part of me thinks they're just going to go full send. And because that's the only way this horse ever has won before is on the lead. And so I don't know. So that's bold. I respect it, Josh. I respect it. I'm not going to roll my eyes at you. And
look, I'm not going to be mad if I backdoor into National Treasure winning not on the lead. Yeah, I don't know. I've seen this story a million times, right? Where all of a sudden, right, the Baffert horse is dueling with somebody and just grinds them into oblivion, and then just just wins. I mean, every single big Bob Baffert horse seems to have been like that. I mean, going back a couple years to like horses like Improbable, Game Winner. I mean,
it's true. He does have a lot of grinders. Like if you think about it, like a lot of his horses just kind of grind away, and they don't. I mean, we always talk about the rebreaks, particularly I think with Brad Cox horses. There's a lot of rebreaks and things like that. You don't really see rebreaks with Baffert horses as much as you just see. They just keep coming, and it's just they just kind of grind away at you. And National Treasure is certainly one of those. And I've always thought he likes more distance. I do have some questions at 12 furlongs, but it wouldn't shock me. I'm much higher on him than everybody else on the Trust the Profits network, but I didn't have him up top. So I like it. So Mark and I are on Angel of Empire. Josh is on National Treasure. Let us know where you are going. I see a lot of love for Forte in the chat as well. And listen, maybe he is the horse that he was, and he comes back from all of this, but at a really short price, I'm not going to be willing to find out. That's kind of my attitude.
My main issue with Forte is just I don't think he wants to go this far. I know his pedigree. I mean, it's just like, I think when you start capping the Belmont Stakes, you really have to start about what horses can get this distance, because we don't breed these horses in the United States anymore. No. And Violence is like a 7 furlong pedigree. Like Violences want to run 7 furlongs or a mile, not twice that far. Like it's just, I mean, I understand the love. I understand he was the hype horse with all the steam, and everybody feels like somehow he was wronged with the Derby scratch and everything else. Yeah. But that doesn't make him a horse that can get 12 furlongs.
Right. I had questions at 10 furlongs. I mean, he was going to be a toss for me in the Derby because I didn't think he can get 10 furlongs. I definitely don't think he can get 12 furlongs. Now, one horse that I'm actually really intrigued in that race that you've mentioned kind of casually is Tappet Shoes, the one. Yeah. You're talking about a horse that's tapping on the top and Flower Alley on the bottom. That's distance pedigree over really, really good distance pedigree. We don't see a lot of Flower Alleys in the United States anymore because he's been in Japan now forever. And I sort of wonder, I think everybody's looking at Tappet Shoes and going, oh, Brad Cox entered a rabbit to make sure that Angel of Empire gets a proper pace setup. I'm kind of wondering though, is this a horse we haven't seen Tappet Shoes in a while? And I realize the horse doesn't necessarily love to win races, but is this a horse that, honestly, Timeform does not have the horse as amazingly too slow to be a competitor in this race. The pedigree is definitely there and probably has the right run style as well. Yes. So I wonder if he just kind of trips out and maybe, I don't know if he's necessarily a winner, but he's an interesting horse, at least underneath in an exacta or a trifecta. I would agree with that. I think he can sit the right type of trip from the inside rail. You figure they're going to be pretty aggressive in terms of getting up there. Whether they challenge National Treasure or not on the front end, we'll see. But I think it wouldn't surprise me at all if it goes kind of going into the first turn. It's National Treasure up front on the inside, Il Miracolo off to his flank, and then Tappet Shoes kind of right behind in that
Just
third
under.
slot.
Yep.
In kind of
Yep.
the pocket trip.
Pocket trip.
And so which the pocket trip is one that I typically hate, but in the Belmont I don't care because they'll work it out if they're able to do it. But it is it's going to be fascinating because it is a lot of there's great pedigree there. Jessica Tugwell, who's our pedigree expert, brings up that this one is a half to Cyberknife as well, Tappet Shoes. So there is some nice pedigree there. And you don't see that sort of pedigree very often. We should also mention one of the things that and Josh, you brought up Red Route 1 is, I think, a B horse for you. But, Red Route 1 has a full sibling, Red Run, that's actually running in the Brooklyn and is kind of the third choice in that race, and actually one I really like in that race, and looked like a great horse going 1.5 miles on the dirt. So, if you believe in pedigree at all, I mean, Red Route 1 makes a little bit of sense in that we saw a full sibling, basically do this last time out. So, interesting. Listen, before we get into all the fun graded stakes races on the card, we also we still have ultimately a $95,000 allowance going 7 furlongs on the dirt in race number 4 on the card. And we still got about 20 minutes to post in this race. I didn't know if you guys have capped this one or not. And if so, where are you going in race number 4 on the Belmont Stakes Day card?
Yeah, I have capped this. I've
well done, Mark. Well done.
Capped the whole. I think I had the whole sequence capped for Thursday or something.
Yeah.
I mean, this is one of the. If you are somebody who likes to bet on horses, this is one of your probably top 3 or 4 days of the year.
Yes.
Phenomenally, big fields, deep competitive fields, and this race is really, really, really tough. I mean, I think you have Bezos in here. Bezos has one way to go. He's going to go to the front, try to take him absolutely as far as he can. But I think the 5-year-old Bezos was not the same Bezos we saw, and as like a 3-year-old. I don't know if he's necessarily lost a step, but I think he's. Some of that quality has kind of gone away from him. He was a fun horse at a year or so ago. The horse that I ended up landing on as my top choice in here is the 6 horse Bouncer from Mark Casse. Horse that I think kind of sits that right trip. He should be the horse that when Bezos starts to fade top of the stretch should be that first run horse, going to sit that kind of pocket trip. There's a lot of horses in this field that have shown that they don't necessarily love winning races. They sort of like finishing second and third. And Bouncer's a horse coming off of won at First Ask and then won his last start in the end of March. Across at Gulfstream, going 6 furlongs. So gets a little bit more distance here. I don't think that the distance should be. He's an Adios Charlie with First Samurai on the bottom end. This should be the kind of the right trip for him. And and you're getting a fair price. I think you're getting 6-1 right now, and I think the board stays right about that. And I think he's really interesting.
Yeah, it's an interesting race. It's a really good betting race because I think you could look at it from my standpoint. There were a few horses that were intriguing to me. I know he took forever to break his maiden, but the inside horse American Law was a little bit interesting to me. Last time out, finished 3rd. But behind a horse like Harrodsburg, who we're going to see later in the card, I believe, in the Woody Stevens. And so, has run against some decent company, but again, strikes me as a horse, like you said, doesn't necessarily like to win. That's the profile, certainly, of the number 7 Life Changer as well. A horse that's very honest, but just doesn't really win a lot. 3 for 15 lifetime with 9 finishes underneath on the board. My top pick ended up being the number 10, Looney Sema, who's floated up on the board, was 8-1 on the morning line, currently 13-1. Has won, actually broke broke his maiden, I should say, over the Belmont surface, going 7 furlongs, if I'm not mistaken. I'm sorry, that was it. Sorry, I had the wrong horse in mind there, but has won at 7 furlongs before and finished second another time at 7 furlongs. It seems like a horse that I don't know what happened last time out. That was a track that had a little bit of moisture in it. They were routing going 1 mile on the 16th. The horse really faded kind of towards the end. I think sprinting at 7 furlongs is what this horse does best. I think you're going to get a little bit of value there. Eric Cancel gave a nice ride yesterday, so had a good win. So I'm using that one as my top pick. But Josh, where are you going in race number 4 out of curiosity?
I also landed on the 6 Bouncer in this spot. Just kind of looking at the optics plot, if I can pull it up here real quick. It looked like the the 6 might have a really good shot at just kind of getting loose up here.
Yeah.
So has run at 7 once. Obviously did not go very well. But I think going from 2 to 3, the horse is kind of taking a step forward here. So coming off a bit of a layoff here for Mark Casse, but you get Louis Saez aboard, who is probably one of the best jocks to have on the lead and on any surface. So I thought Bouncer made a ton of sense in this spot. I also did think that Life Changer was in here.
Yeah.
I think he's currently the favorite. Life Changer made a ton of sense. Is a horse that's been, has run a ton, and that hasn't necessarily won a lot. But I think at least on speed figures and kind of on pace, I think he's going to be that horse that gets that first run on the rest of them. And honestly, another horse in here with the shot, I thought was the 8, Asmodeus on the cutback.
Yeah.
If you go back all the way, and I know Aqueduct figures are kind of suspect, but if you go back to his February 18th race, at least on Brisnet, that race towers over what basically anybody else has run in this group.
Yeah.
And he's kind of regressed a little bit, but we'll take that with a little bit of a grain of salt. I mean, he was in over his head at the Peter Pan,
Right.
and is now cutting back from that mile and the 8th to 7 furlongs here. And I think the distance kind of just hits him square in the middle of the eyes here. So I thought Asmodeus made a ton of sense. Bill Morey wins a ton of races. Route to sprint, he's 21%. Dylan Davis has only ridden for him once, I think, this year, and it was on this horse, and he won. So interested to see what happens with the 8 here, but I think I'm 6 as my top pick, and I have a little bit of 7, 8.
There you go. Lindy asked a great question because we've talked about 8 horses already in this race, and she asked how many horses are actually entered in the race. This is not a Royal Ascot race. There's not 20. There's actually only 10. But we haven't talked about everybody. And what's interesting is there's a horse that is, kind of dead on the board right now at 21-1, but is maybe the biggest name if people who follow horse racing is Shipsational, because he ran in some Derby prep races last year. But I mean, that horse, it just looks like a completely different animal. And I was never really convinced how good Shipsational was to start with. But I mean, it just really feels like that horse has completely lost his way a little bit. So we'll see. It has had success at Belmont, but I don't see it today at all. So.
They need to figure something out with him. He needs a rebound race, or he needs I don't know whether it's a change of venue, a change of surface, whatever. I guess they're hoping to, maybe they're getting him back on this Belmont dirt, and he'll return back to that form when he was in some of the State Bred Company, September of 2021, kind of the fall of the 2021. But he seems like a very, very different horse at this point in his career than he was back then. So I had a hard time getting there, but he is kind of your one of your household names in here, or more known names.
Yeah, certainly a more known name. And listen, this is a very spready type of a race. I mean, when you have a lot of horses that haven't really shown the propensity for winning, it's hard to take a firm stand on any of them. And if you are, you might as well try to get a price. I mean, that was kind of my logic behind the 10 with Looney Sema is, okay, well, all these horses don't really like winning that much. Here's a horse that's a little bit of a price on the board. I'll go after it. This horse is at least, and 7 furlongs is always that distance, right? That is just like, do they like this distance? Like, are they a miler or are they more of a sprint horse? Yeah. So 7 I like looking at horses that have experience at 7 furlongs and have had some success at 7 furlongs when I'm handicapping. So the fact that the horse won and finished second over that distance in 3 career starts, I thought was a bonus in the right direction. And I thought if you scratch that last race, which, like I said, was on moisture and it was off turf, and I don't know what they were doing trying to put the horse on turf. Maybe they just want to get a race in. But the speed figures from a buyer standpoint were kind of moving in the right direction prior to that race. So, but like I said, I'm spreading pretty wide in this race, so we'll see how things turn out here. But listen, this also starts to, after this race, we obviously kick off 8 consecutive graded stakes races. And some of these are really freaking tough, I'll be honest. And I don't know what, this is not going to be easy. So I'm interested, before we kind of talk a little bit more, if we want to talk any more about race number 4, but just looking ahead, Josh, I'll kind of start with you first. Was there a race out of these graded stakes races that you had the strongest feeling? Where's your strongest opinion maybe out of that, upcoming sequence of graded stakes races? Or kind of, was there a race where you really had a strong opinion, or are you kind of spreading and kind of hedging in a lot of these races? Because that's personally where I find myself in a lot of instances.
Yeah, I mean, like I already kind of mentioned on the Belmont, I'm basically going to be singling National Treasure. I'll have a couple other horses with a little bit of coverage there. I thought the Manhattan was pretty formful.
Yeah.
I kind of landed on the two short prices in there and up to the mark in Ottoman Fleet. I don't know. There's a couple of prices that I like, but there's also, like for example in the Jaipur, I really like a price in that race, which is the 3 Air Force Red.
Yeah, same here. Yeah,
but man, is it not tough to leave Casa Creed and Caravel off your ticket?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I know our friend Caleb really likes Front Run the Fed there in that race at 30-1. So it's it's a really that's a really tough race. I mean, I don't know. It's tough. I could maybe see singling a horse like Search Results in the 7th race.
Yep.
I think it sets up really nicely for Search Results. But then you have Play Hard in that race too, who's also got a bit of speed. So I don't know. I don't think that there's necessarily races where maybe outside the Jaipur where I'm like, all right, I need like 4 or 5 horses, but I don't know. There's a bit of short prices. I mean, honestly, the only race that I'm probably not taking a real short price is going to be in the Met Mile. I'm going to be against Cody's Wish in that spot, just to continue my villain tour, since I'm singling Bob Baffert, and just to go full villain. I'm actually going to be using the 7 Repo Rocks and the 9 White Abario.
I love it.
Good guys, Jamie Ness and
Babe Dutrow. Yeah, fantastic. Truly,
Josh is quite literally a fan of everything that is wrong with horse racing today.
Truly an NWO type of just heel turn there, and I just fantastic.
It's just so fitting, right? Against Cody's Wish too, right?
Right, of course.
Who everyone is just rooting for sentimental reasons, but I can't get sentimental over 7-5.
It's funny. I'm also fading Cody's Wish in that race. I am actually using 2 horses that traditionally love burning money, which is Zandon and Charge It. And I mean, they love burning money. That's what they do. And but my logic is you're actually going to get a price on these 2, and an honest price on them for the first time in Charge's case, like first time in maybe since the Kentucky Derby. I mean, because I feel like everybody has jumped
Kentucky Derby?
Yeah, I feel
one of us had a future. One of us had a futures bet there.
But I feel like everybody's jumped off that horse because of what they saw in the local on handicap, and I just feel like you're going back to a mile. You're going back to the track where he turned in his absolute best performance in the Dwyer. Good Lord. And now you're getting blinkers in a 1-turn mile. And I just don't think the Oaklawn handicap at a 1.8 miles was what that horse wanted to do. And I think the 1-turn mile is, and I remember at the very beginning of the year when they were talking about Charge It's 2023 campaign, Todd Pletcher said 1 race, Met Mile. That was what they had been focused on this whole time. So for me, Charge It felt like a horse that's like, this is what they were working toward. And it's just one of those that I can just see it after the race. Everybody's going to gnash their teeth and be like, finally get off Charge It, and now Charge It wins, sort of a thing. And Zandon is just a horse that, I mean, maybe he's a new version of Midnight Bourbon for me. I mean, a horse that just always gives an honest effort, always hits the board, but just doesn't win. And maybe that's just who he is. But I do feel like second back from a layoff, I do think a 1-turn mile is actually what this horse probably does best. And I'll take a shot. But that's where I'll take a shot against those two, or the Cody's Wish in that race. But Mark, interested, is there a race where you have a really strong opinion in this sequence, and where you're going to be either singling a heavy favorite or singling maybe a price as well?
Yeah, I don't want to say. It's a tough sequence. There's a lot of really tough races. I think the Met Mile, Cody's Wish, I think over that field. I think he's a very, if he gets the mile, I think he's going to be really tough in that group. And he's by far the classiest horse that's there. The other horse I am interested in there though is Charge It. So it's one of those things of I'm going to have most of my money going through the favorite. I do want to have a B through Charge It. For all the reasons you said, Todd Pletcher's pointing for that race. And another thing is, if you've been watching, sort of how tracks that horses came out of and how they're doing well, everything that ran at Oaklawn, every horse that ran at Oaklawn has seemed to come back and run really well, even if they didn't necessarily win. So Charge It has that race, and I don't, you wanted him to win that day, but is it a situation where maybe he took, he gained a lot out of that race, as it seems like a lot of other horses have. So, and I know also the work tab for him was phenomenal. Clocker Report really liked that, like what he's been doing in the morning. So I think those two, and I think I'm okay. I'm not somebody who's like, I have to have a single, but I'm somebody who I want to be more aggressive in spots. That's one of the spots that I definitely do want to be a little bit more aggressive at. The other spot that I'm probably going to be my most aggressive stand is in the Woody Stevens of all places. I really love Drew's Gold in that spot. The 13 horse. Yeah. Now the post is terrible, but it's a horse that, because of the connections, you're going to get tons of value. That's not a horse that's going to take money because people know him. He's 4 for 4 lifetime. That Gold Fever across this track, going a slightly shorter trip, was extremely visually impressive, and the figures came back huge. It seems like James Chapman has this horse really right, and really right at the right time, and really moving forward. I think he's a very interesting player that I'm okay building tickets around. Especially given the fact that, I think speed has been very good on the main so far for what we've seen today. The speed is his game, and, I know him early and hope he can hold on late.
Yeah, no, Drew's Gold's a horse I like quite a bit. And he's one, I think, actually, that benefits a little bit from the scratch of New York Thunder that scratched in this race, and inside number 1 horse, who was going to be one of the top speed horses in that race. I think it just slows the pace down ever so slightly, not having that horse in. I think Drew's Gold can kind of go and send and maybe sit a pretty nice trip if they can figure it out from that 13 post. You're right. I mean, that's the thing hurting him. But if he can kind of slide in a little bit and save some ground, then I think he's certainly moving in the right direction. And that horse, when you watch him visually, keeps getting stronger as that race keeps going. Like, he's one who finds his stride later and later in the race, and just keeps pulling away. So this will be his biggest test, but he was my number 1 value play in this race. I very much so like Drew's Gold as well. I liked Fort Bragg a little bit, obviously the scratch there. So now looking beyond that, I'm interested in a horse like Victory Formation. Just because I'm interested in this experiment of like, okay, we're going to take him back to a 1-turn race. And I remember after the Risen Star, Brad Cox said in an interview, maybe he's just a Pat Day mile horse. And then they went and took him to the Bathhouse Road Stakes. And I thought, well, that's interesting that they're going there and they're routing this horse again, after Cox even said maybe more of a 1-turn miler. Now he ends up in the Woody Stevens. And I'm wondering, is this what Cox has always wanted to do with this horse, is just get him out on the lead and let him just use his speed? Now, does the routing speed translate into sprinting speed in this case? I don't think so necessarily.
That's my concern with him as well. Is can he make the lead, and is he a desperate need the lead type? Because every race he's ever won, he's wired. Or and they tried to wire the last out race, and there's just, I think, 3 or 4 horses in here that are faster. And if Flo has to use that much horse to get him to the front end, they're going to go suicidal on the front end.
Flo will not use that much horse. I can tell you that right now.
Exactly, and that's the thing, right? That was the subtle joke there, but. And like it's just I don't I think it's an interesting experiment. It's an interesting spot to see him. I don't really. He's normally the kind of horse I get interested in, and I just have a hard time getting in that field, getting interested in him here. Yeah.
Well, listen, we got about 2 minutes to post here until race number 4, and let us know where you're going with your bets in race number 4. I see the Tan Man TV is going with the number 5, All About the Money. That's where he's going to go with this pick. And so let us know where you're going with your selection in race number 4, which is an allowance race going 7 furlongs on the dirt. And let's see, we got that's you, Josh. It's like who's doing the 6 over 7/8 exactas? Oh, Josh. Okay, so very good. Thanks for chiming in the chat, Josh. And
Yeah,
so,
no
but let us know where you're going in this race, and or if there's a particular horse that you feel strongly about in some of these upcoming sequences. I can't wait to talk about this Ogden Phipps, because this is that's a fun race. I know that's in a couple of races still, but that's a fun one. And I'm also on search results here, but that's a fun race, I think, to talk about. And if nothing else, it gives us an opportunity to talk about last year's Ogden Phipps, which was one of the more miraculous things I've seen. And one of the best third place finishes from search results that I've ever seen in a race, where you're like, good Lord, that horse just, went suicidal for the first 7 furlongs. And then
she did all the work. She softened up Latruska and then held on gamely for third, where Latruska just blew off out the back.
Oh,
I mean, if you want to talk about a horse that's just game, that is, I mean, that is, whew.
Yeah, no, she ran
did that really take the starch out of her? I mean, she hasn't quite been the same horse since. So
right,
yeah.
And my hope is now we're second back from a lengthy layoff, and now we can get back to maybe our best form in this race. And I don't think she's going to have to go nearly as fast behind Played Hard as she did with Latruska. And I think she can sit a much better trip. So we'll see. But we are right at post time here in race number 4. And again, they're going 7 furlongs, and they are meandering about in up at Belmont, just going in a circle. And it looks like they're finally starting to make their way to the gate. By the way, I don't know if it was entirely his fault, but I did yesterday with Warlike Goddess. I did watch, like, just going into the first turn, I just started laughing. I was like, of course, Joelle has her 3 wide going into the first turn, and she doesn't really like where she's at all. And and so it's just one of those moments where I'm like, oh, Joelle, we're just doing this again.
I was against her in that spot, not for the fact that Joelle was riding terrible, which is definitely one of the reasons. I think that's a little bit sharp for her at this point in her career. I think she wants to I think she's really a 12 furlong horse at this point. But obviously they lack races they can put her in at those distances, unless they want to go versus the boys. So what they're going to point, they're probably pointing Sword Dancer with her, which is a perfect spot for her. I will love her there, hopefully with a different jockey aboard.
Hopefully. What cracked me up is that Greg Wolf was like, Joel Rosario has been great on her the whole time, except for that Flower Bowl. I'm like, except for like the one time she got her beat. Like, no, he's not been. It's like this horse. But to your point, I also didn't like her at the 10 furlongs. It wasn't long enough for her. I was really big on Didia. And that was my top pick yesterday. And she ran a big race. But now this is going to be kind of the third. She runs kind of her same speed figure over and over again now. I think she's gone 93, 93, 95, 95 the last 4 times out. So that's something that'll be kind of interesting to see. But listen, we got somebody else joining in from the Central Time Zone before race number 4. And he's got a gold chain on. And this is the Wolf of Oaklawn, Chase Sessions. Chase, what's going on as we get ready for race number 4 here at Belmont?
Well, I just woke up. A weather front moved through. It feels like an invisible ninja put an ice pick in my hip during the night. So I'm laid up in bed watching this next to laundry like a goddamn tabby cat and enjoying the Belmont card.
I actually have a really important question for Chase. Has that chain seen the outside of the house yet?
Yeah, I snuck it out of the house and wore it to the gas station.
Wow.
One time.
That is the over-under on that is pretty surprising, actually. We could have gotten some money in a prop bet, I think, for that one. But listen, they're loading them in here in race number 4, getting all about the money loaded in, and Looney Sema. And so they are just about ready to post here for the 4th race at Belmont here, which is the final non-graded stakes until the bailout race in the last one. So from here on out, we're graded stakes races the rest of the way through the Belmont. So they're getting Looney Sema loaded in. Looks like they got them in line now. And it is just going to be a matter of time until they're ready to post. And they're off. And a little bit of a stumble there for Looney Sema coming out of the bench. But doing all right. And number 9, force fades back a little bit, but ultimately up in the front end, as you talked about, Mark, Bezos and Bouncer right up there on the front end. Bezos sitting up there on the front end at 42-1 right now, taking him down the backstretch. Bouncer sitting second. American Law from the inside rail sitting third. Life Changer sitting in fourth position. But ultimately, it is going to be Bezos taking them into that far turn opening quarter in 23-1. Those followed by about a length behind is Bouncer, and a length off of that is American Law. Those front 3 are 2 lengths clear of Life Changer, who's 2 lengths clear of a slew of horses then trying to come from the back, really everybody else. And so Bezos still on the front end, being able to take him around that far turn, opening half in 46-2, as Bezos is trying to take them gate to wire. Still has yet to be asked for anything else, but they are starting to get to the 8th pole, and they are into the stretch. Bezos still out in front here with Bouncer off to the rail, off to his back. Life Changer making a run late, but Bouncer is starting to poke a nose ahead. Life Changer coming at him on the inside rail. You have a few horses coming. Life Changer ultimately is going to be able to get by Bouncer. Life Changer gets the job done, wins. Bouncer second. Number 9 horse, I forget who that was, finishes third. Oh, 12th man finishes third. But Life Changer gets the win. Certainly a horse we talked about. Josh, you mentioned that was a logical, a very honest horse. It just doesn't always win all the time, but gets the win there and makes it look, pretty textbook in terms of sitting a pretty nice trip and then being able to move after Bezos and Bouncer set some early fractions.
Okay, so they just crossed the wire where I'm at, and I was able to check your work on the call, and you did well, sir. You did well. Everything you said checked out. Everything you said came to fruition.
I'm glad. Thank you. Now that I know that you're that lagged behind me, I really should just start making up endings to the race. And
right.
Like, my God, out of nowhere comes all about the money.
And here's Carrot Top doing an improvisational prop comedy.
There's a man on the there's a guy on the track, and so
Now that's happened before. That is not outside of the realm of possibility.
I know it happened at the Preakness when a guy tried to punch a horse on the track. Freaking Pimlico. Just a bunch of lunatics out there at the Freakness. So
Chase's nickname used to be his Freakness.
I did know that. And he still refers to the Miss Freakness as the Miss Freakness.
Yeah. I come from a funky planet where I slap a bass guitar fast
than the one
and
you
loose.
just used?
Yeah.
Are you double fisting vape pens?
There's different elements that each brings to the table, let's say.
Yeah. And by the way, Good Flop bringing up a great point. Rosario wins and then brings up, you just need to badmouth them and then they win. So, listen, Joel's somebody who I actually like. Listen, it's a love-hate thing with Joel a lot of times where he gives absolutely thrilling rides at times. I mean, the ride on Red Route 1 in that Bathhouse Rose Stakes, the ride at Clairiere and the Apple Blossom. Absolutely incredible rides. And then there are other times where
you get the ride on Latruska in the Apple Blossom, and you're like, oh.
Or you get the ride on Warlike Goddess yesterday, or in the Flower Bowl, or
Warlike Goddess was winning that race yesterday, no matter what.
It's like the win doesn't count to him unless he came from 6 back and he had a minimum 3 cheeky whip twirls at the top of the stretch. Yeah.
Did you guys ever play pickup basketball with the guy who always just shot those impossible threes? Like that's all he did. But like he would hit one every once in a while.
Yeah, 5'9", and he's always shooting step backs from like the NBA 3 line. Yeah, that dude.
Yeah, that's Joel Rosario.
I love it. Well, listen, we got it home. I'm still alive in the early pick 5. So we got 4 of the 5 legs down. Unfortunately, I am singled to Chez Pierre in this last leg, which I don't know how I feel about that. But I also don't know how I feel about Emmanuel either, which was kind of my other horse that I was looking at, Fila de Ariana. I don't know how I feel about Mark Cassie horse in this spot necessarily, although not a bad horse. But we'll see what ends up happening here in this last leg. But like I said, we're officially into the graded stakes territory on the card. And so we are moving into race number 5. And This is the Grade 3 poker going 1 mile on the turf at Belmont. And of course, this is because Belmont is such a massive track. They're starting in the chute and then coming out. So it's kind of a one-turn mile in a lot of ways. I mean, there's a little bit of a turn coming out of the chute, but basically it's a one-turn mile, which is a little bit of a different dynamic for a lot of American turf horses. The only track that really does a one-turn mile outside of Belmont is Woodbine, where the turf track is on the outside of the dirt track, or the all-weather track, I should say. And so you have that one-turn mile there. So it is a little bit of a different dynamic for some of these horses. So interested in getting you guys' initial reaction to the poker. And Josh, I'll start with you, kind of where you went in this race with your top pick.
So I respect Chez Pierre. I think Chez Pierre has got a really, really big shot to win this race. My issue is that this horse is even money on the morning line.
Right.
And his last race fits exactly with the last race for the horse just outside of him, Emirati, and you're getting 6 times the price on Emirati. If you look at time form, I think they're like a point apart.
Actually, Emirati was faster on time form. So,
yeah. So it's just like, you know, it's not that Chez Pierre can't win this race. It's just that I think that there's 2 horses in this race that present a lot more value, and maybe have only, if not as big of a chance, only a little bit less of a chance to win as Chez Pierre. And obviously the 2 Emirati that Berard Baruch was just was basically the best race I think anyone in this field has run. Is coming off the layoff, and if there's one, if like Chad coming off a layoff is not anything to even be remotely worried about.
No.
So and you get Jose Ortiz aboard, who is riding lights out here at Belmont. I think he loves Belmont. I think he wishes they just rode at Belmont
I agree.
year round.
Yeah.
You know, I prefer Jose a little bit on the turf, especially on a horse that he can be aggressive with. You know, I don't have stats to back that up or anything like that, but it's just kind of anecdotal. So I think this fits. I think this fits pretty well here for Emirati. But something that we definitely do probably have stats to back up. And tell me if you heard this before. But Speed Horse with Luis Saez aboard on the turf. You know, Filo D'Ariana. You know, I think if you've watched any of our streams, I've made my my feelings towards Mark Casse known. I think everybody has. Yeah, man. I mean, this just fits out really well. And you know, you mentioned the one-turn mile. I believe that King Edward was the same type of configuration that that we're gonna have here at Belmont. So I really like the 7. I'm actually kind of shocked that the price on the 7 floated up. I think if I'm looking correctly, what is it? The horse is 6-1 right now. I thought this horse was going to take a ton of money, but apparently Chez Pierre is taking all the money. And at 1 I didn't want to bet Chez Pierre at even money. At 1-2, I mean, I will let this horse beat me all day. So
yeah. Chase, where are you going in this poker? What are your thoughts?
Well, I think that there is a extremely murky pace picture here as to who's actually going to go and send and be on the lead. And in that situation, I really want a horse that I kind of feel is a little bit of a Swiss Army knife in case it actually does get a little bit hotter than I anticipated. And so I immediately go to Emmanuel, a horse that's able to win gate to wire, a horse that's able to rate and win, because I want a little bit of versatility, and I want, possibly a horse to get aggressive and get on the front and try to take this field gate to wire if they're all just going to sit in a nervous pack there for a while. So I was on Emmanuel. Outside of that, I did like the Filo D'Ariana or whatever the name was, outside of Emmanuel.
Yeah. Mark, where are you going in the poker stakes?
Yeah, Josh and I very much agree here on Philo. I think when you're talking Luis Saez controlling speed on the turf, there's probably nothing more deadly in North American horse racing. He wears more of these fields than he has any business doing. This is a horse that clearly has had some soundness issues over over time. You obviously see that big gap from 19 to 21, and then another couple of gaps. But this horse got really, really good last summer up at Woodbine. And, I think people probably are looking at that 5.5 furlong optional 80 that the horse finished second in last out on the synth and saying, oh, geez, the wheels came off. There's something wrong, whatever. That was the most obvious prep ever. If you go back and watch that, it was obviously a prep.
It's still almost won.
Yeah, it's still almost won. They were looking to get some speed into this horse because the intent's going to be go to the front end and then have Louis try to control this pace. At these kind of odds, if I will be making a pretty large win bet on this horse, if the odds stay here, I expected that 4-1 morning line to be more like 3-1 kind of range come post. I did not expect to get this much value there. So and I guess it comes back to, can Shea Pierre win? Yeah, of course Shea Pierre can win, but it why is Shea Pierre that much better than everybody else in this field? I just don't know. I just Josh made a good case for Ammirati. Chase makes a good case for Emmanuel. I think that it's just the overbet favorite that is feels like. And you see this a lot in these big days where people are overbetting these favorites.
Yeah. And I'll say one of the things I'm a little surprised about with Shea Pierre is the connect. I mean, yes, you have Flavian up aboard for the mount, but I mean, Arnaud Delacroix is, horses 1 to 2. I mean, I really didn't expect that. I thought people might gravitate to Mark
personal
Cassey
foul,
too,
15 yards over Frenching.
That's how my man Sniper always pronounces it. So that's the way I go with it. But I was surprised a little bit by that. But I mean, obviously the horse has really never done anything wrong. 6 for 7 winning lifetime. The only time this horse lost was going a mile and a 16th after a lengthy layoff of about 8-10 months at Tampa, and clearly needed one under the belt, and then came back to win that Maker's Mark mile last time. But I agree, that was a lucky trip. That was able just to get to the lead and kind of give the field the slip, and it was never really challenged in that race. And yes, people are going to say beat Modern Games, beat Up to the Mark, who I think a lot of us like later in the card, but really did have things his own way in that spot. So whether or not that's replicable, and like you guys, I mean, a 1 to 2, from a vertical bet standpoint, certainly is not one that I'm willing to place a large wager on. So
yeah, and also just to poke some other holes in Shea Pierre, I realize the horse is 6 or 7 lifetime, but if you look at the progression, where did that last race come from? That was a massive top, and don't you have to worry about, and I know this is going to trigger some people, but don't you have to worry about the bounce, right? I know a lot of people don't believe in that, but does this horse absolutely bounce to the moon? And it has every right to. That was a just massive performance, and like on time, I use a lot of time for him, especially on turf, and that was like a 10 or an 11 point top. This horse had been pretty consistently running that sort of 118 119 range, and then runs a 129, which is a massive figure. So I mean, can the horse win? Sure, but boy, that's just the board isn't right.
Jessica Tugwell has made the hardest step, which is admitting that you are a mush, by the way.
Shout out to Jess. I mean, who's just like, she loves the 7, but she's like, well, it's over now. Shea Pierre by a good poll and a half. So yeah, listen, we got, like I said, this is kind of an interesting race coming up. I will say, I was, looking for horses maybe to play underneath, and the horse that I just can't quit him is, Dreams of Tomorrow, the 4, just because, listen, it's a sneaky shug horse is my logic.
Just started hearing, what is it? Oh God, I can't even,
Brokeback?
Fleetwood Mac in their head. As soon as you started thinking about that, just don't stop.
Don't stop. Yeah. Dream about tomorrow. Listen, shug horses, I always, it can be wild variations on how they end up running. Especially when you put him in this type of a spot. But I just feel like he wouldn't put this horse in this race if he didn't think there was something there. And I don't know if this horse is a win threat at all, but I am interested in this horse who, if you look at that Tampa race back in December of 2022 and the last race over this Belmont surface, if that horse can sit that trip, that's actually kind of ideal because it's right off pace by the 7 or the 1, depending on how things go, and then kind of launch a little bit. So I don't know. I thought at 12-1, that was a little bit of an interesting horse, and you're going to get a huge price. But that was, like I said, more of a value play standpoint, maybe underneath than anything else. But
that was also if you're a horse for course kind of person, that's also your horse for course. Horses never missed the exact at Belmont, so and has that that win across the surface almost this trip last out. So definitely some things to like at a bit of a price.
Yeah. Chase, I asked the other two guys about kind of their thoughts on the Belmont, and I'm interested in getting yours. Kind of where are you going in the Belmont? What's your top selection? What's your top pick? And kind of how you see this one playing out.
So I'm really glad that the trainer of my horse was actually on FS1 a little bit earlier getting interviewed, because she looks like a delight to know and share a salad with at a Panera Bread, Gina Antonucci. I love Arcangelo. Arcangelo. I actually... If you look at thoroughgraphs, I believe that Peter Pan performance was stronger than every other horse in this race. I think where the horse will get, sit trip-wise really fits with what I think will be, I'll just say, a mediocre pace. I don't think we'll be extraordinarily slow, but I don't think they'll be going fast by any means. And I think it's going to put Arcangelo in a great place, right around the top of the stretch to be in a position to actually win this race. And can't say no to the price, and extra green goddess dressing for me and Gina Antonucci.
Certainly a horse I think a lot of us, like we talked about this one before. I know, Mark, you like Arcangelo a bit. I do as well. And just to quantify the pedigree aspect of this play, Arrogate up top, the average winning distance of an Arrogate progeny, 7.7 furlongs. The average winning distance of a Violence progeny for Forte, 6.6 furlongs. It's quite a difference. And you not only have the Arrogate up top for Arcangelo, you have a damn out of Tappet underneath. So you have that, everybody should take a drink now because we're talking about Tappet and the pedigree. But, I think there's a lot to like there. There's a lot to like there. And it'll be a big question mark. Can this horse take another step forward? And interestingly enough, because of Belmont's configuration, this will be the first time this horse ever does 2 turns, which is kind of an interesting dynamic because that Peter Pan was a 1-turn mile and an 8th race. So just something to keep in mind. But I do think that horse has a lot of certainly a lot of things to like working in its favor. So definitely like this one. Just because we have a little bit of time before the poker, we've already talked about this race a little bit. I'm going to go to our kind of split personality bartender Josh and ask bartender Josh, what drinks are we having today? I mean, what do you have on store later on? Are you going with the Belmont Jewel again? Are you going to find something? You're just going to use some straight bourbon and whiskey? What's going on?
So I had a couple thoughts. I actually really like the Belmont Jewel. I will say it is very dangerous.
Yeah.
Because it just literally it's bourbon lemonade with a splash of pomegranate juice, basically, right? And as anybody knows who went to college, anything mixed with lemonade is just extremely dangerous. Do you guys remember UV Blue? Right?
No, I don't.
Which is like it was a vodka. It was a cheap vodka, but it was a blue raspberry vodka.
Okay.
And you would mix that with lemonade, and it tasted like a bomb pop. And like I just remember one night, like going to a party, like I don't know, I was probably like 22, and like just drank the entire bottle. Mm-hmm. Like I was just like, what in the world? Like this should not be legal. So I try not to mix stuff with lemonade. Since then. Yeah. It's really delicious. But what's funny is I actually had an idea. And I might go do this right now to make my favorite cocktail period right now. And it's funny because it looks very similar to a Belmont Jewel, like when in color. Yeah, I just need I need a minute to go set up. But
All right.
I figure how much time we got?
We
before...
got 16 minutes till post,
All right,
so you
we'll
got
fill up
plenty of
some
time.
I'll be back with
All right.
With bartender Josh here.
All right, outstanding.
I'd like to opt for the easier 9 ounces of Kahlua in a coffee mug with a motivational saying on it. Like, hang in there, baby. Yeah, I will.
With a little kitten hanging on. Like, hang in there. Yeah. No, very adorable. So,
thanks to this Mayan power juice I have right here. Let's get it, Kahlua.
I will say I do have my very basic bro 50th anniversary bottle of Woodford Reserve for this 50th anniversary of Secretariat. And that I will be busting out later. But for now, I am sipping on my Propel and my Diet Mountain Dew, because that is what I do. If any of these corporations are watching right now, we're happy to do a corporate sponsorship. So feel free. I have no problem selling out for that sort of thing. But
good luck. I've been courting Big Baconator for a long time, and it still hasn't come through.
Has not happened. It's unfortunate. Listen, because we have a little bit of time, one of the things I also want to do is, and I don't know about you guys, and I asked this question on Twitter last night in a poll about kind of favorite Belmonts to go back and rewatch, or favorite Belmont memories and things along those lines. And it was funny. I was surprised at how many people are like, I don't watch replays unless it's for handicapping. And I'm like, okay, I get it, but I like to watch old stuff. So I'm interested. And Mark, I'll start with you kind of as the New Yorker here. Is there a Belmont memory that you have that's particularly kind of special to you? Maybe, probably Faro or Justified, but I mean, I'm just interested. Is there a memory, maybe even early on when you were a kid, that really kind of sticks out to you, or one that you like to go back and rewatch?
Yeah, there's a lot of them. I think one of my favorite is actually the one that's behind me right now, and that's Rags to Riches coming back on Curlin on the inside, and just nailing him at the wire. I think that was a really cool race. It was really cool to see a filly win the Belmont. She was a very cool horse, and I think when you look back at what Curlin went on to do with the rest of his career, it it was definitely a jumping off point for him as a horse where he was still trying to figure the racing thing out, and after that race, he really put it all together. Although he lost it, it was an interesting transitional point in his career. I think that one's really cool. I have watched Secretariat's Belmont. I get in a bad mood and I'll just put that on and watch it. I've watched that way more times than I care to admit. I actually watched it I watched it this week just because it was the 50th. Yep. Somebody reminded me. I was like, I got to watch it again. And it's the Chick Wilson call is one of the best in the history of horse racing. And it also, and I don't know, not to go history lesson here, but prior to that call, it was horse track announcers just called the action. They didn't put a flourish. They didn't embellish the call. And his moving like a tremendous machine was one of the first times something like that was done. And then everybody after him built on that. So, I've heard Durkin talk a few times about how he looked back at that call, and that's how he built his career. Was looking and saying, I want to be like that. I want to be able to do those little flourishes and have that wordsmithing on the call. So I think that one's really cool. And I think, those two are really memorable. I think my favorite one's probably Affirmed Aladar. That the literally half of the race duel where it became, they were about half mile into the race and you realized this was a 2-horse race and they were they were both in a full-on drive halfway down the backstretch. And it was just, they absolutely, if you like, I don't know, whatever barnyard fight kind of a thing, or it was just 2 horses going at it. Both wanted to win. Nobody deserved to lose that race. And it was just a very, very, very cool race.
And yeah, certainly the conclusion of just a absolutely tremendous trilogy of Triple Crown races between those two as well. And there's actually a really great book by Fred McRae that just got released about Aladar and the suspicious death behind Aladar recently. So
that's horrible.
Which was well after obviously his racing days were over and during his stud career. Very good book. My dad actually interviewed the author for his podcast because my dad is retired and has a podcast. And so because everybody's dad is retired and has a
horse racing podcast.
It's just what he does. And so those are life goals. But listen, Chase, what's same question to you. Kind of, is there a Belmont that sticks out to you that you really remember, that you go back to, that you enjoy, that you like to rewatch, or anything along those lines?
let's see. Mark provided a very well thought out answer, so I really got to try to match here. Creator, because I won money. It was also like my first like real like serious handicapping Belmont, and I won money. So there we go.
Yeah.
And of course, who doesn't like to watch the Secretariat? Like, that's if they can figure out how to start doing GIF tattoos, like I would do that. Like if I could just have Secretariat perpetually winning by 30 across my shoulder blades, I'm down.
Yeah. No, it's amazing. And I actually like to go back and watch one of the better products ESPN did, which was their ESPN Sports Century. It was like athletes of the 20th century, and Secretariat was number 9 on that. And I'll go back and rewatch that whole episode. And I love listening to like the hard grizzled sports writers, Jerry Eisenberg from the New Jersey, Post, who's like, it was like the Confederate Army walking home from Appomattox. He goes, listen, it's flowery stuff, but I was there. This horse was an athlete. And he's just like, and I love it. And, it was absolutely incredible to see, to watch that, and I know there was somebody in the chat earlier who said his dad took him when he was 14 years old. His dad took him to Belmont in 1973. That's awesome be able to have that memory of being able to see that performance, and not to equate the two horses in any way, but it's one of the reasons why I went last year to Keeneland to see Flightline in person, because my logic was this might be as special of a horse as we see for our generation, and I want to be able to say that I've seen this horse run. And saw what ended up being his crowning achievement and his final achievement on the track. So it's one of those great moments, tons of great races. I even go back and rewatch the race from 2 years ago. That Essential Quality race is a great race to go back and rewatch. How game Hot Rod Charlie is after setting those insane early fractions, and it's a fun race to watch because it's so long. And Mark, to your point, you can't have a Durkin in particular. You can't have all these flourishes throughout because it's not a sprint race where you're going front to back and then you got to go straight back to the front to call it. What are you going to do on the backstretch other than, talk a little bit about the narrative and explain what's going on in the race? So I just think it makes for great race calls.
Yeah, I know. I also, the other one that kind of jumps out of my mind is I was on track for the Cal Chrome race.
Wow.
And we were at that point, I was an owner. So I was owner's box, and the actual owners of him were only below us a little bit to the left. Yeah. And I thought, you couldn't see anything. The place was just deafeningly loud. And I thought, top of the stretch, I'm going, oh man, we're going to have a Triple Crown winner, and I'm going to be here to see it. Yeah. And then the worst ride probably in a Belmont, one of the worst rides in a Belmont Stakes ever. And
hold up, did Emmanuel scratch?
Who did?
Did Emmanuel scratch?
Let's see. We'll take a look.
I am not seeing him. No, he's still in the race from what I'm seeing, Chase.
Okay, so on FS1 they showed the morning line and then the current odds, and they didn't have any odds for Emmanuel. So I got scared there that there was a late scratch I didn't know about.
No, he's still sitting at 5-1.
I'm having to for some quick critique of the television coverage on FS1.
Please.
Show the odds at some point. It's why we're here.
It is indeed why we're here.
It really blows my mind that, and I know Matt's made this joke about the fact that a bunch of people sitting in their basement are able to offer better coverage of a live sporting event than big national TV networks are. It blows my mind. It just absolutely does.
Are we going to get the quintessential Fox racing coverage, professional wrestler jockey entries for the Belmont? Because I'm down for it too. If I can get a couple suckets from Flavien Pratt as he heads to the paddock, give it to me.
Who is most likely to give the DX chop? That's the big question. Who's most likely to do that? I don't know. Probably Irad, but that's that would be a lot of fun. But listen, one thing I will say about Fox, and I don't know if it'll end up doing it for this, for those horse racing broadcasts. One, bringing Durkin back, fantastic. But and that's an easy way just to get everybody on to everybody's good side. But I will say, when they took over golf, a lot of people were very critical of that first U.S. Open that they covered out on the West Coast in golf coverage. But there were a slew of innovations that became just kind of part of what we expect now in terms of the shot tracker and things like that. So they try stuff. So I'm interested if they try anything on this broadcast. I don't know if they will or not, but they do some interesting stuff. But speaking of interesting stuff, listen, we know, like Mark said, we can also have a very diverse broadcast here from our basements. And in fact, we have bartender Josh in the house. He's going to be whipping up his all-time favorite cocktail. We get a bird's eye view of this. Josh, what is the cocktail in question that you are going to be preparing for yourself today?
All right. Can you guys hear me okay?
We can hear you great.
Awesome.
We can hear you through the duct tape you're using to hold your iPhone to the ceiling.
It's actually, I actually have a little like arm for it. I do have it hanging from the spice cabinet, but it seems like it's working out. Mark, what is my favorite cocktail?
Your favorite cocktail? I don't know.
Really?
I don't think I do.
That's interesting. As I come to get ice here, my favorite cocktail is a little cocktail called the Jungle Bird.
Okay.
Which is a rum-based.
Of course it is.
Why is that so funny?
The Jungle Bird? I don't know.
You don't like. Have you ever
because
had
it
one?
sounds like it should be eating prickly pears with Mowgli in the fucking Jungle Book. That's why.
Jungle Birds are awesome. Come on now.
So it's a rum-based drink. What else do we have? What else do we have in
All
this
right.
rum-based
So
drink?
of course
Pizzazz,
I had to bring out all the bottles of rum I have, right? So I have a Smith and Cross here, which is a nice overproof Jamaican. Gosling's is usually really good. Appleton Estate, which is just another Jamaican rum.
Off the chain. Love Appleton.
And then Plantation 3 Stars, which makes just an amazing daiquiri.
Problematic.
For this shade, I'm going to use the Smith and Cross, which is a little bit unconventional because it's overproof. But
okay,
we'll go with that. I'm just getting ice out here for my my glass.
I love it. This is better than anything Fox is going to be doing, by the way, today, folks. So thank you, everybody who's hanging out with us. We got a bunch of people hanging out in the chat. Let us know what you're up to. Let us know what you're drinking, if you've already started drinking, or if you're like me and you're just sucking on, a Diet Mountain Dew and a Propel. But let us know what you're drinking in the chat. Let us know how you're hanging out. Make sure to press that like and subscribe button. So, Josh, what all are you adding to this drink that you got going on?
So it starts off with a very divisive spirit known as Campari. It's a Italian bitter, similar to Aperol. It's used in a bunch of cocktails, but it's very bitter, so a lot of people don't like it. But I think it gets balanced out here by all the sugar, basically, that's in this thing. So we're going to go ahead 3/4 an ounce of that. Half an ounce of lime juice here. So let me try and press this.
Oh, unlike yesterday when you just used the regular lime juice, you're actually squeezing it out here today.
Well, that drink calls for lemonade.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. So you were going to do fresh squeezed lemonade. Yeah.
Yeah, and I do not have the patience to make lemonade.
And by the way, we should just say Uncle Sully, who says the Jungle Bird sounds like something on his kids' McDonald's Happy Meal. Do not prepare this for your children. That's a great comment.
Or do if you want them to go to sleep.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, depending on the little bit of vino is what my grandmother used to do. But, all
right. Half ounce of lime juice, and then I made simple syrup. That's what took me a little bit. Some people like making simple syrup by boiling it. It's the traditional way. If you've ever worked in a bar, some places what they do, and it's my shortcut, you fill a bottle, you fill it with the appropriate amount of water and sugar, and you just shake the shit out of it. And that generally will incorporate it enough to make simple syrup here. So
wait, how is that a shortcut from boiling? You literally have to turn a knob versus vigorously shaking something for a few minutes.
Boiling it takes 10 minutes, where this is a minute or two. So so half ounce simple syrup goes in there, and then we got 4 ounces of pineapple juice.
Oh yeah.
So
you're right about adding a lot of sweet in here to cut out the bitter. Yeah.
For the record, it's unsweetened pineapple juice, but pineapple sweet by itself. So I don't even know why they bother saying unsweetened. I mean, people really going to add more sugar to this? I don't know.
By the way, just to let everybody know, the horses are on the track. We're at post time, but they're still not on the turf course yet. So we still got time.
All right. And 1.5 ounces of dark Jamaican rum. I'm using an overproof rum here in Smith and Cross. which is really funky and really strong. So I like that. Put that in there, shake the shit out of it.
This is good ASMR. So very so, exactly. Oh, that's a nice color too. Is that like
It's
a
a
pinkish
beautiful color.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so
Yeah.
Mark is
Great
coming into
plumage.
town here to Chicago, and we're gonna go hit up a bar called the Aviary, which is like a world-renowned cocktail bar.
It's where jungle
Yeah.
birds fly.
And
Well
they do some molecular gastronomy where they basically put the rum into like little, like almost like boba balls, if you ever had boba tea. So it's really cool. It's really delicious. But yeah, this is the jungle bird here.
All right. Awesome. Excellent. Bartender Josh showing you how to make a jungle bird. This is the sort of stuff you're not getting on Fox, folks. You're just not getting it. You're not getting the overhead view. You're not getting this level of cocktail analysis. So Josh, thank you for showing this. We are at post time. They are still circling on the track, and just to give everybody an update on the odds, because unlike Fox, we're giving you some odds here. Currently, Shea Pierre 2-5 as the favorite on the inside rail. Your second choice is Filo de Ariana, the number 7 horse at 5-1. Emmanuel is also at 6-1, and then you go Emirati at 8-1. And then you have the 2 long shots, the 5 and the 4 at 17 and 22-1 respectively. But gentlemen, the board, really going heavy towards Shea Pierre, who admittedly I like, but I don't like a 2-5. That's for sure from a betting standpoint at all. Yeah. So you're getting a nice price on Filo de Ariana on the outside.
Yeah, I just put a win bet in on Philo at these odds. I think this is kind of a gift given the pace complexion here. Maybe he doesn't hold on, but I'll pay to play here.
Yeah. So we got, let us know how you're going to be playing the poker stakes here in the chat. So feel free to let us know, but they are finally made their way onto the turf course. They're getting them loaded in here. This is going a mile on the Belmont Park turf course. Again, they're loading in the chute, and then they will kind of enter the main backstretch. So it's kind of a glorified 1-turn mile in some way. So something certainly to keep in mind, but getting the horses ready to load in here. But the odds are staying pretty firm with Shea Pierre at 2-5. You're right. I mean, I'm surprised this horse has taken that much money. I was a little surprised, honestly, at the even money morning line a little bit. I kind of understood what David was doing there, but I was still a little surprised by it. And the fact that it's gotten bet down from that is particularly surprising to me. But
this was built for a part wheel try. 6-7 with 1-6-7 with 1-2-6-7.
There you go. That's the bet from Chase. I love it. What race are we on now? DC Capper asking. We are on race number 5, which is the poker stakes on the card. So we are just kicking off this graded stakes slew of string of races going all the way through the Belmont Stakes. So nothing but graded stakes races the rest of the way here on out. And again, they are loaded in for the poker stakes, going a mile on the turf at Belmont for 4-year-olds and up, and they're off. A little bit of a stumble there for the number 5 out of the gate. And indeed, Filo de Ariana flashing that early speed and crossing and clearing and getting over out in front. Shea Pierre sitting second early on. Emirati sitting in a third position. But certainly Filo de Ariana and Shea Pierre both sitting 1-2 early on in this race. Emirati about a length off, sitting in third. Number 5 horse, Anaconda, making up a run after a slow start. Now really being able to check back there in the third position. Emirati is being held on the outside. And the number 4 horse is sitting in 6th place. And then finally, you have Emmanuel sitting at the back of the field. But they're pretty tight. I would say 5 lengths front to back. Filo de Ariana taking them out. First quarter of a mile in 23-4, and the first opening half in 47-4. And so Filo de Ariana still sitting there with the lead, and Shea Pierre sitting second right off the flank. You have Anaconda on the inside, the number 5 horse, and Emirati sitting in fourth. Emmanuel starting to make a little bit of a move from the back. And now they're starting to get up there to the top of the stretch and making their way around the far turn. You have Filo de Ariana still out on the lead. Shea Pierre coming down the center of the track, but it is Fila de Ariana who is finding a little bit more as they keep coming. But here comes Shea Pierre. Here comes Emmanuel. It's going to be a tight one here between those three. You have Anaconda coming up the rail as well. It is going to be by a head bob, Emmanuel over Fila de Ariana over Shea Pierre. So Emmanuel gets the job done. Chase giving out the winning ticket there. Love it. You'll love to see it. So congrats to everybody who had Emmanuel there, who showed off a really nice kick there coming for home. It looked like Fila de Ariana was going to be able to get it gate to wire, but just got nabbed there at the end by about a half length. So big time for people in the central time zone with gold chains. So Chase, well done in that spot.
It'll be very interesting to watch the head on down the backstretch there, because Louis was playing a lot of games with Flavien Prat.
Yes.
See if any of that comes back later. He was making his life very uncomfortable the entire backstretch. He moved on him about 3 different times, and you like to see the jockeys doing the best for to get their horse home. I realize he didn't get his horse home here, but games were played.
Yeah, no, games were very much so played.
I'm since you are ahead of me, I'm really glad you weren't just joshing me there. That would have been devastating.
Yeah, nice.
No joshing. We're calling it straight here. We're not gonna make any declarations of who's gonna end up getting up in the lead. But obviously a big win there for Emmanuel, who I just feel like is a horse who. Listen, I talked about this on my show that Emmanuel was a horse that I feel like I've used a bunch and it just never really kind of came through. And I wasn't sure. I mean, 6-1, you're getting a good price on the horse. But has never run a triple-digit speed figure before from a buyer standpoint. Some of those victories, I wonder how good some of those horses were that he's beaten in the past. The Tampa Bay Derby of Grade 3, the Pinion Ridge, where he just absolutely walked the dog up front. So, a big win, obviously, and a big start to the day for Rad Ortiz Jr. in terms of the graded stakes races. So, big win there for Emmanuel in this one. That is how we're going to start.
Rad Ortiz on any kind of horse, knowing that he's obviously going to ignore whatever you say instruction-wise and do what he wants. You got to put it on a horse like Emmanuel. He's got versatility, who can do whatever Irad wants it to do.
Yes. And I think that's the argument with Forte, which is Forte is kind of also a versatile horse that can do kind of whatever Irad usually asks him to do. He can sit a few different types of trips. Obviously, I think he was kind of fully extended there in that Florida Derby last time out, and we'll talk a little bit more about that as we get moving forward in the card. But certainly a big win there and a game effort there for Fila de Ariana on the front end. Was able to carve out, I think, pretty reasonable fractions. And you said it, Mark, was able to play some games. Louis was able to kind of make life difficult for Flavien and Shea Pierre, who ran a decent enough race. But yeah, I mean, certainly at 2-5. I mean, it just was not bettable anymore at that point.
Yeah, we were talking about the bounce factor, and I think I'm sitting here in a chat with a couple of friends, and that seems to be the consensus, was that Shea Pierre probably bounced a little bit. That was definitely not firing back to the previous race, but there's an argument maybe he also tripped out in the previous race. So I think it's one of those, if you're following, you're paying attention, and you're just chasing those bad lines, you probably did pretty well there, because I think Emmanuel was obviously Chano Chase was all over Emmanuel. That was a horse that made a lot of sense in there.
Yeah, absolutely. And, Chase, you're getting some fans. So, listen, many thanks to Chase. We're giving out some winning tickets here.
Look at Tim with the balls pressing it for $2.
I know.
That's not a Timothy. He's Himothy. He is that dude. Way to go, man.
I love it. Very, nice race there to get things kicked off there in the Grade 3 poker. And now we move on to everybody's favorite division, which is, of course, the dirt marathon division. I mean, everybody's looking at the divisional rankings every week when they come out. Who's the top dirt marathon horse? I
subscribe to Dirt Marathon Horse Beat magazine too for all the dirt marathon horse heartthrobs.
This is literally the division I forget exists sometimes. And then it comes to a race like this, I'm like, oh, right, we do sometimes go long in the dirt every once in a while. Right. They do that occasionally. So we have the Brooklyn Stakes coming up, Grade 2, going 1.5 miles on the dirt. And, this is, I don't know. I had a couple of my stronger opinions on the card actually for this race, as much as I joke about it. But I'm interested, Mark. I'll start with you. Kind of where your thoughts were on this sixth race on the card.
Yeah, my thoughts are that I absolutely hate this race. This is absolutely a wide to my way of looking. This is a real wide open affair, and there's nobody in here in this division that's sort of the division leader anymore. I think that there was a point in time where you could make a case that some of these horses, like like Lone Rock, I think would probably be one of the horses you'd say were this was what that they wanted to do. But man, I this race is just tough. I ended up landing my top pick was Bright Future, the 4, who is a horse that I know a lot of these other horses don't like to win going this trip. I don't necessarily know if he's proven that he doesn't want to. Todd's spotting him pretty well. I would have liked to have seen a trip a little bit more than a mile for him. But, I think he's going to be your controlling pace in here. And it allows a Rad to go to the front end, slow this down. I don't think there's anybody else that's really going to be pressing him, and see if he can kind of wire this field. I don't know if anybody here really is the type that really wants to pass. So I thought Bright Future, made a lot of sense. Probably he's probably my top pick. And I'm a little bit surprised at the board, honestly, right now. Next was another horse that I really did like in here, showing that he wants to be doing going far and doing these types of trips. I realized he was beat last out by both Warrant and Red Run. That was off a bit of a layoff. This is second off, so this probably was the target race all along. I expected Next would take a lot of money, and he hasn't as of yet. So maybe I would flip those picks around just given where the money's flown right now.
Yeah, I was Next was my top choice here. I'm a little surprised he's floated up to 9-2. I don't mind that at all because I'll place a win bet on this. But Josh, where are you going in this race going long on the dirt?
So this was a tough race for me. Kind of looking through it. I think Warrant is definitely a deserving favorite in this spot. Has run some really nice races, but I feel like since Lone Rock has kind of gone the wrong way, and I know he scratched out here. But since he's kind of like gone bad, it feels like nobody's really like jumped up and grabbed this division. Obviously Warrant won his last race out, but was beat by Calibrate 2 back. And I always have a hard time when these horses just kind of start like beating each other. You never really know where to go. So I'm using Warrant in here. I think I just started to pick 4 here. I'm using Warrant, but I'm also using 2 other horses. The previously mentioned 9 Calibrate. It won 2 really nice races. One that one only going a mile, but once they stretched him out, going a mile and a half, he seemed to respond. I don't really know what happened last time out at Churchill. And obviously he's got a barn switch now from Cody Rosen's barn to Jamie Ness. First time with Ness. First time with Ness is a 31% angle. I'm getting right now 13-1 on this 9, so I will definitely include. And the other horse, and a horse who looks like he's taking a lot of money, so it looks like I'm not the only one who's on it, is the 2 Red Run. I thought Red Run, obviously he ran second to Warrant last time out. I thought ran a good race, and that was his first time really going the full mile and a half. They did try him a couple times, tried him once on the turf going long. That didn't seem to work out. Seemed to really like going a mile and a half last time out, second by a neck to Warrant. I thought you were going to get a good price on it, but it looks like Warrant and Red Run are getting bet pretty heavily here. So kind of chalky here with the 2 and the 7, but I'm also going to use the 9 Calibrate, who did beat the 7 2 back. So 2, 7, 9 here.
Yeah, so I saw this one interesting. I really liked Next as my top selection. This was one which, all these horses kind of fall into this division by accident. I feel like a lot of times that nobody kind of breeds horses for this or no trainer. I mean, there's not even like a Wesley Ward equivalent who's like, I'm going to do turf sprinting and that's it. Nobody really kind of falls into this. So, I mean, Pletcher, more than anybody, actually usually does have some decent horses that are going long. But Next feels like one that they kind of fell into this, going off the turf that one day at Delaware Park, going a mile and a half, and it went onto the dirt, and you saw this horse all of a sudden pop this huge speed figure. And what I liked is there wasn't a bounce, came right back in the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, and ran an even bigger figure and beat one over Haywoods Beach and Bal Harbor that day. Then goes to the bench until last time out and runs. Clearly he kind of got on the lead and then just got tired in giving way late. So I think this is a horse I really like quite a bit. You're getting the odds are floating up here, but I think that was a pretty obvious needed one off the bench, and I think it's going to come back pretty strong here. And then, I like the number 2, which at the time presented a little bit of value at 6-1, but now really doesn't look it. And obviously, Mike Maker taking horses and going along with them is nothing new, but this is a horse that clearly, really responded to going extra long last time out. Well, we mentioned earlier on the broadcast is a full sibling to Red Route 1. And I mean, maybe that's part of the reason why this horse is taking a little bit of money. People might, found out or about that connection sort of a thing. But to me, those were the 2 that I was really looking at. The 9, certainly Calibrate, absolutely did make a little bit of sense here. And should sit, I think, a useful trip sitting just off the pace. And like you said, going to a barn that, listen, say what you will at Jamie Ness, he puts out a lot of winners. And we're going to see, Josh's full heel turn when Repo Rocks wins the wins the Met Mile. And you just have people crying over Cody's Wish getting beat. But listen, it's an intriguing race, so we'll see kind of how it ends up playing out. So, we see Don Woolley here, not worth the gamble at 5-2. I would agree with that. Red Run at 5-2 is not a horse I'd interested in playing. I liked the morning line at 6-1. I don't like, and I could have lived with like 5-1, but I don't like anything really below that for a horse like Red Run, who's not won yet at this level. So if I'm going to go with a shorter price, and especially now that Next is actually a higher price than Red Run, I'll gladly go with Next over that. So that's where we're going here. Josh, you had mentioned you're putting together a little bit of a pick 4 ticket here. Kind of what's your, if you don't want to give your ticket away, that's fine. But what's your logic on kind of maybe constructing the ticket sort of a thing in terms of that pick 4?
Yeah, so I got the 279 in this race. So I am using the short prices in here, but I am playing against the 2 short prices in the next race, Secret Oath and Clairiere. I got search results and played hard. Kind of the 2, I think, pace horses in this race. Played hard has gotten really good lately. So yeah. I think that she's a little sneaky. Mark, I don't remember if you said that you think that this horse is probably going to take money, right? This is not going to be.
No, actually, I really like Played Hard, and looking at doubles, it does not look like Played Hard is going to take a lot of money. So I'm kind of surprised, given what doubles are looking like right now.
Yeah, and the Woody Stevens, you had, there was a bit of concern that this might be kind of a hot pace, and then all of a sudden you get the scratch of New York Thunder, you get the scratch of Fort Bragg, and you get a bit of pace taken out of here. So I once again taking the bad guy angle. I really like Arabian Lion in the spot on the cutback. I think just makes a ton of sense in this spot. And I'm also going to be using, I think, a horse that every single person in the world is probably going to use, the 13 Drew's Gold. Yeah. I know Mark talked about him.
I like this horse too. Yeah.
Mark, myself, Caleb all liked it on stream. So I have a feeling that this one's going to take a bit of money. But I'm going to be using the 3 and 13 there in the Woody Stevens. And then going to the Jaipur, I had to make, I couldn't use both Casa Creed and Caravel. So I decided to hitch my wagon to Casa Creed in this spot, the 11. And then I'm also going to be using probably kind of my price play of the day is the 3 Air Force Red in this spot. Looking at the form, nothing really pops out about Air Force Red. I mean, the horses run pretty well going down the hill. That usually doesn't translate super well to sprints all the time. Yeah. But I mean, if you kind of look at the optics plot for this race, that 3 is just a humongous Q1 square in a turf sprint, and there's just no way that I can leave a horse like that off. So
Yep.
I'm going to use the 3, and then I'm going to use the deep closer coming from the back, Casa Creed, the 11. So that pick 4 is 3 by 2 by 2 by 2 for 50 cents is a $12 ticket. So it's 279 with 25 with 313 with 311. So we'll see if we can. This race I didn't have a ton of confidence in, so I went 3 wide. But if we can get if we can get past this leg, I'm feeling pretty good, and I got some prices later on.
I like
Josh,
it.
I'm disappointed in your Go Bears Go disrespect in the Jaipur.
I like Go Bears Go quite a bit. That's a horse. Yeah.
Yeah, I think to me, Go Bears Go in that Jaipur is a really sneaky price. If you looked at his last race, he was screaming out that he needs a little more distance. He was absolutely flying down the middle of the track. He had a little bit of trouble in that race, and by the time he got clear, it was just too late to get to the winners. I think the extra half furlong really hits him right between the eyes. His wins, wins in Europe were all going 6, and most of them were going a straight 6. So I think they all were going a straight 6. But it seems like 6 is what he really wants to do. He's been a horse, and I will admit I've been chasing this horse forever. I can never get on the right side of him. He owes me money, however you want to phrase it. But I think it's a really interesting spot, and I think he gets the right pace set up in that race.
He's a horse that I'm glad. There was a guy who was on Twitter about a year and a half ago, who I don't think he's on Twitter anymore, but he really followed, and he wasn't a big account or anything like that, but he followed European racing. And he would write to me about European racing, and we'd chat about it sometimes. He loved Go Bears Go. And I remember as a juvenile, and I remember when he came over in that juvenile juvenile turf sprint.
Let's not talk about that.
I know, but I had him second that day on my tickets, so it worked out for me. Not so much for people who had win bets on Go Bears Go, but he was on. But ever since that race, I've always, like you, Mark, always tried to get on the right side of Go Bears Go, because I'm like, this horse has talent. Like, this is a really good horse, and I like that. Wesley Ward barn. Now you're second back from that long layoff, second back for the barn, and I think he is kind of a sneaky price. And Josh, I agree with you though that in that Jaipur, you can't go with Caravel and Casa Creed, and I think this is the race where Caravel's carriage turns into a pumpkin. I think it's over because I think she's going to get pressed on the front end by the number 9 horse, and she's not going to get that kind of gift trip on the front end where she's just able to kind of set her own pace, and especially breaking from that far outside post. So I'm willing to kind of completely toss her and leave her off my tickets and just focus on Casa and maybe 1 or 2 other horses. So hard for me to use both of them at all. So I agree with your analysis there. All right. So we still got a little bit of time, obviously, before we get into the Brooklyn Stakes. But I am interested, Josh, I know you talked about search results and played hard in the Ogden Phipps. Mark, where are you going in that Ogden Phipps? Because that's a race I could talk about all day. And for a 6-horse race, I spent way too much time handicapping that one. I think
when I handicapped it, I normally handicap in the mornings, get a cup of coffee, sit down, walk through my races for the day. I have a kind of schedule that allows me to be flexible like that. I spent way more time than I care to admit handicapping that race, and then I land on the same 2 horses that Josh did, which is search results and play it hard. I took the speeds. I think search results is a the best race of her career was the Ogden Phipps here last year, where I said it earlier in the stream. She softened Latruska up, did all the dirty work on the front end, and she held on very gamely in the stretch when when the closers came rolling. I think that the pace complexion is very different in the this year around, and I think the freshening definitely helped her. She did not have the best back half of her 4-year-old campaign, and I think she's been freshened now. She has a prep race in her in the La Trayenne, and this should be the race. Chad is very, very good. Second off these long layoffs, he's 33% with a positive ROI. So this is a very much a Chad Brown go-to angle. This is a very similar layoff to what happened to search results in the Ruffian, where she had second off from a layoff. So I think it really sets up for search results. There's people will kind of argue that she's a bit of a money burner and she should be more successful than she has been. I just think this is a fun division. There, a lot of these ladies beat each other up pretty often, and it's fun to see the same faces show up. And I know I said when we did our Thursday stream, if this is the competition that you see in this older filly and mare division all summer, is going to be a really good summer. This division is really, really, really fun. And but the other horse I ended up was Played Hard. I thought Played Hard made a lot of sense. And another one of those pace complexion horses, and should be a interesting player in what is a pretty competitive race.
Yeah, it is. And I think, since Malathat's retirement, it does feel a little bit like a division where they just, to your point, Mark, take turns kind of beating each other, take turns winning, different rate, depending on the setup, depending on the track, depending on, the configurations and the pace scenarios and things along those lines. They do take turns. And I do feel like it's kind of search results time, and it's kind of her turn to get the win. To some extent, like she's paid her dues. She's done the dirty work for some of the others in these races. And this race kind of sets up a lot more nicely for her. And I know a lot of people like the number one past the Champagne. And I can see the logic a little bit in terms of this horse should sit behind Play Hard and search results. So if you think somebody's going to, she'll have first crack at the two leaders. And if they're kind of wearing each other out a little bit, then she gets more of a close-up crack than somebody like, Secret Oath and Clairiere, who are going to come from the back. But, I think I just couldn't quite get there on that horse as my top choice. So, but I know some people definitely like that one as well. So, Mark, I know you got to hop off.
I got to hop off for a bit. I'll probably be back later.
Wait,
so,
absolutely.
Mark, can you stay on for like 2 more minutes?
Sure, 2 more minutes.
Okay, 2 more minutes. Okay, so Matthew,
I've
had this idea for a while.
Okay,
and I want to convince Mark into doing this, and it just look at it the stars just aligned for this, right? So I want to get your take, Matthew. How do you feel about Las Vegas?
I love Las Vegas.
You love Las Vegas?
I've been multiple times. Always have a great time in Vegas.
All right. So I've been kind of just spinning this idea, and maybe like I said, we'll post the dates and stuff out for anybody watching. Maybe we get a meetup going or something. Yeah. But I've always thought to spend just the day in Las Vegas on like a big race day, like sit in the sports book and just bet, and the entire time would just be a blast. NHC is always great, but at the same time, it's kind of like, there's a bunch of problems at NHC. We won't get into all of them right now, but like just being in Vegas with your buddies, firing at races all day, I mean, it's a blast. Yeah. So it just happens to be that myself and our buddy Gary are going to Las Vegas, and it happens to be Travers Day.
Ooh, okay.
And so we're going to be going Travers weekend. We're going to be at least I'm put up in the Luxor in a pretty nice room.
Okay.
But I'm trying to convince Mark to come out.
Yeah.
And he's on the fence, Matthew.
Yeah.
So I need you to help me coerce him into coming out to Vegas with us for Travers weekend.
I like it. And listen, Mark gets to see Saratoga all the time. So he gets to see, you're going to see there for the Jim Dandy. You're going to get the lead up to the Travers. So you're going to get that. Listen, you're going to see the Travers next year. You're going to see the Travers the year after that. You're going to see it the year after that. I'm up for coming out. I think this will be a lot of fun. I'm all about that. I think that would be a blast. And Mark, it would be awesome if you were able to come out, because I think this would be a lot of fun. So I would
think of the content. Do you remember what happened the last time we were there? Caleb passed out on the bed.
Yeah, no, I wasn't going to bring that up because he wasn't here to defend himself. But yes, I actually do remember, because you were live streaming that, and it was hysterical. Because there was just a long stretch where the live stream was just an empty chair as Josh kind of went out and was trying to find Caleb.
No, I got sent on there's a lot more story that I don't want to go into, but I got sent on a rescue mission to go find Caleb because he was lost in the Luxor. So we saved Caleb.
And he walked in. When he walked into the room, I mean, he walked in hips first, if you know what I mean, and he was just swinging this bottle of bourbon in his hands. So you knew he was going to get into trouble. Luckily, his body failed him before he got himself into any more trouble. But the
Mark, funniest, I know Mark's got to go. Mark, it would be a lot of fun. definitely consider it. I'm all in because I wasn't playing. I'm going up on Jim Dandy weekend. So Travers weekend, I'm free. I'm going to Vegas. This sounds like a blast. So
Cool.
Mark, feel free to jump back in anytime.
I will think about it. Cool.
All right.
Thanks, Matt.
All right. See you guys. All right. And then there were two, and it's just the two of us holding it down, and that's okay. So
where's Alombre?
I don't know where Alombre is. I think the problem with Alombre is he usually actually entertains people at his house on big days like this. So I think he's like having a hard time like splitting apart from.
But
like,
do we know he's alive?
Family. He is alive.
Okay,
we know that Alombre is alive.
Because
I know a lot of people were worried about
this. Yeah, he loses one or two races in a row, and it just gets dark really quick.
He does.
So I just want to make sure that he's all right. I know Colin has kids. So
and he's sick
Colin.
too. And then the Formula's on a vacation actually with his wife and child. So, so like I'm holding things down here, but we got a slew of other people slated to come on. Sean Patrick Nolan's going to be coming on. Carson, Low Country Lens will be coming on. We got Jessica Tugwell's going to be popping on here in a little bit. So we got some other people. We got reinforcements. It's not just going to be, bartender Josh can go and make more concoctions at any time. But yeah, listen, this is it's a great card. I mean, this is just a fantastic card. I'm so glad the weather kind of worked out. Josh, I know you usually are you're usually good at multitasking on days like this. I have not been paying any attention to what's going on at Ellis Park, but has that card kind of started at all or not? Or do we even know anything about it?
I have not looked at Ellis.
And this is, of course, the Churchill Downs
card
that now is at Ellis Park.
Just what rotten luck. I mean, not that Churchill Downs doesn't deserve it, but just what rotten luck Churchill Downs has. I mean, with Belmont having to cancel on Thursday, they would have basically been the only game in town on Thursday. I don't remember if they were going to run Wednesday too, but I think that they would have done really well with all especially with all the cancellations, it's just I was saying on stream I'm glad that Churchill Downs did something, even if they are basically saying we don't think it's a problem, but we're going to do something anyways. It's kind of like when when you're a kid and like your room's a mess and your parents are like, pick up your room, and you're like, it's fine. Yeah. Make your bed. It's fine. I'm just going to mess the bed up anyways. Like, it doesn't matter. Right. So it's a little bit of that vibe. But I do appreciate that they acted rather quickly, and not to go full villain here. But I think Churchill Downs has definitely had a really, I don't know if reputation's the right word, but they've really seemed to go after people who aren't their guys. If they're not like Kentucky people, they seem to really throw the book at people quickly. Not that the people who they've thrown the book at aren't deserving of that happening.
Sure.
But it's like one of those things, right? It's like with the I guess we can compare it to baseball a little bit, with the steroid era, right? Everyone would always, talk about Sammy Sosa, Mark McGwire, because they were kind of like the big names with that. But then you look at the report and it's like, all right, well, basically everybody was doing it. Yeah. Like, Rafael Palmeiro sucked, and he was caught red-handed. Like, so it's just like, it's just tough, right? I think something needs to be done about everything. Is Heisa the answer? I don't know. I'm not a horseman. I'm also not a politician. And I don't talk about political science at all. So, I mean, I'm sure you're a little bit more, more apt to talk about government and that kind of stuff. But
sure.
I'm just glad something's being done. I know, I said that on stream on Thursday, and both Caleb and Mark are like, yeah, the bare minimum's being done, and I'm like, well.
But how many years has the bare minimum not been done? I mean, that's the thing is, even if you say the bare minimums, and I would argue that more than the bare minimums being done, you don't move an entire meet if it's just the bare minimum. I mean, I think there's something a little bit above and beyond that. And so, listen, I agree with your sentiment in general on this one as well. And, it'll be interesting to see what ends up happening. But yeah, obviously Thursday, I think Hawthorne ended up making like a ton of money because they were the only ones running on Thursday. So I think their handle like more than doubled over year to date from last year.
A lot of that
like
was me. I will take full.
Uh,
So I took Thursday and Friday off because
Yeah.
I was planning on going to Belmont Stakes this year. That was I had made a plan to do it.
Yeah.
I started looking at flights and hotel maybe like, I don't know, 6 months ago, maybe more. And it seemed kind of expensive still. So I was going to wait.
Yep.
And then finally the flights dipped down to, I think, an appropriate time. I live in Chicago. I live just outside Chicago. I live in the suburbs.
Yeah.
So flights from Chicago to New York are generally pretty cheap. They were not cheap.
Yeah.
They were pretty
No.
expensive. And so eventually I was like, all right, like this is good. And then I looked at hotels and I'm like, they got to be effing kidding me with how much these hotels are. I mean, we're talking Saratoga levels of ridiculousness.
Yeah.
The last time I went to Saratoga, I paid like $200 a night to stay in the Best Western. Like
Yeah.
no one should pay $200 to stay in the Best Western. I don't
No,
care.
they
if
should
it's-
not.
I don't care if it's on the moon. Like that is just absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah.
And I had probably the worst hotel stay I've ever had in my entire life in
Yeah.
Clifton Park at the Best Western. Avoid at all costs if you ever decide to go to Saratoga. But so I ended up not doing it. And we went to Vegas a couple weeks ago for Memorial Day, and my wife and I both got sick. Like basically
Oh, yeah, I
from the
remember
time we
saying that.
landed
Yeah.
to the time we landed till the time we left, we were just like miserable.
Yeah.
I mean, we made the best out of it, right? Like being
Yeah.
sick on vacation is better than being healthy at work, I think. But
Yeah. Yes.
so like I was gonna cancel these 2 days off, and then I was just like, you know what? I'm just still wiped. I'm gonna keep them off.
Yeah.
And then I bet just an extremely ridiculous amount at Hawthorne on Thursday because I was off.
Happens.
Mistakes were made.
Mistakes were made.
We
Hey.
probably should have saved that money for Belmont Stakes, but
Yeah.
I still got. We're live in a couple things. I think I'm still live in the 2-day pick six.
Oh, nice.
I think
Okay.
everybody's still live in the 2-day pick six because those first two races chalked out.
Yeah.
And I don't even know when the next race is. Is it the Jaipur? Yeah,
I think
the
so.
Jaipur's
Yeah, I'm
next
pretty
live.
sure it's the Jaipur. So they're getting the starting gate into position. I don't know why they're just getting the starting gate into position with a minute to post, but they are. And they're getting close here. But Red Run, going back to race number 6 here, the Brooklyn Stakes, Grade 2, going a mile and a half on the dirt. Red Run is your current favorite at 5-2 with Warrant as your second choice, also at 5-2. And then you have the number 2 horse in this one, which is I'm sorry. The number 2, actually, Red Run is currently 7-2. Your current favorite is actually Bright Future, who was bet down from 4-1 down to 5-2. Then you have Next at 7-2. And again, Warrant also still at 5-2 as well. So it's Warrant and Bright Future as your co-top choices, followed by Red Run, followed by Next as your top 5. The number 9, which I know both Josh and Mark like here, Calibrate, is currently staying at its morning line 10-1 for Jamie Ness with Ruben Silvero up. So that one you're still getting a pretty nice price on, but obviously not a lot of gaps, not a lot of difference there between the 2, 4, 5, and 7. All of them hovering between 5-2 and 7-2 before we go off here in the Brooklyn Stakes. So they're getting ready to go in this race.
I know Lone Rock. I know Lone Rock is out of this race. But don't you still think that there's a bit, like, especially if we're going a mile and a half, there's a bit of pace in this race?
Yeah, there is. I agree with you that there is a little bit of pace in this race. And it's funny because the 2-mile race yesterday on the turf, I actually still thought the same thing. I was like, there's a little bit of pace in this 2-mile race. And it is funny that, like, going along, I was like, oh, I could see, because you brought up Bright Future. I think Next is a horse that likes to be pretty forward, likes to be on the lead. So the fact you have multiple horses that like to sit pretty close, it's interesting how it's going to play out. That's for sure. And who ends up getting to the lead and how much they end up pressing each other. So, for a mile and a half, you're getting a little bit of pace. And I'll be interested to see what the fractions look like. And this is actually going to be an interesting race to see because it's the other dirt race that goes 1.5 miles, of course, is the Belmont Stakes. So it'll be interesting to see the fractions that they run for this race, and maybe potentially something to project in terms of how the Belmont might end up be playing out as well, because obviously so many of these jockeys have mounts in the Belmont as well. So I think it's an opportunity for them also to get a sense of how the track is playing, whether it's, Tyler, whether it's Luis Saez, whether it's Irad Ortiz, whether it's Flavian Pratt. You have a few guys who are going to be running in this race later at going 1.5 miles on the dirt. So interesting dynamic here, to say the least. But
yeah,
they are
my real knock against Next was the 2 races that he ran that he won going this trip, or similar trips. I mean, he didn't really beat anybody, and then he shows up in that Churchill Downs race last time out, and finally runs into, I think, a couple of nice horses, and he finishes 3rd as the favorite. So I kind of that's kind of why I'm fading the 5 here a bit. I think of the short prices, I think Warrant makes the most sense. I didn't expect the 4 to take a ton of money, but I mean, Todd Pletcher and Plotters, I mean, this is like match made in heaven. So, his horses just never break out of the gate anymore for some reason.
Don't you know it? And they lose concentration halfway through the race too, a lot of times. So, but they are.
When I first started following horse racing, everyone's like, "Oh, Todd's horses, they always break when they're." Especially like his 2-year-olds, and like it just like has not been the case the past couple of years. So,
all right, well, they are loading them in there. They got Next loaded in, and we'll see. I mean, this is the argument for the 4 is an argument that I use regularly, which is like I usually like to use new shooters in this division, like new horses that are just coming up. I've kind of seen what I've seen out of a lot of the others, and it's like, oh, let's use a new horse in the spot. So they're off already in the Grade 2 Brooklyn Stakes, and Next actually gets out to the lead and is able to cross and clear and gets out there in front. Warrant sitting not too far off as well. But going into the first turn, it is going to be Next, taking him into the first turn and going a little bit of wide, but then now coming down a little closer to the rail and trying to slow things down. Warrant sitting to his outside in second. You have Red Run sitting in the pocket in third position with Calibrate to his outside, sitting kind of third, fourth. But they are going 23-1, or 24-1, I should say. I'm sorry, for the opening quarter mile. And Next takes them around the far turn and into the backstretch, followed by Warrant. Red Run sitting in the pocket trip in third. Calibrate to the outside, sitting fourth. You then have a bunch of horses kind of all bunched up together. And at the back of the pack, if I'm not mistaken, you have the number 5 horse, or the number 6 horse, I should say, I'm sorry, is at the back of the pack. But they are about 7 lengths front to back. Next, taking them down the back stretch, the opening half in 50 flat, so able to slow it down there a little bit more on the front end once getting to the lead. And Calibrate still sitting second. Not a lot of change here in the position. Red Run still sitting that pocket trip third. And Calibrate still sitting a wide fourth as they start to make their way into the far turn. Next, still your leader here. Not a lot of movement here from any other horses in the pack. They have bunched up probably 5 lengths front to back, but now the leaders and the lead pack is starting to make a little bit of a move. Next and Warrant are starting to separate themselves a little bit. Red Run being asked for a little bit more down in the rail. And Next still up on the front end, hounded by Warrant on the outside, followed by Red Run and Forewarned and Calibrate in fourth and fifth as they make their way out of the far turn and start to make their way into the stretch. They pass the 8th pole, and it is Next out on the front end. Warrant sitting in second, but Next is starting to open up and find more, starting to open up by 3, starting to open up by 4. Calibrate coming running down the middle of the track. Red Run is far back, but it is going to be Next up there who's going to be able to take them gate to wire. Calibrate making a run late, but it's ultimately going to be Next winning the Brooklyn Stakes by 3 on the wire, followed by Red Run, followed by Warrant, as we complete race number 6, which is the Brooklyn Stakes, won by Next. So there you go. Gate to wire fashion.
Looks like he singled the 5 there, so nice for him. Nice call there, Matthew. I know you liked the 5.
I did.
I obviously trashed his character, so I need to say he had to win.
Yeah. But it was I don't know what happened to the 4 because I wasn't, he was just kind of bunched up in that pack behind the front 3 or 4. So that was kind of an interesting ride there for a horse that we both thought would probably get on the lead and then just didn't. And so that's pretty obvious. That was kind of done there. Listen, it's really nice to now finally be joined by a professional and somebody who actually knows what they're talking about. Jessica
So
Tugwell,
they say.
yeah, Jessica Tugwell joining us today. Jessica, thank you so much for popping on the live stream. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely.
How are things going? You finally cashed a winning ticket, I heard, in the last race. So, now that you're a winner, now you're on the live stream. So how are things going for you today at Belmont?
They're doing okay. I was joking, like, oh, everything I hate, everything I like is losing. But honestly, I had winners. They just weren't my top picks. I just wasn't cashing tickets. My best opinion so far on the day, until tossing Shea Pierre out of the exacta, was in the opener with that. That 9 horse. She was a 3/4 sibling to Talk Fove to me, and I was like, all right.
Yep.
Hi, Marla.
I like that one too. And so, people are excited that Jess is here. We're thrilled at Trust the Profits that Jess is part of our channel now and part of our network. And she put out a lot of really great content around pedigree leading up to the Belmont. It's funny. It was probably about 12 o'clock at night, and I said, I'm gonna just pop on and watch Jess's Tap It video for like 2 seconds, and I watched the whole thing. And it was a great video, the Sire of Sires video that you did on Tap It. And obviously 6 of the 9 horses in this year's Belmont Stakes are connected to Tap It one way or the other, either up top in terms of Tap It Trice and Tap It Shoes, or damn out of Tap It underneath. And it's interesting. Did you even learn some stuff getting ready for that particular video and making that video, and kind of what are some of the things that really stood out to you as you were kind of diving deep onto that Tap It pedigree and Tap It sire line?
Yeah, definitely. A lot of what I learned a few months ago when I did a blog post about the freshman sire group, because that group also included Speightstown and Medaglia d'Oro, Lionheart, Smarty Jones. There were just a lot of Candy Ride. It was a huge class of freshman sires. So I did kind of a deep dive on that a while back on my blog. And so I learned there kind of how lukewarm things were for Tap It starting out.
Yeah.
And, he was a $15,000 sire. And, you had Smarty Jones entering stud for $100,000 that same year. So he got a lot of attention from buyers and stuff. And, you even had a horse like Strong Hope, whose yearlings sold for more than Tap It's did. Yeah. But yeah, it was great getting to kind of piece that together. It really kind of spiraled out of what I originally thought it was going to be, that video. And I was just like, I spent way more hours than I would like to admit editing that video.
Well, it looked
great. Like it turned out.
Yeah, it turned out beautifully. It was super informative. If you're watching the live stream and if you've not watched it yet, go and pop off the live stream for a second and go take a watch of that because it's a super informative video. And I was, like you, Jessica, kind of amazed by the sort of doubt that people had around Tap It as a sire, and also the way that they were like dismissing, I don't know about 9 furlongs on Tap It horse. Like, I don't know, like 8.5 probably at max. And I'm like, really? Okay. There was a lot of doubt of it because I was not very online in the horse racing community back then. And so it's just interesting to see like all of these, now we would joke, ice cold takes that people had about Tap It as kind of, well, I don't know about him as a sire.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know about him stretching out. And it's like, he is now the preeminent sire if you want to breed a horse to go 1.5 miles and be a Belmont horse.
Yeah, exactly. I had a lot of fun. Kind of just decided, you know what? I remember people tweeting about this at the time. I'm gonna go back, and I did remove everyone's names because
I know. I mean,
it was
that.
A very common consensus. So I wasn't gonna I wasn't trying to blast people for having a
right,
pretty like common sense at the time opinion.
Yeah,
but just kind of to illustrate, like, people were like, nah, I don't know if a Tap It can get past 9 furlongs. I don't want to Tap It going 1.5 miles.
Yeah. No, it is funny to see the kind of discourse around there. So I've asked everybody else who's popped on the stream. I'll ask you as well. Obviously, you focus on pedigree a lot, but I know there's a lot of horses that you've been following this whole time. So where are you looking in this year's Belmont Stakes, and kind of who's your ultimate top pick in this race?
See, this race, Meh. I have very few strong opinions about this
Yeah.
race, honestly.
Yeah.
So I ended up on Arcangelo just because he's
Okay.
the one horse I feel like I think you'll get the right price.
Yeah.
Hopefully. He does seem to have a lot of hype, so maybe not.
Yeah.
But I'm kind of interested in Tap It Trice if he holds at 6-1. You
Yeah.
know, I was kind of
I
like,
agree.
you know, at like 4-1 or less, I was like, nah, I mean, his Derby was kind of, wasn't really quite the effort. I didn't think he was going to win the Derby by any means, but I thought he would finish like 5th.
Yeah.
Kind of becoming a little better. You know, y'all like Angel of Empire, and I get it. And I cannot put my finger on what it is, why I doubt him.
Yeah.
The connections think he can go 1.5 miles. And even though, you know, like Tuaner and Serb on the bottom, I'm like, oh, I don't know how I feel about that. But the individual is always more important than the page. And his connections are saying he wants distance.
Yeah.
So, you know, okay. I'm not really that worried about it. I don't know. So I ended up on Arcangelo kind of by default. Forte was my Derby horse, but I'm not sure that 1.5 miles is really going to be his game. I could see him putting in like making this really impressive move, looking like a winner, and then getting tired and being classy enough to hang on for 3rd.
Yeah.
So that's kind of, you know, I get why people like Tap It shoes also, but I think he's a horse for later. He's one, you know,
I feel like that too.
Later in the season. Yeah, sure. But I don't think he's ready for this just yet.
Yeah. I mean, he's had a hard time beating horses like Dennington and you know, nice horses, but I mean, he's been running against decent enough competition, but it has kind of been the B team in a lot of ways. Like these kind of Derby prep also ran horses that couldn't quite win Derby preps and accumulate Derby points, but are good enough to win kind of those allowance level and list stakes races for 3-year-olds. So a very interesting dynamic going into this year's Belmont, and it does feel very wide open. And I feel like it's wide open because we do have so many questions because of the questions surrounding Forte, because of the questions around. You're right, Tap It Trice's Derby performance. You know, because he ran behind the same setup that Angel of Empire got. He ran behind the same setup that Mage got. He ran behind the same setup that, you know, Hit Show got to some extent. You know, everybody else was finishing better. You know, he ran behind and he had just as many issues at the starting gate, probably actually fewer issues at the starting gate than Derma Sotogake did. And even that horse finished ahead of him. So it's one of those things that just a little bit like your point on Angel of Empire with Tap It Trice. There's a lot of things to like, but I just don't trust the horse. But 6-1, maybe I'm willing to trust those odds a little bit.
That's kind of where I was with them.
Kind of figure something out there. So
I got a comment and a question if I can jump in real quick.
Yeah,
absolutely. Please do.
First thing, Jess, you said something along the lines of, let me pull up in chat here. I finally got one right. I can come on air now. If that ever stops you, just know that I'm basically wrong every single time I come on air. So that should not be a deterring factor there. And second, has there been any horse that's done more damage to his sire than Tacitus has done to Tap It?
More damage?
Yeah, because I mean, if you want to talk about a horse that just everybody loved and just loved to bet and just never won, I mean, I don't know. Maybe they should have tried that horse going 2 miles. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Hidden Scroll was.
Hidden Scroll. That's a good one. Yeah.
Yeah, that is a good one.
There was a horse back in 2012 or 2013 at Saratoga called Arch Warrior, who people were just raving about on debut, and he won that race, but I don't think he ever did. I don't think he ever won another race. I think he only raced like 2 more times. That's always fun when people talk about horses who had a ton of hype. I always remember that horse was like, you just heard about him. Like I was interning there that year, and just people were like, "Oh, this is Pletcher's best horse. Like Pletcher loves this horse. This horse is
Candy Tycoon."
Pletcher.
Yeah,
Candy Tycoon was the fastest horse ever, and then I think he won like 1 race after Saratoga.
Well, and it's crazy that we talk about this topic because, of course, a couple weeks ago we had the retirement of Loggins, and I almost want to say retirement in quotes because the horse ran twice, and sadly this is becoming a little bit of the norm of super brilliant horses that clearly had a lot of potential, and they just decide to rather than risk anything, or the horse just isn't quite right and they don't feel comfortable enough running the horse, that they just retire him after 2 races. And there were 2 really impressive races, but a little bit like with Jessica, what you were just saying earlier, You also have a horse like Extron Yeho that I think a lot of people were super excited about on debut, and then almost takes like 9-10 months off, comes back recently, finishes second to a horse that we'll actually see in the Woody Stevens federal judge for Rudy Brissett. And that horse might still very well have a nice 3-year-old campaign to come. But it is interesting. Sometimes those brilliant initial moments are then tampered by reality as they kind of come in. And Rodney brings up 2 horses, obviously Flightline, who we just saw, and Jack Christopher, who was another horse that so many of us loved. And, I was there at the Haskell last year and was so excited to see him versus Taba. And then, of course, Cyberknife kind of came up the rail and ruined the party. But it was, from a betting standpoint, it was great. But obviously retired then a little bit early. And Jack Christopher was another horse that, was the veterinary scratch a few times. And there was always the talk of, well, he kind of looks really fragile when he's walking around on the track. And, but once he gets moving, he looks really good. And then Chad decides to scratch him from the Breeders' Cup for the second time in a row last year, and will draw him from consideration really before scratching. But yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate to see, but certainly we do have some sturdier breeds. And obviously the Tappet one is one of those. These horses can go the distance and, and have some body to them and can be able to go. And, Mark brought up, and Jessica, I don't know kind of your thoughts on this. Mark brought up earlier that Tappets can also be a little bit quirky. And I don't know if that's something that so is that something you've seen as well?
And I mean, that's a Pulpit thing. Going back to Pulpit, Pulpit himself was, I believe he was a little before my time, but I know that he was known for getting washy before his races, I'm pretty sure. And he had other kind of nutty sort of horses, like Corinthian comes to mind, got disqualified in the Fountain of Youth. Yeah. And Tappet himself, that is something, actually something I did learn from my research for the Tappet video, was that in addition to being a little bit quirky, Tappet, I did not know, because again, that was like right before I started following racing. He struggled with a lung infection throughout the early part of his career, and certain little nagging issues and stuff. And that, his trainer didn't even think he was going to win the Wood Memorial because he missed 19 days of training after coming into that. So that he was kind of a little bit of a what if type of horse. And then, of course, in the Derby and the Pennsylvania Derby, I think he came back in afterwards. He ran ninth in both of those, and you didn't really get that. But it's interesting to see. Oh, hey, and we got another gentleman. I'm sitting here looking at past performances while Jessica's talking, and we got Sean Patrick Nolan, SPN. How we doing today, my friend? How's everything going at Belmont?
Hi guys, happy Belmont Day. How you doing?
Doing awesome, my man. Doing awesome. So, how are things going for you? Have you hit any winners yet today? Or have you even started betting today yet?
I have not, but my picks so far have been on the struggle bus.
Join the club.
That's all right.
A couple of
plenty aboard.
Yeah, Warren didn't do too well for me. Johnny V on Mott's horse in the turf. Finished last. So
it's one of those days to some extent. It's a tough card. It's a really tough card.
It is.
Josh, I wanted to switch over to you for a second because I saw some comments in the chat about the Woody Stevens, which is coming up next after this Ogden Phipps, which is the next race up, and then the Woody's coming up after this. Some questions about Victory Formation, a horse that has gotten to the lead, obviously routing in the Derby prep season, but is now getting cut back. Interested in your thoughts on Victory Formation as a bet here in this race, and kind of what price some of this horse might be, and then whether you think this cutback is going to work for him.
Yeah, this is a pretty interesting race. I'm still really strongly on Arabian Line on the cutback in this spot. But especially if you're somebody who uses optics, I will say the 11 looks very interesting in this spot. He is kind of sitting in that as a Q1 square, a little bit smaller than the 3 Arabian Line here. But he seems to kind of have maybe the best kind of turn speed of any of these horses. And going 7 furlongs, that's pretty important. But yeah, I just don't know. I mean, I don't think the horse is drawn out pretty far. I don't know if the horse is going to be fast enough and aggressively ridden enough with Flo Giroux as opposed to someone like Luis Saez aboard.
Right. Right.
So, yeah, I mean, I'm not going to talk anybody off a 10-1 that might go off longer, but I have a lot of questions here, even with the cutback on what the plan is going to be here with Victory Formation. I mean, just blindly looking at optics, the horse does fit. I like the 3 and the 13 a little bit better. Another horse that actually looks really good on optics is the 6, Harrisburg. But I mean, this horse is stepping up in class pretty significantly, and his lone win was at Aqueduct, and Aqueduct form doesn't generally tend to travel all that well.
And if I'm not mistaken, the horse that he beat last time out that finished third, I want to say behind Harrisburg, ran, I think, a rather uncompetitive 4th or 5th earlier in the card today. I think American Law was one of those the horses. So, just not that, A equals B equals C, but just something to keep in mind in terms of the caliber of that field, perhaps coming back and taking a huge step up in class here in this race. So, yeah, this Woody Stevens is an interesting race. I mean, it's a tough one to get your head around. I don't know, Sean, where were you looking at this Woody Stevens?
Well, I've always been a big fan of General Jim. I don't know exactly. I'm still trying to figure out what McGahee's plan and schedule with this horse is. Exactly. But every time he's run strong. You know what I'm saying? And Shug knows Belmont, I think, better than anybody. So that's the horse I went with. But as Josh alluded to, there's 5-6 horses in here that I think have a more than legitimate, if they do step up, chance. This is not a easy as simple as General Jim Lion, and then there's just 5 or 6 horses in this race where if they run their best race, especially around the turn, any 7 furlongs, anything can happen around the one turn.
Yeah. And Arabian Lion. So my biggest concern with Arabian Lion is what happens when this horse doesn't get the lead. I don't know that this horse is going to get the lead in this spot. And so, if they send hard and try to get there, maybe the pace gets a little too fast. I mean, Johnny Velasquez gives some great rides, and he gave a great ride the other day to Dorth Vader, actually, in second place. But that's one that I just had a little bit of questions about. Jessica, interested in your thoughts. Where did you go in the Woody coming up in 2 races?
Yeah, I have the same question about Arabian Lion. There are just so many of those Baffert horses that are just monsters when they get the lead. And then if they don't get the lead, they're very average. Yeah. And so far, that kind of seems like that might be him based on the one race where he wasn't close. I don't have anything super clever in here. I think General Jim and Drew's Gold are my 2. I like Drew's Gold on the outside. I don't really think the post position is an issue starting far back. There'll be enough time. He has enough early foot. I think the extra little bit of distance will be nice for him. So those were kind of my 2. I see the appeal of Victory Formation cutting back, definitely.
Yeah. But but there are some questions. But a man who has no questions and only answers has charged his phone up again and is coming back on this live stream. And by the way, before we get to Chase, who I'm alluding to here, Sweet Meat St. Clair. One of the things that I do want to remind everybody to do, press that like button here on YouTube, press that subscribe button as well. But listen, it seems like maybe the live stream is moving the odds a little bit as search results has gotten bet down to a co-favorite 2-1 with Clairiere right now. And Secret Oath is actually your third choice on the board at 3-1. Chase, where were you going in this race? I forget if you had told us this already or not. But where are you going in the Ogden Phipps?
I'm contrarian singled here to the 5 Played Hard.
Okay. Very nice.
I think it's a clear-cut case of lone early speed. Mm-hmm. And when I see those situations, it's almost just like a system play for me, quite honestly. So I think that Played Hard can get out and kind of walk the dog on the front, and that's what I'm kind of banking on, hopefully.
There you go, Played Hard. I know that was a horse, Josh, you liked a little bit as well. And search results kind of obviously taking a lot of money here. And it does seem like I'm trying to think back on all the races that we've been watching and covering since we started. It does seem like horses that are stalking are doing pretty well today at Belmont. That if you're sitting second, third, and then making a run Although we just saw Next take him gate to wire, going a mile and a half at the Brooklyn. So, I'm interested, I guess, Josh, in your thoughts. At 2-1, do you still like secret or search results?
I mean, I think I prefer the 5. Played hard.
Yeah.
In this spot at the price. But I think they're the 2 most likely winners. I am a little bit surprised that the 4 and the 6 aren't taking more money. I mean, they both have floated up.
Yeah.
And then I wonder. Let's take a look at the double wheel pace here.
Yeah.
Yeah. It looks like the 2 is pretty firmly the favorite across the wheel pace. So
yeah,
I think a lot of people are seeing it the same way that I kind of saw it.
Yeah. Jessica, where are you going in this Ogden Phipps, which is a tough race? I mean, a 6-horse field, but super salty. And I mean, some of the best, obviously, with the exception of Nest, who it does sound like is back training and does actually have a target race in mind now. So we're glad to see her back in this division. But outside of that, these are the big names in the distaff division facing off with each other. So where did you end up going in this one?
In this one, I also played hard with the speed, but I think Past the Champagne has a big chance. I mean, honestly, all of them, except for probably Game Stonks, can win. But I do want to shout out Game Stonks. Props to her connections for going in there. If they run 5th in here, they get $15,000. And she made
That's a great point.
and she made 16,800 winning her last race.
Yeah.
There's no downside. If they manage to get 3rd,
yeah,
they have grade 1 black type on this horse. So shout out to them for, taking a shot. It's a huge shot. She will have to run the race of her life to get 5th in here. But just wanted to shout them out. And also
she might have to borrow someone else's life and race that.
Do you guys think that if you get a little black type on this horse, that Seth Klarovich is going to be immediately hey, we need one of these random financial horses to breed the Game Stonks here.
He's a busy businessman.
Right.
He's only got business on his brain.
Yeah, market segmentation.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. That's a great call.
And I also have a slight connection sort of to this horse. I'm probably taking way too much credit, but I did a breeding broodmare analysis for designated hitters back in 2020. And suggested that they send their Union Ragsmare finger paint to Blofeld, which they did do. She has a Blofeld wean or baby on the ground this year. But when they bought this horse, Chris Brown reached out to me afterwards and was like, "Hey, check out the pedigree on Game Stonks." And I was like, "Oh yeah, I told you guys to do that." So it'd be cool if they could.
If Game Stonks wins, Jessica Tugwell going in the Horse Racing Hall of Fame after
this.
Right,
yeah. This horse has no chance, but I would love to see if she could run 5th in here. That would be huge.
Oh yeah,
if she can beat a horse.
You never know what ends up happening, and it's not surprising at all. I mean, we see that happen all the time, where a horse gets pulled up or just gets fatigued and it's not their day, and gets passed late for something. So. Sean, where are you going in this Ogden Phipps? What was your top choice?
Yeah, I was search results as well. And
okay.
And I just think around, especially on her track, on going around technically there's still one turn, you know what I'm saying? Which I think will definitely help her, in her stalking versus the the 2, I kind of, when I looked into it, obviously Secret Oath and then Clariere, what can you say?
Yeah,
but they've kind of dueled each other. Interesting, in their races this year, and we got to know how much they have left. They've been running against each other, everything. So I figure she's kind of the fresher face on her home track. And if she can get that jump around the turn, then maybe she can get both of them.
Yeah. Absolutely. No, it makes sense. Keith, shout out to you. Appreciate Keith hanging out with us. And
Marla, Uncle Sully.
Exactly. Got a lot of people hanging out with us tonight. So today, thank you so much. We're about 3 hours into our live stream. We got about 4 hours to go, folks, because we also are going to hit that time, which I know Josh always loves every single big day, where we get about 50 minutes in between races because there is just plenty of time to talk about some human interest stories and show some fashion and do the whole 9 yards. So
I got blasted last time. Like just absolutely, I don't know what I was doing, but I just kept on drinking, man.
You did. He drank
that
through
Friday, that Oaks Day was rough, man.
I've been trying to figure out who Fox's Johnny Weir and Tara Lipinski would be, and I think the only natural combo would be Kurt Schilling and Tanya Harding.
That would be something else. That would be actually quite hysterical. And just to go, I see where you're going with that. And as kind of the counterculture point to Johnny and Tara, listen, we're getting up there closer to post time here for the Ogden Phipps race number 7 on the card. 9 minutes to post. Going a mile and a 16th, as was alluded to by Sean, 1-turn mile race. So something to keep in mind. Obviously, most of these are 2-turn races that these horses have been running. The current odds, Clairiere is your favorite right now at 9-5 on the post time odds. Search results sitting second at 2-1. Secret Oath sitting as your third choice at 3-1. Played hard, getting bet down a little bit at 7-2. Past the Champagne, basically staying even. It was morning line 8-1. It's currently 9-1. And then Game Stonks, who was 50-1. Cutting that price in half, 26-1 right now on the post time board. So, it's interesting. I see Don's comment here about the race runs through Clairiere, and I disagree with it in this regard. Clairiere comes from so far off the pace that I understand what you're trying. I think what Don's saying is she's the class of the field, perhaps, and I'm not going to disagree with you. I love Clairiere as a horse. I was devastated. I mean, talk about a horse that's lost 2 Breeders' Cup distaffs by less than a length, and she's finished 3rd and 4th. I mean, just hard luck filly, now mare. So I like her a lot, but that running style, it's so hard for me to trust her just coming running late. And maybe she gets up there, and maybe we're all singing Joel Rosario's praises, but I don't see the pace being as nuclear as it was last year in this version of the Ogden Phipps. So, Sean, interested kind of your thoughts on Clairiere. Maybe, did you take a look at her and kind of what were your thoughts on maybe how this race was going to play out?
Yeah, no, I definitely looked at her, and I always love poor Joel. No matter what he does in Clairiere, he will be. The public will jibe him. When he came out like dead last a couple of races ago, they were ready to shoot him with a gun. You know what I'm saying? But she still got up and won. So whatever he does. I even saw him a couple of weeks ago, and he laughed. He said, He said, whatever I do with her, they'll. But
it's one of those things.
He takes it in stride. But I'm with you, especially around the 1-turn mile. I'm a little worried that that's a lot of ground to gain on a 1-turn race.
Yeah.
Is she capable? Absolutely. But as Josh said, as Chase so rightly said, if the 5 just gets out and slows the pace up front, and she just steals it, but can she close into this stuff? That
right.
That's a very valid question. So because we know Secret Oath usually likes to make that little move halfway around the turn when she's coming around, to get up there. So we know she'll try to get the jump on Clairiere. But will she have enough? Will Clairiere have enough in the stretch to get through everybody? That's a valid question.
Yeah. Now, Chase, you are, of course, the Wolf of Oaklawn, and a horse that absolutely loves Oaklawn is Secret Oath, who Sean just brought up. And that middle move that she makes, or that kind of far turn move that she makes at Oaklawn, always seems to work out. And that is a move that does not always quite work out at other tracks. And so I'm interested. What are your thoughts? Do you think Secret Oath's got a shot here? It feels like Tyler's got a really fine needle to thread in terms of when to move this horse in this race.
She's not without a shot by any means.
Sure.
You make a good point that she makes the Oaklawn middle move, which seems to be a move that the main track at Belmont is liking right now, putting yourself in that sort of position at the top of the lane. I'm concerned that even with those good characteristics that she still doesn't necessarily get the pace to run into. I will say, if everyone likes search results, I kind of like Past the Champagne because I feel like I'm getting the exact same thing at 10-1 right now.
That's what I just bet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you notice me on my phone here, that was me going 10-1. Okay.
Because both those horses are going to get that stalking trip. If it is as slow as I anticipate, it's going to be one of those three. That's kind of how I feel. Is it's not going to really play well for everyone else. And it's going to be someone out of that pack of three. And I almost feel like the search results becomes a must play. And also with the odds creeping up, it kind of turns into yet another must play cartwheel trifecta for me, where I'm taking played hard with Past the Champagne, then I wheel in search results in the second, and then I'll just go played hard Past the Champagne, search results in third.
Yeah. No, the Past the Champagne number definitely stuck out to me, only because I know how many people really like this horse. And I know Sarah El-Badwi picked this one up top. I think Sterling might have picked this one up top. Or I know Aragona. I know David Aragona picked this horse to win this race. I know there was some sentiment around this horse. And so the fact that it's actually taken less money and it's floated up a little bit from the morning line, you're right. I would imagine is going to take the right type of a trip and is going to take the same trip that you would expect search results to have. And you're getting 5 times the price. Or 4 times the price right now. As search results is 5-2, Past the Champagne at 9-1, and Clairiere holding steady at 9-5 with Played Hard and Secret Oath both at 3-1. So it's interesting to see, Secret Oath just not really getting much, not a lot of respect there in terms of just kind of sticking right at that 3-1 point, but might be a little bit of a tough race. Sam has a good question. How many races are there today? Sam, there are 13 races on the card. The Belmont Stakes is race number 12. So we are going to stay with you through the Belmont Stakes. There's a question. Maybe we stick with you through the bailout as well. I remember I did 9+ hours on Derby Day. That was a lot of fun.
That was incredible.
And we stayed on and through the last race. And I remember the last race, I was just like, I don't care if we end up getting sued. I'm showing the race on the live stream. And so, because I was sick and tired of looking at my phone to call the races. So,
and after your filibuster, to your credit, the bill did not pass.
Yeah, no, it did not, sir. Strom Thurmond's got nothing on me. So I can, I could go 9-10 hours. So that's fine. Although I think Strom does hold the record, 24 hours for a filibuster. But we're not going to try to do that today. But we got 13 races. As I mentioned before, we had a stakes race, the last 2 out. Every race between now and the Belmont Stakes is a stakes race. And in fact, is not just a stakes race, a grade 1 stakes race. So we have all grade 1 stakes races from the Ogden Phipps all the way through the Belmont Stakes. So these are the best of the best horses in their division. This is a really great card that Naira has put together. I'm excited about it. Josh, what are you seeing right now in terms of the will pays, in terms of how things are playing out on the board? Are you going after that played hard choice at 4-1, or are you going to maybe are you going to stick with search results, or are you going to do any betting, I guess, vertically on this one? Because we talked about how you were attacking the pick 4.
Yeah, I think I played a pick 6 ticket starting here using the 2 and the 5. Singling National Treasure at the end. I'll boo myself.
Just full heel turn.
I'll boo myself.
Full heel turn.
But yeah, and then obviously, I mean the Met Mile. Just I'm obviously only using the Repo Rocks and White Barrio, so I'll boo myself there again. But yeah, no, I have a hard time in these short fields, like unless you have a really, really strong opinion, you can like hammer something cold. I generally don't like playing verticals in these types of races. I would have a hard time playing like a 5-2 or 2-5 exacta here, because there's just as much of a chance for, like I said, like a horse like Secret Oath Clairiere to clunk up for second. But
I think that's the issue is you have these kind of dead closers in Clairiere and Secret Oath who. You're right. Even if you feel good about who your top pick is, whether it's played hard, whether it's Past the Champagne at a big price, whether it's search results, going deeper than really your top choice, it does get dicey because of those late running horses that you figure are going to, They're going to hit the board. I have a hard time thinking they're not going to hit, Secret Oath or one of them is going to hit the board. And so playing against them is difficult from a vertical standpoint.
It's a good reminder that the Belmont stretch is a week long and that prayers for the wire to hurry up and get there are rarely answered.
Yes.
Amen.
I've lit a lot of candles for the wire to hurry up and get there.
Amen.
So Jessica,
I do have a question.
Yeah, go for it.
For those who, like search results over Played Hard, what's your thought of what's different about this race compared to the La Troyenne? How does she turn the tables?
Yeah, so for me, I think it's a little bit more of just I know they're both second back from the layoff. I think it's the fact that search results, I think, just has more spectacular past performances, and maybe takes that step forward and can take more of a step forward than Played Hard takes a step forward here. And part of me is, I'll just be honest, I am completely shaded by last year's Ogden Phipps, where search results just runs her eyeballs out for third place. And I think it's just going to have such an easier time stalking the pace here, and then is able to make a move. So that's kind of what I'm seeing. But Chase, what's your kind of thoughts on this? Because as you're raising your hand.
I don't have the past performances in front of me. Can someone tell me what posts they broke out of in the La Troyenne? Because that might be the answer as to what changed. Because we had a dead rail at Churchill Downs that day.
It was the number 2 post out of 10, and Played Hard was actually on the inside, was the number 1 post. So they both broke from the inside rail.
Ooh, that's a 5-2 exacta right there. That's what that is.
So listen, Played Hard, search results, obviously both getting some love here. And looking at the board, Clairiere is still your favorite at 6-5, followed by search results 2-1, followed by Secret Oath at 3-1, followed by Played Hard at 4-1. And then you do have Pass the Champagne at 10-1, which I think is an enticing price at that point. And then Game Song up 39-1. Yeah,
especially with Fergal. How many? I was with Fergal a couple of weeks ago down at Fairhill. It seems every time Fergal Lynch comes up to New York, he somehow finds a way to hit the board when he's riding a horse. You know, he doesn't come up that much, but when he comes up, man, he makes the most of it.
By the way, shout out to the 119 people who are here watching live stream with us on YouTube. So many more watching online. We got 139 now. So clearly everybody's day is getting started now with this Ogden Phipps. So we appreciate everybody tuning in. Make sure to press the like button on YouTube. Make sure to subscribe to all the great stuff we have here on Trust the Profits, because we do a lot more than these live streams. We have tons of standalone videos. Jessica does a ton of pedigree stuff. I do handicapping and horse racing news. Colin Sheehan does a lot of great stuff for handicapping. And so we got a lot of great content here on the channel, but also want to make sure to give a shout out to all the great stuff Josh does on the Wrong Lead. You can follow them at wrong_lead. And then of course, and Chase is showing off the merch. Then of course you got to check out the Notorious OTB podcast as part of the Sports Gambling Podcast Network.
My stars,
with Chase Sessions. So there's a lot of great content here. So if you're just tuning in, maybe you're not familiar with everybody on the screen, we all try to do a lot of great stuff for the horse racing industry. We try to put out a lot of great handicapping content and advice to make sure that you have the best information going into big days like this. So thank you again for coming and hanging out with us this afternoon. Means a lot. 147 people in YouTube right now. So really awesome to see this starting to catch up. It's because they don't like the Fox coverage. They're coming over. And so they're coming over to us as a result. Big Heart Stables asks, can we show the race at all? We don't want to get shut down, so we're gonna probably not do that. I will do the live call of the races as they go off, but we don't want to get shut down. For people in the chat,
there are 2 people you don't want to upset. One is DRF, because they are very quick. They are very quick to get on you for anything.
Litigious, some might say.
And 2 is Robert Stream. Go ahead and do a search of an email that Robert Stream, vice president or president, sent to somebody who was streaming on Twitch. And you'll see why we don't do things like that.
Do you remember that time, Josh, that Thoroughgraphs went red wedding and nuked a bunch of people's?
A
bunch of people's
they had a lawyer
passwords
email from a Yahoo email account. And people didn't know if it was for real, but it was, because of course horse racing lawyers still use Yahoo email.
It's a litigious industry, folks, and so we are going the right side of this. But like I said, we'll do the live race calls. We'll keep you up to date with what's going on. And like I said, we're in between races. We're going to do handicapping analysis. We're going to start looking ahead to the Belmont Stakes. We're obviously going to talk about ticket structure as well. Josh, I know you just put together a pick 6, but we got a pick 5 coming up here. Starting with the Woody Stevens in the next race. So a lot of great stuff. They're on the track here. Just to give folks another update on the odds, we still have Clear Air as your favorite. They're making their way to the gate. And your second choice is still firmly Search Results at 2-1, and followed by Secret Oath at 3-1. Played Hard floating up a little bit now at 9-2, and then Pass the Champagne at 11-1. Jessica, you had said you were putting up a little bit of money on Pass the Champagne. Was that just a straight win bet, or are you doing a vertical play here?
I just did win show, and then I also did throw a 1-2-5 exacta box, which could very easily get destroyed by one of the 2 superstars in here. But
yeah, absolutely. So we are getting here. They're loading them in. They are loading in Played Hard, and looks like they are getting ready to load Clear Air in those yellow colors. So we are getting ready for the Grade 1 Ogden Phipps, going a mile and a 16th for 4-year-old nut fillies and mares here on the Belmont one-turn course. And they're in the gate, and they're off. And Played Hard goes straight out to the lead with showing that early speed. Search Results on the inside rail, able to get up there and sitting second, but Played Hard is going to be able to get the lead and seems to be able to cross and clear a little bit. Game Stonks is going to be the fly in the ointment and really gets up there to push the pace on the inside rail as Game Stonks now sitting in second, only a head apart from Played Hard, and Game Stonks takes the lead halfway down the back stretch. Played Hard is kind of just trotting along, but is still holding in second. Search Results sitting in third. And then on the inside rail, you have Pass the Champagne, followed by Secret Oath. And at the back, of course, is Claire Air. But they are probably 7 lengths front to back. Game Stonks at 42-1 is out on the front end. The opening quarter was a reasonable one at 42-1. The opening half in 46-3. As Game Stonks takes them into the far turn. Played Hard now starting to move up a little bit closer, a length back. Search Results to the outside of Played Hard, about a half length off of that pace. And you have Pass the Champagne, Secret Oath, and Claire Air all very close to each other as Pass the Champagne has now started to make a move. Game Stonks starts to fall back, and Played Hard takes the lead here temporarily as Search Results looms up alongside. Pass the Champagne has the inside rail, but they go into the top of the stretch. And it is Search Results who puts a head in front of Played Hard. Those two are dueling down the center of the track. Here comes Claire Air on the far outside. It's just going to be a matter of time if she can get there. It's Search Results and Claire Air. That's who the finish is going to be. Search Results and Claire Air. Claire Air coming on at the end. Joel Rosario gets the win as Claire Air takes down the Ogden Phipps for the second year in a row. So Claire and Chase Sessions blows out another candle for those waiting for that finish line on Search Results as ultimately the wire does not get there in time for Search Results, who ran a big race in second, but Claire Air gets the win for the Grade 1 Ogden Phipps.
Yeah, huge effort, but I have to give props there to Flavian Pratt. He learned last time versus Latruska when he tried to go out and basically take it to her. Burn. He stayed, but she fell off, but the other two caught her. This time, Flavian kind of smartly took back on her rather than trying to go for the lead. I'm not saying, but he saved every ounce of horse he could right there. Versus, that was a great ride. He just got beat by a great horse.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, set up just like you thought it would, and Claire Air was just better.
Yep, just better. Yep, absolutely. Tim Hughes, listen, we're all in this boat, buddy. It's something that could be a question mark of when Joel is on and when he's not. But listen, that was I was surprised. I mean, respect to Game Stonks for just going for it on the front end. I did not see that happening.
That was how you do that. If you're going to win, that's how you were going to do it. So
Yep. No, I respect it just because, that was definitely one where, they went for it. And that's what you got to do because you're not going to win that sitting mid-pack. That's for sure.
Where did Game Stonks finish?
I think she backed up bad and finished last.
Okay. I would imagine.
I'm sure
so,
Johnny Velasquez looked to his left and said, "What?
Yeah.
What is going on here?"
Neighing the horse equivalent of YOLO as it flew up the rail.
Yeah. But, hey, with Ray, Chase, you and I talk about our boy Raylu all the time. Raylu, what does Raylu do? Raylu sends, baby. I mean, Raylu goes.
He does. No,
he doesn't screw around. Yep. So, listen, Don, I never know what the deal is with Secret Oath. I mean, she's a horse that is super, super talented. I like her a lot. I don't think she necessarily needs the summer off. And here's the thing. I know she's not going to get the summer off with Dwayne Lucas. They might have her running back in a listed stakes race in 2 weeks. Just because Dwayne loves to find a spot for his horses to run pretty regularly. I will say I remember seeing her in last year's Cotillion up at Parks.
Yes.
And I remember just thinking to myself, going, she just looks tired. Like her physical demeanor. She looked
exhausted.
She just looked tired. Even in the paddock before the race, I guess she just looks like she needs to take a break. And I wonder how much that 3-year-old campaign just took out of her, because she just ran so many big races throughout. So obviously, I did not see where she ended up finishing, but it was not in the top 3, if I'm not mistaken.
Not in the top 4, so she was probably 5th.
Okay, yeah, it's past the Champagne, finished 4th. Yeah, Clarier up top with search results in 2nd, played hard for 3rd, and passed the Champagne 4th. So Clarier getting the win, paying $550 to win. Search results paying $330 to place, and played hard, paying $320
this is why
to show.
When I give out good trifectas and then disappear into the ether, I usually stay gone. It's when I come back, it's when bad things happen.
I think that was kind of the poster example of inviting the closers into the race.
Yeah.
I think you mentioned it, Matthew. I mean, Clarier had to make up 3 lengths, 4 lengths. That's it.
Yeah,
if that's all you're asking her to make up in the stretch.
Yep.
I mean, I don't care who you are in the front end.
Yeah,
line.
no, yeah.
So
Joel, when he saw the Golden Stocks going for the lead, he must have just been absolutely all smiles. Just go, go. Exactly. Help me out. Exactly.
Yeah. But yeah, they were close together, and Clarier didn't have that much ground to make up coming for home, and listen, another nice effort from Search Results, who continues to turn in strong efforts, just not a winning one there. No. And I'll probably keep chasing that horse a little bit to see, when she finally breaks through in a spot. But it did feel like this was kind of the one that was tailor-made for her. So we'll see. But listen, Clarier comes back and is kind of, I think, attempting to kind of reassert herself as the dominant horse in this division.
Yeah.
And certainly now, consecutive victories in that Apple Blossom and now in the Ogden Phipps. Hard to argue with that resume for Clarier, and one that, I remember joking with a friend after Malathat retired. She was probably the person most thrilled to see Malathat retire because that was always kind of her nemesis. And I even felt like last summer she started to get the upper hand, and then kind of the tables were turned a little bit a couple times. And obviously there's incredibly close Breeders' Cup distaff with Malathat winning last year. But thrilling race there for the Ogden Phipps. And now we have a nice little, we got 27 minutes. It's actually not that bad until we get to the Woody Stevens. But the early money in the Woody Stevens is going to General Jim and Arabian Lion. General Jim 7-2 in the morning line, now down to 2-1. Obviously, I think some of this has to do with Fort Bragg getting scratched, who was the third choice. But Arabian Lion going from 4-1 down to 5-2. And Drew's Gold, who everybody here likes, has gone from 8-1 down to 5-1 on the morning line. The other horse that's taken a little bit of money is Gilmore, the number 12 horse for Brendan Walsh with Irad Ortiz Jr. aboard. That horse has gone from 12-1 down to 6-1 currently on the board. So taking a little bit of money here in that Woody Stevens. So here's the kind of $64,000 question for the Woody Stevens. And Jessica, maybe I'll start with you first, is with the scratch of New York Thunder, who I thought a lot of us thought, especially coming from the rail, might have been the speed of the speed. Who gets the lead in this race? If you had to guess, looking at it now, who ends up getting on the lead early on in this one at the quarter call?
I would guess probably the 7.
Yeah.
Federal Judge.
Yep.
I think him or the 6 would be my 2 that I think are probably going to gun for it.
Federal Judge, I mean, certainly coming off a nice win over Extron Yeho last time out. That was obviously a really strong performance and has run back-to-back plus 90 plus buyer speed figure races. Did regress a little bit second time out, going that 6.5, now stretching out to 7, but looked plenty strong going 6.5 last time and beating Extrañejo. Josh, what are your thoughts in terms of where do you think the speed's going? I mean, I know you like Arabian Lion, who's obviously going to be forwardly placed. Do you think Baffert tries to really push this horse to get to the lead, or do you think he tries to sit off Federal Judge and Harrodsburg, those 7 and 6?
I think he probably sits just off. Arabian Lion has shown speed, but he's kind of shown route speed, not necessarily 7 furlong speed. So I think he kind of sits just off, probably like the 6, the 7, the 11. I think those are kind of your 3 most likely leaders in the spot. But I think like the 3 and the 13 are going to sit just off, and that's kind of where I landed.
Yeah. Chase, interested in your thoughts. I mentioned that Gilmore is taking a little bit of money. Was that a horse that you were interested in at all, or any kind of also just thinking horizontally, kind of how did you kind of end up playing this race in terms of who would you include on a pick sequence ticket here?
I was going to other Bob in this race so hard. So I'm very sad to see that Fort Bragg scratched.
So you and me both. That was my top pick. Yeah.
So now my top pick, I'm trying out a couple little nicknames for this one now. The other Bob once removed. That's right. The Bob through the Brittany Russell. The
Fort Bragg. Yeah.
From Brussels.
Yeah.
Fort Warren.
Fort Warren.
Be my top pick. I just thought there was way too much. There was just a big cloud of early pace whenever I did my pace projection for this.
Mm-hmm.
And basically I looked at just like a vertical slice of that pace and said, it's going to be a horse that's from this wave right here. And it was, it was Fort Bragg and it was Fort Warren that fit. I think it's, a huge long shot, or I think it's General Jim. I think that's kind of what it comes down, because there's a ton of pace here. General Jim kind of fits as one of the only more off the pace horses. It's the most natural pace play. So horizontally, I mean, I don't really feel like it's defensive chalk if you use it with a horse with, box card at the craps table odds.
Yeah. No, I hear you. I mean, General Jim was a horse I was is going to sit an interesting trip because he doesn't have anywhere near the sort of speed to keep up with any of these horses. And he's going to sit much further back than, I mean, you look at his running lines and he's sitting like 4th or 3rd or 5th in a lot of races. He's not going to be sitting 4th or 5th in this one. He's going to be sitting 7th or 8th in this race, I would imagine. And so I was initially a little concerned about just the amount of, traffic and the sort of trip that the horse might, end up working out, and whether or not he needed that extra furlong, as we saw in the Pat Day Mile, winning at a mile. But I do think that the pace certainly helps him a lot here. He's going to have something to run into for sure. He's a horse I like as well. But another one that I also am, it's interesting what Shug McGahee's doing with this horse, because at one point he was on the Derby Trail, because we have to remember he was scratched out of the Fountain of Youth. And because he spiked a fever and wasn't feeling very well. And there was all sorts of rumors that maybe he goes up to the Tampa Bay Derby and maybe Shug keeps him on the Derby Trail. And then he just kind of pulls him off and ends up in the Pat Day Mile, and he wins a really gutty effort over Fort Bragg and Gilmore. So that's kind of an interesting play. Sean, I know you like General Jim here. Yeah. Other horses, any other horses you were looking at, or maybe how you thought about looking at this vertically in any way, or other horses that you thought might be contenders up top?
Yeah. I mean, I looked at Gilmore for sure. I mean, can you leave Brendan Walsh out of anything these days?
Right. When that barn heats up, it heats up. Yeah,
it does, exactly.
SPN, I can leave any winner off these days. So,
see?
Consistency. What a mood.
Consistency. See?
I love it.
That's great. That's good.
But yeah, no, certainly that's another one. Chase, to your point, the former other Bob is that's another former
other
Bob Baffert horse.
Please.
Other Bob once removed, and and he got our rat aboard, obviously, and that's one that's going to be sitting further back as well and launching late. So again, should have the pace to run into for sure. Ran a nice race at the Bayshore, making a really late run, just coming up short to Joey Freshwater, and then making a run from way in the back in 10th place in that Pate Mile and finishing third. So, my note was ran well the last few times out, has the right running style for the pace setup. I'd use underneath, but certainly a very formidable horse.
Yeah. And the other thing is too with the Arabian Lion, right? For me is, I mean, what would the odds be on Dennington and Tappett's Conquest? They'd be like 40-1 and 35-1. So the horses that Arabian Lion beat last are basically allowance not winners of like 2.
Yeah. And it was one of those like really traditional Bob front running scores where everyone is just kind of intimidated by the Bob name and they don't really go with them. Like you're gonna have to hold your own in the pace this time. You can't just sit back and watch them get smaller.
Yeah, and we're going off Lasix, which is not incredibly detrimental. He ran a big second place at the Lexington off the Lasix 2 back ago, and certainly had been running off Lasix for most of his career, given that he was on the Derby Prep Trail.
Matthew, Twitter told me going off Lasix is extremely detrimental.
That's the word that Twitter has been telling a lot of us, that going off and on Lasix is not good. I know that's been one of the conspiracy theories that's out there, and I shouldn't frame it like that, but one of the kind of ideas that's out there regarding a lot of the concerns that we've had with horse health and equine care is the kind of various state rules and stakes rules about who can be on Lasix, off Lasix, and it is. I mean, particularly when you're looking at the stakes races, a lot of times there is kind of that's something you have to pay attention. I mean, these horses are off, on all the time. It does feel like so it is something I pay attention to from a handicapping standpoint. I'm not going to try to act like I'm an expert here in terms of equine healthcare, and but Josh, I've seen those same comments though in terms of some of the concerns. But Drew's Gold, a horse that's going to take a little bit of money from the outside. And I see our guy Don Woolley taking a real shot there with Gun Pilot at 28-1.
I don't think it's a bad one, honestly.
He's interesting. Yeah, he's interesting.
That's a horse that I've been waiting to come. I've been on this horse a few times. I've been waiting on it to come around. It just kind of moved off of it because I've had my heart broken before, and I know when it's time to move on. And but I would not be shocked at all if Gun Pilot would come alive.
Yep. No, absolutely.
Yeah.
I can absolutely see that. The number 2 horse now broke maiden at 7 furlongs, which is we talked about earlier. Sometimes a little bit of a tricky distance to get, and ran 5th last time out in that Pate Mile. Just kind of ran in place by and large. Was kind of sitting mid pack most of that trip. Just didn't quite get there at the end, but again, shortening up the distance where this horse ultimately broke his maiden. So, Gun Runner up top, damn out of Smart Strike underneath. There's a fair amount to like there. Obviously, Steve Asmussen trained Tyler Gaffleona up on the top end, and really nice work two out ago. That Bullet 59-4, 5 furlong work, and then a little bit of a speed work there, and a 3 furlong 37-2 work last time in June 5th. So. Definitely a lot to like there as we get into closer to post time for the Grade 1 Woody Stevens. And listen, this is a good betting race. And I couldn't help but remember the juxtaposition between last year's race with Jack Christopher just kind of like towering over everybody in this field. And this being, Josh, do you have to head out? Okay. Josh has got to head out. I just realized he sent a private message.
He had to go make a gin parakeet.
Yeah, exactly. He's got, what was that? The Jungle Bird? Is that what he was making?
Yeah.
That's not even a real drink, but that's fine.
I've been humming the tune of Tailspin ever since he mentioned it for some reason.
So it just cracks me up. So, but obviously, like I said, last year we had Jack Christopher and kind of the coronation to some extent of him, after winning the Pate Mile, then coming back, winning Stevens, doing it in style. But in a lot of ways, I'd much rather have this rendition of the Woody Stevens, which is a lot cloudier and a much better betting race than just, this horse that we all kind of knew preordained. I don't know, maybe from a pick sequence standpoint, it was nice because it was a free square and you felt like you could single Jack Christopher and move on. But this one feels a lot of fun. And, with that pace scenario, you just never know. And also one of these pace horses doesn't break particularly well, then the dynamic changes real quick. And maybe somebody gets up on the lead and is able to be, gets a little bold on the lead and is able to take them gate to wire. So, going to be interesting to see how this one plays out. But Arabian Lion now is your post-time favorite or your current favorite on the board at 2-1, General Jim at 5-2. And then your third choice is Drew's Gold at 5-1, followed by Gilmore at 6-1. So, folks are kind of seeing it roughly the same way that we've collectively been talking about this race for a while. But listen, let's take a step back. And, SPN, you joined the latest. And I want to be able to ask you, because I've asked Chase, I've asked Jessica this question. Where are you going in the Belmont Stakes this year?
I've been consistent all along. I really believe that Todd Pletcher has wanted Tapit Trice in the Belmont all along. That I think he's looked at the Belmont for him all along, that this was his race. You look at him at the way he's worked out this week, he's just absolutely just glided over that track.
Mm-hmm.
The bigger turns, the bigger. He doesn't have 20 horses to worry about. He can get that long stretch. He's a grinder, and as we know, grinders win the Belmont.
Yep.
He can just get that. Louis can, obviously, he wants to get him out of the gate. He doesn't want to have another Tampa Bay, out of the gate last. But if he can just get him out even somewhat, let that stride go, I think he's definitely the one for me to beat. Second,
go ahead. Go ahead.
Second, for a little bit of a price, obviously, I love Angel of Empire, and I think Angel of Empire can definitely win this race. He's my third pick. The interesting one to me is Hit Show, and he did not like Churchill Downs at all, and still ran a damn good race. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And like I was just saying, it was just interesting how we just said search results, runs not great in Churchill, but comes back to New York and runs back. A lot of horses I've been watching Belmont. This Churchill main track and the New York track are playing two totally different surfaces right now. Yep. And there are some horses that are not liking that Churchill one that are coming back up to New York and running big races, you know? So I think Hit Show could be a very value play. He even the Wood Memorial, it wasn't a great field, but he had terrible trouble and still found a way to win. That horse just finds a way to run a good race in New York. So
absolutely.
So my three are Tapit Trice, Hit Show, and Angel of Empire.
Well, you're getting a price on Tapit Trice, and because according to the early win pool totals earlier today, and I don't know, Chase or Jessica, if you've seen any updates on this, but currently, it looked like Tapit Trice was sitting 6-1 on the board. So out of those big three of Forte, Angel of Empire, Tapit Trice, who are your three morning line favorites, Forte's kind of maintained at 5-2. Angel of Empire is actually taking a step down, or in terms of price, down to 7-2, or 3-1, I should say. And then Tapit Trice has floated up a little bit at 6-1. So interesting dynamic to see.
Yeah,
for sure.
I also just quickly, I've heard this a lot, and there may be some validity to this. Is that Tapit Trice? They said ran his race. The Japanese horse didn't run and passed him. Hit Show had a terrible thing and passed him. Therefore, he didn't run his race, but everyone, with trouble did. And I think that's why you're seeing the 6-1. I don't think that's fair, especially given his big running style. Matt, pegged it. What was going to happen to him coming out of the gate? You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, he was an automatic toss for me in the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, exactly.
He was not a Derby
this
horse.
Is the race they've been pointing to, not the Derby. I think all those other horses were pointing to win the Derby. He was been pointing to win the Belmont all along.
Yeah, and I think the concern, and that's one of the reasons I'm off Forte, to be honest with you, is because, after everything that happened at Churchill Downs and after Forte scratches from a veterinary scratch, Todd Pletcher says, if we can't run in the Preakness, we're going to go to Saratoga. And then all of a sudden, we're going to go to Belmont now. And that is not a Todd Pletcher decision. I'm sorry. I don't have any inside information, but that's a Mike Rapoport decision.
Yeah, totally.
I'm a New Yorker, and I want to run my horse in New York.
Yep.
And I am never a big fan when I can tell the owner is driving the decisions of where to run the horse over the trainer making the decisions of where to run the horse.
Yeah.
I mean, I know famously a couple of years ago, Bobby Flay really pushed for Christophe Clement to run Pizza Bianca in the Breeders' Cup. And that was, and that paid off. But just a lot of times when owners start getting a little too meddling in those decisions, I just don't like it. And you're right. Pletcher was the one who's always been pointing to this horse as the Belmont horse. And so makes a lot of sense here.
When it's Rapoli, I imagine that it's actually Mr. Met pulling the strings behind the scenes.
Mr. Mets. And so, listen, it's going to be an interesting race to see for sure. Yeah. And we got about 12 minutes to post in this Woody Stevens. Chase, I wanted to kick to you for a second. You are one of the most keen eyes, I think, at identifying track biases early in a race card.
Clutch my Cuban link. Thank you again, Matthew.
And so, Sean had mentioned, some of these horses that like Churchill or didn't like Churchill are running a little bit better at Belmont. It seems like the track's playing pretty fair today at Belmont, I would say overall, right?
Yeah, I think that's the difference, is that you have a track that's, as far as I can tell, very fair to the pace. So far, I think it's pretty fair path-wise as well. I think that it might be a little bit tougher, a little bit deeper on the rail, but yeah, it's definitely deep right now. You can tell that the last thing they want is like a breakdown by a horse, so they put it like bouncy house level padding on this track, it seems, because it is super deep. And the difference is basically that, coming from Churchill Downs, you were just coming from a super biased, dead rail where, the horses that could run back are just those horses that got a bum trip that were stuck on the rail the entire time. They're now live no matter where they drew, as opposed to, only being really live in a couple posts last at Kentucky Derby weekend.
Yeah. Well, listen, as we get closer to the Woody Stevens, we're about 10, 12 minutes to post here. Jessica, I wanted to come to you with a question about, because you do a lot of great stuff with pedigree, obviously, here on the channel. Fantastic. And I'm interested in, we talk a lot about, siring fees and things like that. And I'm interested in that Sire of Sires video on Tap. It was amazingly detailed in terms of like his sire value and then like what they were sold for later on, like the average full cost, et cetera, et cetera.
I have stats for every year. I didn't even put all of it in the video. I went deep on that.
But I'm interested in general, and you may not have the numbers off the top, right now, but I'm just interested kind of off the top of your head. How does a Belmont winning horse, in terms of a sire, like a Tapit Trice, let's say, is that an appealing sire to have later on down the road? Or are people so focused on a Kentucky Derby horse? I guess what I'm interested in is, in a year or two, would you rather have Mage as a sire or Tapit Trice as a sire to some extent? Like if Tapit Trice were to win this year's Belmont and you have, so you have 3 different horses win 3 legs of the Triple Crown, which of those 3 horses might end up being the most effective sire or the most sought after sire, perhaps?
Yeah, and I think those are 2 very different questions. Who is the most sought after sire and who is the most effective sire are completely different questions. Right. But in case of both, really, and given, again, this is off the top of my head, neither race really is a sire-making race. Mm-hmm. When you think about recent winners of either race, neither race is a sire-making race, a race that it's like, I feel like the Florida Derby is more of a sire-making race, really.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Than something like the Kentucky Derby or the Belmont. And I think part of that is the fact that we don't breed for distance.
Right.
That if you are a horse who wants to go 1.5 miles in June, then you probably aren't going to get 2-year-olds, which means that the next year you aren't going to get the best mares.
Yeah.
Which means that if you didn't get a really good horse in that first crop that comes on at 3 and people are like, oh, wait, we jumped ship too soon.
Yeah.
You probably won't get another chance.
Yeah.
Which is a really interesting dynamic about just stallions and that commercial picture is if you don't get a 2-year-old, you're out the door.
Yep.
And we've seen it time and time again with horses getting sold overseas. And then all of a sudden, their second or third crop blows up and people are like, wait, come back.
Right.
Empire Maker got sent to Japan because he's a dud, know.
Right.
And then you get Pioneer Style, and of course now he's a sire of sires and a sire of sires.
Yeah.
So I really don't think, off the top of my head, like even Belmont Stakes winners going back a few, like a couple decades, you AP, Indy, and horses like that, absolutely. Yeah. But I would say the selling point for them for a horse like AP Indy was the Classic.
Yeah.
He was a Breeders' Cup Classic winner. If AP Indy's only he was also an incredibly well-bred horse who was highly regarded going into like the Kentucky Derby and stuff. but I don't think the Belmont really did much for his sire value.
Yep.
I'm gonna pull up a list of Belmont Stakes winners real quick, but
yeah.
No,
it's a question that is just, and it's an interesting one. And you're right, because if you think about who are some of the biggest names in the stallion game right now, you think about a horse like Gunrunner, who didn't win Triple Crown. You think about a horse like Curlin, who didn't, we talked about earlier, just got nabbed kind of in the Belmont and never really, ran that well again. And so, I mean, it's not as if you need to have all these, Triple Crown, or Kentucky Derby winning horses. Mind that bird, not a horse that it went on to be a prodigious sire in any stretch. So
that would be because he was a gelding, I believe.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's a good point. I mean, there's other horses that, there's other plenty of horses that won the Derby, and then you kind of either don't see again or just kind of fizzle out to some extent. But you're right about that early brilliance. You're right, like that first crop is so important.
Yeah, I mean, the top 5 leading sires, the top 3 leading sires right now are Into Mischief, Quality Road, and Uncle Mo, and there isn't a Triple Crown race win between them.
Yep.
Yeah, right. So true.
And I mean, then you do get the American Pharaohs 4th right now, and then Curlin, Gunrunner. Tonalist is a Belmont Stakes winner, but he is really there because he has a horse who has won bajillions of dollars racing overseas. Is really the reason that Tonalist is in the top. 3.6 million of his 5.7 million in progeny earnings is just country grammar. So
country wins a lot. And so Stuart, absolutely, the Classic is a big one. Dubai World Cup, winning those big events, obviously a big deal from that sort of standpoint. Marla asked a question, how did I'll have another do?
They didn't even want him here in America. They immediately sold him to Japan.
Yep.
So I mean, in like a horse like California Chrome is another example. I think he had 1 or 2 crops here, and before his first foals even hit the track, he was sold to Japan. And I mean, it's even siring a Kentucky Derby winner. I did a little look at that recently, and for what is supposed to be the most sought after race, it doesn't do a whole lot for a sire's career unless that stallion was already popular. Birdstone had the winner of the Kentucky Derby and the Belmont in his first crop. He saw a slight increase in mares and sale prices for 2 years. And before those foals that were bred after that happened even raced, just plummeted.
Yeah.
And speaking of Curlin, like he's another example of a horse who people jumped ship on him early on.
Right.
If you look at his sales prices, because he didn't get 2-year-olds that first year, or really, until he was later, and then he gets horses like Good Magic and Solomini and stuff. But he was a horse who people pretty quickly were just kind of like, or at least maybe not people in general, but the market as a whole. Curlin babies aren't precocious. No. And
Curlin gives you Keen Ice, who beats American Pharaoh in the Travers too.
Yeah.
Exactly. And then it was like, and then he gets Palace Malice, who wins the Belmont, and people start to warm up on him, and then he just explodes after that.
Yep. Absolutely. So I got a lot of questions for you after this race about pedigree.
I could talk this for a long time.
No, in particular, I have some questions about Yaupin, and that's a whole other discussion that we can have about why that horse is covering up so many mares. But that we'll talk about that later. But we got first of all, shout out to all the people in the chat.
Shout out big time,
and all the people watching on the live stream. We got 160 people watching live. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Make sure to press that like button here if you're watching here on YouTube. Always appreciate it. Way to spread the word. And I got 3 of my best friends here in horse racing hanging out with me: Jessica Tugwell, Sean Patrick Nolan, and you might know him as the Wolf of Oaklawn. I know him as Chase Sessions, but other people know him as Sweetmeat St. Clair. And so he is all 3 of those things. But I know, listen, I know, Chase, you got to hop off after this race, but give the folks, before we get into this, Woody Stevens, give the folks a little bit of a preview of kind of where you going in some of these next races. I know you already talked about Belmont a little bit, but where are you going in the Met Mile and a couple of races like that?
I'm going with Cody's Wish because I'm not a monster.
In the good for you. Well, I'm glad we kicked Josh off because he is such a monster. So no, that's great.
I think the play is Cody's Wish, and I think the way to play it is to try to catch a double out of the Jaipur, the race before, because I think that race has just absolute, just hurt locker bomb potential all over it. And then I think the way to just really hammer a strong opinion in Cody's wish is going to be to play just like some sort of keyed exacta or trifecta with using a few horses. Like I'm using Hoist the Gold is one of them underneath.
Yeah,
that I really like at a big price.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And then with the I believe the Manhattan, I didn't get fooled by the double Appleby not winning trap. I'm all in on Applebee's. So
when he brings over Willie Buick, it's go time, baby. They don't screw around, those two.
Yeah, man. So. As soon as he rolls in the Buick Enclave off the lot, it's pretty much over. So I did spread in that race, but I've used both Applebee's, and I think it's either going to be Warren Point or Ottoman Fleet. I kind of lead towards Ottoman Fleet, of course, because of William Buick.
Too. Yeah. And Warren Point looked like such a freaking hot mess that last race, but
Belmont, Arcangelo, Tappet Shoes though is my kind of upset pick to maybe win it, maybe hit the board because it's just a matter of pace. I think for a handicapper, you really caught a break when they drew the post positions because there's no really having to figure out what Tappet Shoes is going to do. Tappet Shoes is going right. National Treasure, not always the strongest horse when the horse like goes and forces the issue and puts a nose out in front. Doesn't usually bode well. So I think, once again, we run into a sort of slow pace with Tappet Shoes towards the front. So I'm interested in using those in an exacta. That's pretty much it for me.
I hear you. No, I think when I was doing research on the sorts of trips that lead to Belmont wins, that was something I was really intrigued by. Was there is that kind of myth? Oh, you want a closer in the Belmont, things along those lines. And it's like, no, you actually want a horse that's a stalker, preferably in the Belmont. Like you want a horse that's like, I don't know, like a length to 3 lengths off the lead. A lot of times, at kind of the half mile call, and so horses that come from way back usually don't have a ton of success where they have something really fast to run into, like Essential Quality. And so, I think Tappet Shoes certainly could luck into a really nice trip and be a forward trip and a pocket trip. And that could absolutely work. But they are going to post here in the Woody Stevens grade 1, 7 furlongs. And we got Arabian Lion as your current post time favorite at 2-1. General Jim is your second choice at 5-2. From there, we have a bunch of other horses that are all pretty close to each other. Actually, I shouldn't say that because Drew's Gold got bet down to 7-2 right now, the number 13 horse, who is 8-1 morning line. From there, we have a bunch that are really close together. You have the number 12, who is Gilmore at 7-1. You have the number 7 horse, Federal Judge at 8-1 for Rudy Brissett, and you have the number 11 horse, Victory Formation, at 9-1. So those are some of your top choices as they get them loaded in here in the grade 1. Woody Stevens going 7 furlongs over this Belmont surface, a 1-turn race, obviously. And like I said, your morning line or post time favorite is the Bob Baffert trained Arabian Lion, cutting back to 7 furlongs after routing. Your second choice is General Jim, coming off that big win in the Pat Day Mile, shortening up a furlong, but does have a win at 7 furlongs in the Swale 2 back. They're getting them loaded in here as they're getting them in 2 at a time. It'll be interesting to see who ends up taking the lead. Certainly Federal Judge and Harrodsburg, the 7 and 6 horses are 2 to pay attention to. The 13 horse as well.
He's really been bet down, Brendan.
Yeah, absolutely. He's gotten bet down heavily.
I'm going to box up 4, 9, and 13 here. I think
there you go. 4, 9, 13, and they're in the gate and they're off. In the Belmont Stakes, a level start and a lot of speed coming out. Arabian Lion is getting out there fast, but so too is Federal Judge, who's going to put a nose in front and get to the lead. And so Federal Judge gets to the lead early over Victory Formation, who's trying to come over from that far outside post, as well as Drew's Gold. Victory Formation looks like he had to take up pretty badly there and is now sitting mid-pack, but ultimately it is Federal Judge who clocks the opening quarter in 22-3. To his outside is Drew's Gold, and in the pocket trip is Arabian Lion. Sitting third on the outside is Gilmore, sitting in fourth. So the principal players are all in a position to strike. General Jim much further back and starting to work a little bit around the rail, making up some ground around the turn. But ultimately, it is still Federal Judge out on the front end. sitting in second, Gilmore and Federal and Drew's Gold, Arabian Lion and Gilmore sitting third and fourth on the inside. But as they get to the top of the stretch, it is Federal Judge giving way, and Drew's Gold. Here we go. And coming down the center of the track is, who is that? Is that Arabian Lion? Yes, that is Arabian Lion coming down to the center of the track, starting to pull away from Drew's Gold, who's a game second on the rail. But it is ultimately going to be Arabian Lion who is sitting the perfect trip and gets the job done here in the Grade 1 Woody Stevens. Drew's Gold for second and Gilmore for third. So Bob Baffert getting a win there in the Grade 1 Woody Stevens. General Jim does not really show up, makes a little bit of that middle move around the turn to make up ground, but completely flattened out coming for home. And so ultimately, it is Arabian Lion who sat that kind of stalking trip on the inside rail that gets the job done.
That's why they call him the GOAT, Johnny V, man. I thought he'd be right in the top. I thought he'd be right on top, right with them all, and he took them back. I was like, wow, he gave him a new dimension today, and he looked better.
Yep.
You know,
I was the opposite. I thought that he was going to sit that trip and that he couldn't pass a horse.
We were both. I was with you, Jessica. I was with you. I thought that's exactly the trip he was going to have, and that was exactly the trip he did not want to get.
I thought that after that Lexington, where I think he was the one where Irad tried to intimidate the other horse, and then his horse got intimidated, and it was kind of like, well,
no. So, listen, that was a big win, obviously, for Arabian Lion, and that field got really strung out coming for home.
They did,
it did.
You know, that was, I mean, it was really the top three, and then Federal Judge a little further back to hold on for fourth, and then there's quite a bit of ground between fourth and everybody else. So, That was interesting. I mean, definitely General Jim with a little bit of a no-show performance, but I didn't even notice this, but Harrodsburg was a gate scratch, the number 6.
Oh, wow. I didn't even notice
ended
that
up
at
not
all,
running. I just noticed it right now when I looked down at my phone. But Victory Formation, that was a weird trip. He was up there. I don't know. The head-on might tell us something in that back stretch, but I don't know if he got cut off or what happened. Somewhere. He got checked back to mid-pack, and I was like, okay, well, that's over. Because he was sitting in a stalking trip. Nice. But Arabian Lion looked really good at 7 furlongs. And that's going to be
Jessica, great call on Drew's Gold.
Drew's Gold,
right up there on the
race for second. Yeah.
I don't feel like I can take credit for a 7-2 shot running second when I didn't like the horse.
I'm saying you were saying he would be, that post would not be a problem for him, and it clearly wasn't.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the muscles from Brussels, Fort Warren ran like current day Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Yeah. A great reference to close out your time here, Chase. I know you got to get going. But man, good luck the rest of the way at Belmont. Thanks so much for coming and hanging out with us. Really appreciate it, my man.
Thank you, guys. Keep doing the Lord's work. This is fun.
We are. And like I said, make sure to check out all Chase's stuff on the Sports Gambling Podcast Network and the Notorious OTB Pod. Always a great time and a lot of great content there. So thank you again, Chase. And so now we're down to 3, but that's okay. We had a full house a little bit ago. We had 5 people. It was getting a little crowded. This is a little bit more of the style of the normal Monday and Thursday night chats, having me and a couple of guests. So, so listen, that was an interesting race. I mean, Arabian Lion really showed, like Jess, you said, a new dimension. I mean, able to pass some horses, and I didn't think he would, but and it didn't seem like the pace was that blistering, and so that's why it surprised me how strung apart the field got because of how reasonable, I don't want to say slow, but reasonable the pace was there in the Woody Stevens. So listen, we were all saying, oh, this Woody Stevens is wide open. Well, it goes chalk up top. For top choice runs first. The third choice runs second. So, and I think the fourth choice ran third. So, it was
General Jim at nothing. I did not expect him to be 18 lengths behind.
Yeah.
Coming from he was way back,
Yep.
I did not expect him to be that far back, Yep.
And you're right, Jess. He was under a ride.
Yeah.
Louis was earning his money trying to get that horse. Yeah. And he made a little bit of a move around the turn.
He did,
And then that was clearly all he had, and there was just nothing left. So not a lot there from General Jim. So, Arabian Lion getting the job done there in the Woody Stevens. So big race there for Bob Baffert and Connections. Johnny Velasquez giving another great ride.
The GOAT.
So, Yeah, absolutely. But why don't we take a second to step back and think about what happened yesterday? And I want to talk about this in the context of the Acorn Stakes, because we just got done watching the Ogden Phipps 2 races ago in the Distaff division. And obviously we have, maybe the new kind of superstar in the 3-year-old filly division and Pretty Mischievous, who now follows up that Kentucky Oaks win with a gutty effort in the Acorn, holding off Dorth Vader on the inside rail. I think a huge run from Dorth Vader, but I am convinced that's a 1-turn horse. And so, Jess, I'll go to you first. Kind of, what are your thoughts on that Acorn? What did we learn? Do you think Pretty Mischievous is kind of the goods for this 3-year-old division?
Yeah, I think she is. I liked her in this spot. And I was impressed. I really wasn't sure. You don't know how a horse is going to respond to that kind of pressure until they take it. And she fought off a really nice horse in Dorth Vader and kept on going. And we also learned, that Money's Gold is a sprinter. Which was totally useful information to know. You kind of had the suspicion going in, but they had to try. I mean, Pretty Mischievous is pretty stand out at this point at the top of the division. You'd have to think.
Yeah, absolutely, and certainly that fairground circuit continues to come back really strong in this division. As Hoosier Filly, who was kind of an afterthought in that fairground prep early. I mean, she was a horse that was obviously very highly considered as a 2-year-old, came back and ran some questionable, not very great races at fairgrounds in the Rachel Alexandra and the Fairground Oaks, and then comes back and runs a really huge second place effort in the Black Eyed Susan. I think surprising a lot of people running second attacks that day. And then you have Pretty Mischievous taking the Oaks and the Acorn, and that's a really, really nice filly that Brendan Walsh has got. So definitely like Pretty Mischievous a lot. But that was an exciting one to learn about yesterday. And then, I don't know about you, Sean. I was super excited to watch Didia run yesterday, and she put on a really good run there late, but just couldn't quite get to market segmentation. But that was another one where I feel like, now granted, Warlike Goddess, her distance is that 1.5 miles, but I did feel like that's maybe not a passing of the guard. But it is Didia is a horse I think you got to take really seriously moving forward.
Oh, absolutely. I was so impressed with her even in defeat. She was coming. She's as game as can be, and I think she's just getting better and better and learning with every race. I think she's going to be really tough at the end of the year. I think she's going to be kind of like Warlike Goddess did when Julian was riding her. Originally, where she could just go on one of those 4 or 5 runs in a row where she just goes up to Saratoga and toys with them. You know what I'm saying? I think she's that good, and
and she's going to be a horse. I know I'm going to be using her in the Breeders' Cup, wherever she ends up in the Breeders' Cup, assuming she ends up there, just because I do think she's a horse that could be a little compromised by what we saw yesterday if they are just able to walk the dog up front going around the track. If a Chad Brown horse is able just to get out there and control the pace like market segmentation did yesterday, then it's hard to kind of, sometimes pass in those instances, but that's why I love her. You give her a bigger field where there's going to be a little bit more pace pressure, a little bit more, there's going to be more pressure on the leader. She's got that tactical speed to sit that pocket trip or sit kind of a third, fourth sort of position and then launch, and she can really go. So I like her a lot. So big fan of her in this sort of a spot. So looking forward to seeing what we get out of her moving on.
Sure.
For the rest of the year. But listen, we got a little bit of time. We got about 25 minutes before we get to the Jaipur. And I'm one of these people, and I realize that maybe not everybody is like me on as I posted something on social media last night about which Belmont Stakes race do you like to rewatch the most and go back and revisit. And there were people in the comments going, I only watch race replays for handicapping. Okay, fine. I'm a fan, and I like watching and going back and watching. Sure. I like reminiscing a lot, too. So I like going back and watching old ones. I will say one of the races that you can find it is grainy. The 1962 Travers between Jaipur and Ryden. Fantastic race to go back and watch because they are just kind of it's affirmed in Aladar a little bit, like just the two of them are going at it the whole way around and just huge lengths open up to the rest of the field. So it's kind of funny that obviously this great turf sprint race named after the great Jaipur. I always like to kind of go back and when I started getting into racing a little bit more, and particularly it was right around the time of the internet and YouTube and things like that, I really tried to go back. Why is this race named after this horse? You know,
Right.
Where's this name come from? And going back and trying to find, that's why. Okay, that's this horse really good. And going back and trying to find that. So excited for this rendition of the Jaipur. And this one's got a horse that I think a lot of people really like in Caravel. I personally think this is the clock strikes midnight with Caravel here. But Jessica, interested in your thoughts as we look in this Jaipur. Kind of where are you looking in this race? And do you think Caravel can keep the streak rolling that she's been on?
Yeah, I mean, she can. Whether I will bet on that, I'm not really thinking I will. I like Arrest Me, or no, not Arrest Me Red. Casa Creed. They're both. I like Air Force Red.
Yes, I do too.
Casa Creed in here are kind of my top two. I definitely, it would be great to see Caravel win. She's an exciting horse and really talented. But I'm kind of with you. I don't know that. I wasn't worried about the 13 post last time in the last race, but I'm a little more worried about it here. And yeah, I don't know that the price is going to be right. I think that there's other horses in here. And yeah, I think that Air Force Red is kind of the trip horse and Casa Creed is kind of the class horse. You have a little bit of the question coming back out of, where was he? That was Saudi Arabia last time. But it's been long enough. He came back from Meydan last year and won this race. So you don't have to really worry about the Dubai bounce or, the Middle East bounce, I guess.
Yeah.
But those are my two in here. And I am actually going to be right back. I'm going
not a problem. Yeah.
No problem. Yeah.
And so Jess will be right back. And we listen, Sean, how are you looking at this one? I mean, Caravel is a great story, and I always, whenever I talk about Caravel, I always feel like I got a shout out to Jessica Paquette, who is the great, by the way, great story on The Athletic. If you're out there listening, check out the story about Jessica on The Athletic website. Great story about her, being this kind of one of the first kind of big time race callers and full time race callers at a big time track and parks, and obviously she got a lot of criticism early on in her time, but I think really has found her stride over the last few months. She's doing a great job. And so, but I always tell the story because right before the Breeders' Cup Classic, Sarah El Badwi and I'm just dropping names all over the place. But she and I are walking around the paddock and we bump into Jess.
Yeah.
And Jess goes, I just have a feeling about Caravel. And I'll throw Sarah under the bus for a second because Sarah and I both were like, "You're out of your damn mind!" We're like, "The horse got no shot." And Caravel comes through huge in that race, obviously at a big price, and has been on a roll since then. 42-1. Obviously, was benefited by Golden Pal stumbling out of the gate that day. But Sean, when you're looking at this Jaipur Stakes, where are you looking in this one? Do you think Caravel can keep it rolling? Are you looking at Casa Creed? Looking at some other prices? What are your thoughts on this one?
True. Just a quick funny story. I actually had Caravel at 42-1.
Wow.
It's a funny story. A good friend of ours who works with Graham Motion, Maggie Cammett.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah, who I adore. Yep. One of her best friends is Elizabeth Merriman, who ran Caravel as a 2-year-old, undefeated season. So she was the breeder. She was the one who brought her up. Then a lot of people didn't know at the time, but Elizabeth had cancer, and she was worried that that Caravel wouldn't be taken care of properly, so she sold her.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So I knew her since she was 2. Exactly. So I said to Maggie, I said, you know what? I said, she's putting in here. I'm putting something across on her. She's talented. Sure. I didn't expect, and Tyler gives a perfect trip, and she's ever since. But I think today I'm using her. Obviously, she's talented. I think the clock might strike 12 on her today. And I think Casa Creed is just, to me, I think is the best horse in this race.
Casa's a specialist at this. These 6 furlong sprints, that's what this horse does. And
exactly.
He's dominant here and very, very strong. I will say we got Don Woolley here saying Dr. Zemph and Go Bears Go are some horses that he's taking a look at. And listen, I talked about Go Bears Go earlier in this in the stream. I'm a big fan of Go Bears Go. Have been for a long time. Going back to that Breeders' Cup Take your time.
Wrong way.
Going back to
You look fabulous.
going back to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. I've always been a big fan of Go Bears Go. You're getting second back from a really long layoff.
Yeah,
I think this distance is going to suit him to the T. Wesley, now in the Wesley Ward barn, ran, I thought, a really strong third last time out.
absolutely.
And
yeah.
so Go Bears Go currently 10-1 on the board. I think it
Very
makes a lot
good
of
value.
sense. I know both Gino Bacola, who our friend, and Barry Spears both really like Dr. Zempf quite a bit.
Yep.
I don't know if this horse wants only 6 furlongs. I think this horse might be more of a 7 furlong specialist.
That's what I thought.
And so I'm a little worried about the 6 here for a horse, but he's flashed multiple dimensions. Last time going a mile, he was up on the lead in debut in North America at Gulfstream Park. He came from off the pace on the turf, which is never easy to do. And so, I mean, he's got talent, but I don't see it for Dr. Zempf, but definitely like Go Bears Go, and a horse I'm going to be using a bunch here in some different vertical sequences that I'll be putting together. And Jess, like you, I also like Air Force Red quite a bit. And it's just an interesting horse who's been running the mile or the downhill, basically, out at Santa Anita. And I'm always interested in how those horses then take to a flat 6 as opposed to the downhill, and should sit the right type of trip, will presumably sit right off the pace, and then be able to go late. Doesn't necessarily need the lead. I mean, obviously has won a bunch on the lead, but even in debut, won from off the pace. So, and that was going a flat 6.5. So I think that's promising to see the horse can come from off the pace going flat on roughly this distance. So definitely one I'm going to be looking at. And I know a lot of people have been mentioning Big Invasion, the number 10 horse for Christophe Clement. Was really far back last time out in that turf sprint at Churchill Downs, going 5.5. You'd figure going 6 would be a little bit better for this horse. Is 1-for-1 over the Belmont turf course. I guess Joel Rosario aboard, and we've seen Joel win a couple races already on the day, so might be a big one for him. But that's another one that I know is taking some early betting action as we get closer to the Jaipur. I think he's currently at 7-2. And actually there's actually a 3-way tie for top choice right now between Caravelle at 7-2, Casa Creed at 7-2, and Big Invasion at 7-2. So all 3 of them are going off at the same odds. Dr. Zempf, who I mentioned earlier, at 7-1, Air Force Red at 17-1, Go Bears Go at 10-1, and Arrest Me Red at 8-1. So those are just a few of the horses that are taking some money and that are among the betting line favorites as we get closer to the post time for race number 9, the Jaipur Invitational Stakes on the card. So, like I said, an exciting race to look at, and we'll see how this kind of feeds into obviously the Met Mile coming up next, and maybe we can talk about this one a little bit and kind of talk about the preview or where we might go with a daily double in this race if we like a horse like Casa or Air Force Red or Caravelle. In the next race, because I haven't talked to the 2 of you about this one yet, is it a single on Cody, or are we trying to beat Cody? And Sean's going single on Cody. You just think he's that good at this point?
I just think he's that good. I really do. 2 turn, 1 turn, Saratoga, doesn't matter. I mean, I just think this horse has just got the will to win. And Junior does a fabulous job. Lets him run. And just, and he can just do his own thing. I just think he's just better than everybody.
Yeah, I mean, it sure looks like he's better than everybody, but I feel like, I mean, Repo Rocks is so scary in here.
You
just kind of like, okay, he's a different horse with Ness, and that horse looks like he has a chance in here. I think White Barrio was kind of interesting in this spot, and so
wait a second. Are you sure you're not Josh Rodriguez? Because those are his top 2 in Repo Rocks and White Barrio.
Well, I feel bad for him then. But my top pick is still Cody's Wish.
Okay.
He's the horse to beat, and he should win this.
Yeah.
But he is going to be a short price. I feel like he's going to be, because of the story associated with him, which, I mean, he's a hard horse to separate. Like, usually I'm like pride myself. I'm very good at separating logic and emotion. He's a horse that makes it really hard.
Yeah.
But
he does.
you know, I think because of that, he is going to be an underlay compared to his chances of winning this race.
Yeah.
Sure.
This isn't going to be, you know, the last race I think was he was pretty clearly the best horse in that race.
Yeah.
You know, even on paper going in, whereas this is going to be a much different, tougher race for him, I think. So I would probably go like 197.
Yeah. I think that it's interesting about Cody's Wish, and I have kind of a slightly different opinion about this race, but it's I'm going to try to get by Cody's Wish here. I do wonder, and this is not to say that other horses have a better resume in this race, but if you eliminate that Forgo, which was just an incredible race and the biggest speed figure of his career, 112 Buyer, beating Jackie's Warrior that day. You know, like last time out, you mentioned it, Jess, like Hoist the Gold finishes second, Hoist the Gold 30-1 in this field. Tejano Twist finishes third. Tejano Twist always finishes third, you know, running late. You know, you look at other horses he's beaten, 3 Technique, Awesome Jerry, Sound Money, Zoomer. I mean, these are not exactly household names in the kind of miler division. Right. Now, that Breeders' Cup Mile I thought was nice, you know, beating Cyberknife, you know, but honestly, the best horse in that race probably was Gunite, who was coming back on 2 weeks rest and stretching out and doing 2 turns, which is not his game. And so I think Bill Mott has been placing Cody's Wish beautifully, and he's been managing this horse extremely well and putting this horse in spot to be successful. And that's that's not a criticism in any way. I wish more trainers did that, honestly, with their horses and were very smart about where to place them. You feel like the waters have gotten a lot deeper all of a sudden on him in this spot. And Repo Rocks, listen, the elephant in the room is this horse became a different animal once it went to the Jamie Ness barn. And you can infer from that what you will. But Jamie Ness has got this horse running like freaking Flightline out there all of a sudden. Now, one of the things that I have heard people say, David Aragona brought this up when I spoke with him, is Repo Rocks doesn't usually follow up a big performance with another huge.
He had one bad one. Yeah.
So the idea is maybe he bounces a little bit off that last performance and, you know, takes a little bit of a regression and isn't quite there yet. As a result, I ultimately went to 2 horses that I joked earlier typically burn money all the time, and that is Charge It and Zandon. Those 2 freaking love burning people's money. Zandon is my new Midnight Bourbon, just a horse that runs honest every freaking time. I don't even want to bring up that horse. But anyway, when Jess was talking about separating emotion from logic, I was like, I need to borrow your brain occasionally.
Right.
Because, man, I suck at doing that with simplification. But, you know, Midnight Bourbon was my first, you know, when I started doing kind of public handicapping, it was the first horse that I could just never get off of, to the point where a shout out to my buddies Len and Greg and Mark up in Philly. Their nickname for me is Midnight Matty. So they always joke with me because I love Midnight Bourbon so much. But I think that Zandon, second back from a layoff, doing the 1 turn, I think is where this horse is best. I know he ran poorly at the Cigar Mile, but that was a sloppy sealed track, and I'm willing to kind of toss that race. Second back from the layoff, the pictures and videos I've seen of Zandon, he looks like he's filled out. He's gotten bigger. He's gotten stronger as a 4-year-old. And I still, you know, again, going back to that Pennsylvania Derby experience that I had there in the paddock, I'll never forget standing next to some woman that I've never met before in my life. Zandon walks in and she goes, that's the most beautiful horse I've ever seen in my life. And he is a gorgeous animal. And
he is
so,
striking.
You know, when you see him on the track, you're like, well, I'm just going to throw all my money at Zandon. And so, because he looks the part. I mean, he does kind of look the part. So, and then Charge It. Listen, I mean, he's coming back to the place where he won the Dwyer by 23 lengths.
Yeah.
He's going back to the 1 turn mile. He's got the blinkers on for the 1 turn mile. I just don't think he wanted a 1 1/8 in that Oaklawn handicap, and Oaklawn can be a little bit of an interesting configuration too. So, you know, I'm willing to get, and you're going to get a price because, Jessica, to your point, Cody's Wish is going to take all the money, and is going to be probably below even money for this race. So as a result, all these other horses are going to float up, I would imagine. And I'll take a shot with Zandon and Charge It in this race and see what we can end up doing here. But, you know, certainly a tough field and a very competitive one, very even field here in the Met Mile coming up in 2 races. So,
honestly, I can make a case for every horse in that race if I really wanted to. Like even Hoist the Golden Doppelganger. Like if you there's no reason those horses like couldn't win.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it's a tough race.
It is. Doppelganger, nice effort in that Carter handicap, obviously winning that day. I'm always, Sean, I know you are too, big fan of Brittany Russell. So always good to see. And Sheldon's up on the mount. So, or maybe Javion up on the mount for that one. Toledo's up on the mount for that one. Sheldon was on the ride in the last one in Fort Bragg, but anyway, or Fort Warren. But like I said, a lot of ways to go in that Met Mile. It's a great betting race. If you can get past Cody's Wish, you're going to get a price. I think no matter what you're doing. So,
absolutely, you're going to get value for sure.
Yeah. So, So that's what's going on there. But listen, shout out to all the 164 people who are hanging out.
Thank you, everybody.
Listen, Don said Fox has a football analyst giving out the pick four. I think Kurt Menefee is the one who's giving it out, maybe. But I will say, Kurt, said he reads Blood Horse magazine every day. So he's some of these guys who are in the industry, they follow this stuff all the time out there. So we will see what ends up happening here. I know some people are trying to fade Cody's Wish in the chat, and so listen, like I said, if you can get past it, then you're going to get a price, both vertically and horizontally. You're going to be able to get something there. If you can beat him today. So certainly a horse like Elite Power looked really good for Belmont earlier, was able to win that.
Yes.
True North very easily earlier in the card. And that goes back to Jessica, your point. That was a horse coming back from overseas first time. We saw Gunite come back from overseas first time last weekend. Now we see Casa Creek come back overseas first time and looking really good. So definitely one to pay attention to here as we get closer to post time in the grade 1 Jaipur. But we are still a little bit of ways from post time in this race. I think we still got about 8 minutes to post or so.
5
minutes to post in the Jaipur. Very good. So listen, so Jessica, how are you playing this one vertically? Because I know you mentioned Air Force Red is one you like, and Casa Creed. Are you just putting together a straight try or exacta? Or are you including a few other horses in there?
Well, I am the world's worst gambler. So I am going to just play Air Force Red Win Show.
Yeah,
I like
kind
it.
of my.
I
like the 19-1. I don't know who my third horse would be if I wanted to do like an exacta or try box or something. There's I like those two, and then I like about 8 of them.
Yep.
To potentially be the other potential horse. So I'm just Air Force Red.
Yep.
If he hits the board, I'll be happy with it.
There you go. Sean, how are you going to be playing this one in terms of up top underneath?
Yeah, I'm using Casa Creed on top of Caravel, Big Invasion, Air Force Red, and Go Bears Go.
There you go. I like it. That's roughly how I see it as well. This is going to be a fun race to look at, and certainly, we're into the third leg of a pick 4 sequence, and I'm still alive, but that might end after this race, or it might end after actually the next race, because that's where I took my stand. By the way, we have a legend from the chat in here, and that is Mr. Automatic.
Mr. Automatic is in the house.
Automatic, if you remember, he is back in the chat, and Mr. Automatic, just an absolute shout out here, because he came on, I remember, during the Kentucky Derby live stream. And I don't know if he was referring to us or the card or what, but the first comment is, "This sucks." And I was like, okay, fair enough, my friend. So Mr. Automatic is back, and I'm thrilled to see it. So love having Mr. Automatic in the chat. So listen, this is going to be a fun day of racing. Shout out to the 160 plus people who are in the chat. So press that subscribe button, press that like button here on Trust the Profits. Really appreciate it. We're going to be with you all through the day, leading up to and beyond the Triple Crown. So in the Belmont Stakes. So we got you covered all day. And we got more people coming on later. Mark Capitan's going to be coming back. Gino Piccola is going to be coming on at some point. We got Barry Spears is going to be popping on. Obviously, we've got Sean and Jessica here. Carson might still make an appearance at some point. I don't know what's happened to Carson, but we got to check in with her at some point, make sure she's alive.
She may be picking up on. She may be picking up on Jana.
Oh yeah, that's right. We're gonna get on Jana. So and this is what makes me happy, is that Mr. Automatic and I are on the same page with Angel of Empire in the big race. And Mr. Automatic, you answered the question that we all wondered. which was that this sucks was not in response to us, but the card. And so that was good to know. It's good to know that you still like us. So appreciate you coming out and hanging out with us. Always have a lot of fun with all of us in the chat. Really appreciate it. Uncle Sully, you and me both alike. Jessica, much better at this than we are in terms of separating.
I can't bet for save my life.
No, but in terms of separating logic from emotion, that's a skill.
Skill.
I've been working on since I was very young.
Yeah, no, it's tough to do. It's tough to do. So listen, we got 2 minutes to post here, and just to give people an update on where the odds are, Caravel is still the favorite, a tepid favorite, I would say, at 3-1. Casa Creed at 7-2, and then Big Invasion 9-2. Those are your top three choices. The number 5, Dr. Zemph, is your fourth choice at 6-1. So a lot going on here on the line, and certainly a very good bettable race. And so a lot of fun here getting ready for the Grade 1 Jaipur. This is it's going to be a fun one to watch, I think, for sure. A lot of different dynamics. All these full field races, I just think, are a blast. I mean, no disrespect to the Ogden Phipps, which was a 6-horse field, but I'd much rather see a field like this any day of the week. So
one more horse I want to mention that I just kind of, as I was looking again, I know this is a big class test for him, but the 9, I think, is interesting at 12-1. Nothing better.
Yes.
That horse just runs his race every time, and he'll be close. And I mean, for a turf sprint, there isn't a whole lot of dedicated speed in here. Horses that really need the lead are going to be gunning. So he's one I kind of, if I was playing horizontally, would kind of throw in there, maybe throw underneath in your exacta try.
Yep. No, I think he makes a ton of sense. And he's the horse that I think screws things up for Caravel, because I think he goes and he really presses because he kind of does run his race. And you got Manny Franco aboard, and I know what Manny does. Manny goes, when he's on a speed horse, he's going to be aggressive. And so I think he's got the inside position on Caravel, so I think he's going to go just send and force Caravel to either sit behind or maybe he gets up there and gets on the lead. And Jess, to your point, there might not be a ton of pace pressure. Maybe he takes him gate to wire in this type of a race. It's certainly possible. So gonna be a lot of fun. We're at post time now for the Grade 1 Jaipur. And if you're tuning in now, first of all, thank you. And second of all, because we want to avoid any copyright claims and any copyright violations, we are going to not be showing the actual race, but I will be doing a live call of the race. And we'll give you all the action. You can follow along. We'll give you the call. I think I'm playing Casa Creed up top. I like Air Force Red underneath as a play. I like Go Bears Go as well. Probably going to include Big Invasion and some tickets as well. But I think vertically or horizontally, what I have is Casa. I have Big Invasion and I have Go Bears Go. Air Force Red as the 3 that I'm playing in this race. So that's where I am in my pick 4 sequence in the third leg. But they're still in the dirt. They've not made their way to the turf yet. So we'll have to, like I said, wait a couple more minutes here to see. But Caravel now even getting dipped down a little bit more, 5-2 favorite. Now Casa Creed at 4-1. Yes, please.
4-1. Now I'm like, shoot.
This is amazing.
And now just tick down to 7-2. Big Invasion at 4-1. The horse you mentioned a second ago, Jessica, Nothing Better at 12-1 on the line. And then Dr. Zemph taking a fair amount of money now down to 5-1 as well. So Go Bears Go at 11-1 and Air Force Red at 19-1. And so and then the number 8, Arrest Me Red. This is a horse that I just officially gave up betting on because this horse never wins. And so I just can't with this horse. I always think, it's going to be Arrest Me Red's day, and it never is Arrest Me Red's day. So it just absolutely kills me. So
my horse, by the way, yesterday, in terms of like a price, we were saying here, if we get Casa Creed 4-1, Poppy Flower at 6-1.
Oh, yeah.
I could not believe she loves New York.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm getting 6-1 on her, and she just got up, but
she got it.
Found a way. Yeah.
Absolutely. So they've made their way onto the turf. Hey, if you're watching us, let us know in the chat. Who are you betting in this race? Let us know your top play in this race. How are you betting this one vertically? Let us know how you're who do you have as your top pick? How are you playing this one underneath and your exactas tries? Would love to see that. So they're getting ready to load them in here in race number 9, the Jaipur Invitational Stakes, grade 1, going 6 furlongs on the turf for 4-year-old and up. And of course, the big news in this one is Caravel, or I'm sorry, for 3-year-olds and up. Caravel, the mare, the 6-year-old mare, who is, of course, the reigning Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint champion, going to try to win the 5th race in a row, and beat the boys now for the 3rd time in 4 races. So we'll see if she's going to be able to do it as they get them loaded in here. Loading in Dr. Zemp, the number 5, from the inside position. So I see some people in here saying he needs, Uncle Sully needs the 2, 3, or 11 to hit the pick 4. We're pretty close to the same on that one, with Go Bears Go, Air Force Red, and Casa Creed. And
Ice Chocolate, 45 to 1.
So, yeah. And then the number 6 is the long shot play for Russ. That's now 62 to 1. So if we get
Dylan and Mark, they've been good together.
You can get Ice Chocolate home for that's a big one for Russ. So good luck with that pick. Hell, even underneath that, Porsche is going to pay a ton. So looks like they're all in line. They got Air Force Red loaded in, and Arrest Me Red, I should say, loaded in, and they are working on getting the 15 horse loaded in here, Coppola. And so they are in the gate here for the Jaipur, and they're off. A level start, and right away, Nothing Better gets out there and is able to get on the lead by at least a length and a half, 2 lengths now opening up, able to get over. Caravel breaks very well, is sitting second early on. Surprise Boss also there. Go Bears Go in a nice pocket trip on the inside rail, but a lot of speed and people jockeying for position. Air Force Red up there close as well, as in addition to Arrest Me Red, as they do the opening quarter in 22 flat, just under 22 and 1. And Nothing Better is setting the pace up there, going around the far turn in the lead. Caravel sitting a perfect stalking trip in second, followed by Go Bears Go and Arrest Me Red. This is how they're, and Casa Creed is sitting mid-pack right now as they make their way around the turn, the opening half in 44 and 4, and they hit the head of the stretch, and Caravel puts her neck in front of Nothing Better. Here comes Casa Creed down the center of the track. Here comes a lot of other, so here comes the number 10 Big Invasion, but Caravel has got them. It looks like she's going to be able to win this one again. Big Invasion making one last run indeed, but Caravel wins and sits the perfect trip, wins by about 3/4 of a length over Big Invasion, who also necked out Casa Creed for 3rd. So Caravel gets the win.
Shout out to Matt, an amazing call.
Well, I'm trying my best here on my iPhone 7S, and so it's a little bojankety, as we like to say, but we're making it work. So but yeah, that was fast early. Fast early pace. Caravel sat right off and Nothing Better, kicked for home. Closers couldn't close, and just another win for Caravel, who just keeps racking up victories in this division. So amazing mare indeed. We always talk about with fillies and mares, they get better usually at 5 and 6 years old, and it feels like she's just starting to hit her best stride. Right now at 6.
Yeah, just another case of you try and get clever, and then it just the horse is just too good.
She is special, man.
Yep. Absolutely.
This was the acid test that a lot of people said this is where she, including me, where I said the clock may strike midnight, and she said, "Hold my slipper."
Yeah, exactly.
She is that good.
Yep. No, she is. Great ride from Tyler as well. Bided his time, just kind of sat second, and was able to launch there. So, yeah, listen, I tried to get cute and go, 10-11 in this one. And, with Big Invasion and Casa Creed, 10-11-2, and, obviously got beat by Caravel. What are you going to do? She ran a heck of a race, and, but just to your point earlier, Nothing Better gets out there on the front end. Caravel sits off. Nobody else was really pressing those two. I mean, they were Caravel's had a very comfortable trip. I mean, Tyler was sitting chilly, coming down the backstretch and around the far turn, was never being pressured on the outside by anybody. So again, even though she wasn't on the lead, she still kind of got the right sort of trip. But again, you make your own luck in these types of races. And you have to have the talent to be able to sit those right types of trips. And she certainly was able to do that.
Yeah, definitely.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So listen, big win for her there. And it is going to be Caravel over Big Invasion, over Casa Creed, over Dr. Zemp. They did 5/8 in 56 flat. And like I said, the opening half was in 44 and 4. So, I mean, they were really humming there coming down the stretch, but Caravel just ears still
I
pricked
thought
up
I had
and
the exact
trotting around the track.
I boxed Caravel and Casa Creed. I thought I had that cold coming down, and all of a sudden,
Big Invasion makes that big run. Yeah,
Big Invasion, exactly.
Yeah, big run from Big Invasion.
You know how they have like NFL films, like the videos, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't you love a whole series of the meetings between Joel Rosario and Christophe Clement on like every single turf horse he rides for him? When he's like 26 and a half lengths behind every time, and then comes sweeping. Sometimes he wins, sometimes he doesn't.
Yeah, it just comes flying. And it's interesting. I remember when I remember this stat when Joel was in a real funk down at Gulfstream Park this winter.
Yep.
I remember looking up a stat, and it was pretty amazing. And this was about 3/4 of the way through the championship meet, so we had a pretty sufficient amount of cases under our belt.
Sure, yeah.
That Rosario was winning something like 8%, incredibly low win rate. 75% of his winners came on Christophe Clement horses.
Yeah, 7 out of 10. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah. It was absolutely unreal. But at that time, 75% of his winners were when he teamed up with Clement. And he's winning at 8%, yet you put him on a Clement horse, he's automatic almost. It was very fascinating to see that. And I just remember, and I played that angle. I forget the horse. I played that angle and I got a decent enough price on that one the one day. So, Don, listen, Caravel, amazing mare. Shouts to her. I feel like we've seen some really nice fillies and mares these last 2 days. So, between Pretty Mischievous yesterday, Clairiere today, obviously, with that big win in the Ogden Phipps. And then just now, Caravel beating the boys now for the third time in 4 efforts. Second grade 1 win over the boys. Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, and now winning the Jaipur Invitational. And Casa, I thought Casa had the run, and then Casa kind of flattened out a little bit, it felt like. And
had the perfect trip.
Exactly like you would have written it up, but
perfect.
Didn't have it.
Yeah, didn't have it, kind of flattened out. I mean, it was still making up some ground, but just, didn't have that burst. And maybe, again, needed one off the bench, even though he's done this move before of running overseas and then coming back, and was looking to, I think, become maybe the first horse to win this race 3 years in a row.
And no disgrace, but
obviously third by a length, basically.
Exactly. But,
so, a big effort there from him. So, that was a big race there for Caravel to get the win for Brad Cox with Tyler Gaffleone aboard. And we move right along here to race 10. Listen, it's amazing. This card is really kind of trucking along as we keep moving through these. We're up to race 10. We only got 3 more races until the Belmont Stakes. Now, granted, there's a little bit of time between the Manhattan and the Belmont, obviously for all the pageantry, all the circumstance, etc. But still, like I said, a lot of racing still to come. But we've gotten through the day pretty well so far. So I want to take a step back, and Jess, we were talking earlier about breeding, and we were talking about, pedigree and breeding and all this other stuff. And we were talking about, Belmont horses and why certain horses are sought after and why certain horses command a certain price and things along those lines. Obviously, we've seen over the last couple of years, horses like Gunrunner catch everybody by storm. Bolt Doro had a lot of success with his first crop this year, though it feels like maybe they're sprinters rather than routers. We've seen other horses like Gervin, have a little bit of success with first out, a lot of precocity in that 2-year-old group as well. One of the things that I'm interested in, and I can't claim to be an expert on any of this stuff. That's why I'm talking to you. But I'm always interested in seeing how many mares are covered up by different sires. And I was taken aback. I think this was last year, not this current breeding season, but last year's breeding season, that Yalpin covered up something like 256 mares or something along that lines. And Yalpin was a perfectly nice horse that I think most of us remember by being savaged by Firenze Fire up at Saratoga. I'm interested. I think a lot of us think of him as a sprint horse. And I'm just interested in, like, Is there what's the logic, I guess, maybe behind why Yalpin was such a sought after sire?
2 words: spendthrift farm.
Ah, there you go.
He's a spendthrift horse. They have great
Gotcha.
breeder rewards and incentives, and their horses are always at the top of. There have been other examples in recent years of horses where you look and you're like, how did this horse cover up 200 mares? And then, oh, it's a spendthrift horse.
Gotcha.
So they do a great job, of making sure that their stallions get every opportunity to succeed by just sheer numbers.
Yep.
So that's, I mean, I really don't think it's any deeper than that with Yalpin. It's
good. It's
spendthrift
good
marketing and giving breeder incentives. I believe that they have things like, if you send a mare to a horse for, certain things, you get lifetime breeding rights. I don't know the exact details of what their, how their program works, but I know that they have really good breeder incentives to.
That's really interesting.
That help them support their younger stallions. You have like a horse like Maximus Mischief, whose first 2-year-olds are coming out this year that have been looking really good. A lot of people are really impressed with them, myself included. I've seen a lot of them that look really nice. But he's another one who you wouldn't necessarily expect. He had a huge book, but he has quite a few 2-year-olds on the ground, so he'll have every chance to.
That's interesting.
Hit a home run, because that's really you need the home run in your first crop.
Yep.
And then you need to sustain, keep getting good horses.
Yep.
Kind of is the thing, like you have a horse like Lionheart, who I looked into a lot with that. Look at the freshman sire crop that Tappet was part of.
Yeah.
And really the issue with Lionheart was that he didn't have any graded stakes winning 2-year-olds. He had, or actually I think he might have had one in his first crop, but he didn't have any grade 1 winners.
Yeah.
And then just about the time he gets shipped to, I'm not sure where he ended up being sold to. But then he gets a horse like Cantharos, who I think he only raced 2 times, but he looked like a monster in those 2 starts. And if he had been sound, could have been that superstar horse that elevated Lionheart to the next level. And then he ended up getting the Breeders' Cup Turf winner in his 3rd year as a stallion. But by that point, he had already been sold. There's so many examples of horses like that where they'll get a good horse. You can get a great horse from these stallions, but because they didn't get that first crop didn't pop off, then the market just goes cold immediately.
That's going to be interesting, Jessica. This year, our boy, our friend who I have on the back of my head, preservationist, right? His 2-year-olds are coming out, and I think they're going to be a little slow out of the gate, like, what I mean? Because that's just his nature, an arch. They need time to develop, what I'm saying? So I don't think he's going to be a blockbuster, but they're going to develop. They're going to run longer, and they're going to be, but it'll be interesting to see the patience that people have,
And for a horse like that, I don't think there's going to be much, honestly, which is unfortunate because he's a stallion that I really like, and I think will be able to get you a really useful horse. But, he's one who I don't expect the market to, I mean, they have already kind of they're not really buying the preservationists. And, and they also haven't, the ones I've seen physically haven't really like blown me away. Physically, which you need to also have. But it's super interesting.
Yeah. By the way, I saw the other day, a picture of an Into Mischief yearling that looked like a freaking Clydesdale. I was like, geez, I'm crime addicts. This horse was huge. And so they're like the new Into Mischief yearling. I was like, my God, this horse is, I'm going to see him in a Budweiser commercial. It looks absolutely like a beast. And so to your point, Jessica, the look is also so important as well, in terms of how balanced the horse is, how filled out they look. To that 2-year-old precocity, is this a horse we can get on the track at 2 and get a winner with, right away? I'm far be it from me to be kind of a physical handicapper. There's a lot of people who do a much better job at that. I always marvel at the job somebody like Maggie Wolfendale does in the paddock, Acacia Courtney, who are so good at kind of noticing things physically about horses.
Yeah, Caitlin's great. Andy's great.
Caitlin's great. Yep, absolutely.
Andy's great.
So it's but it is interesting when I'm even learning more when it comes to what am I looking for in the sales ring, in terms of what am I looking for in terms of bone structure, in terms of fitness, in terms of how filled out they are, in terms of gait, in terms of like all these things, like aside from just we've bred this sire to this mare, and so we think it's going to be a hit. I also want to see these. How does this horse move? And how these sort of is this a turf horse? Is this a sprint horse? Is this a router? Sort of a thing. So endlessly fascinating stuff. I think. I mean, I remember talking to Acacia Courtney about this like 2 years ago when I first started doing a lot of stuff here on YouTube for horse racing, and I just really nerded out. Just asked her like 10 straight pedigree questions, and because she was up there for the facing Tipton sale right before or right after, I should say, the Whitney. So listen, we got a lot of great stuff in horse racing, and that's one of the things that I think is, listen, none of us like to see horses retired early, but I think one of the things that is cool is starting to follow those babies of the horses that we all loved on the track, and then being able to see the baby. For me, it was Bolt Doro. Because that was a horse who one of my former students named that horse because she actually helped train Bolt Doro, and she was the one who named him. And so Aiden Green, who is the wife of Ike Green out at Oakland Park, but she was my student at the University of Texas, El Paso, where she played women's volleyball. And so anyway, Aiden was a former student, and we've stayed in touch over the years. And, she named Bolt Doro. And so ever since then, I'm like, oh, wow, the baby bolts are coming out. And so I'll just like randomly Facebook Messenger about like, oh, can you believe, Bolt, Corona Bolt, when he won the latest, sprint stakes race, just excited about those sorts of things. So I think it's a cool thing, obviously, to see how they pass on their legacy in breeding, but
makes you feel old very quickly.
I have to go, unfortunately.
All good, man.
Are you ready for this? One of my best friends is a surprise birthday for them. And his wife made the party at 6:30.
Party foul.
Exactly.
That happened to me on Derby Day.
And he's a horse racing, and he's a horse racing fan on Belmont Day. Exactly. So I said, wait a minute, are we gonna like this?
Devastating. Exactly. Sean, hey man, thank you so much for coming and hanging out with us.
My pleasure.
Really
Jessica,
appreciate it.
Great talking with you. Yes, always.
Awesome. Exactly.
Awesome.
Have fun, guys. Good luck, everybody.
All right. Appreciate it, Sean.
See you guys.
All right. Be good. So Jessica, we got a couple of big time races coming up, obviously with the Met Mile. And we are, approaching post time there. Cody's Wish, as we talked about, taking a ton of money, 3 to 5, I think last time I saw. And the horse that is dead on the board right now, Repo Rocks, who has floated all the way up to 13 to 1, I believe, last time I saw. And listen, far be it from me to speculate, but I just have a feeling people don't want to bet on the connections in this one. And it's not the story that people want. I mean, you talk about a juxtaposition of two stories, right?
Right.
Cody's Wish and Repo's Rocks. I mean, it's like, what do we want to celebrate on horse racing, one of its biggest days? A trainer who just miraculously gets horses to run into new form, and who's been popped several times for violations at parks, or Cody's Wish, which is like the most heartwarming story in the world. For a trainer that is universally adored usually in Belmont. So it is, I think that's the kind of the narrative that we're looking at there. So it is, it's an interesting one that we have going on here. But I'm just reaching out to Carson. Shout out to her if she's listening, but trying to get Carson on here when she has a chance. But listen, this is going to be a fun little pick 3. And so looking ahead, though, to the next race, Jessica, in the Manhattan, this was one I had a hard time getting by the chalkier horses in this one, and the Appleby horse, Ottoman Fleet, and then the Pletcher horse Up to the Mark. Were you able to get beyond those two, and kind of where did you see, and do you have a preference maybe between one of those two?
I do prefer Ottoman Fleet of the two, but no, I didn't have anything really clever in there. If I had a third horse, it would be Warren Point.
Yeah.
So it looks chalky to me. Tough one for me to kind of feel like, I have anything. Maybe Red Knight. Yeah. But even then, I really like Ottoman Fleet. I mean, coming off of that last win, and you know, he can win at 1.25 miles. I don't worry about the distance or anything.
Yeah.
But yeah, in Appleby, you know, okay, maybe they haven't done so great today, but
yeah,
you gotta,
no,
you gotta have to give him a chance.
I think so, and I think the argument with a horse like Ottoman Fleet, or with Warren Point, I should say, is that's a horse that was. I mean, you couldn't have had much worse of a trip first time out in North America.
Mm-hmm.
That was abysmal. I mean, that horse was. He missed the break. I mean, Dettori had his hands full. That horse wanted to go, and was super rank. And finally makes this like middle move down the back stretch and kind of gets up close to the lead, but it's clearly then just flattens out coming for home because the horse used up. It's a little bit what we saw yesterday with Limperador, who just decided to, just poor go. Trevor's like, I guess just go, whatever you want to do.
What are we gonna do?
Yeah, I mean, because I give credit because Trevor clearly was like, I'm not going to move you on the turn and like waste a ton of ground.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to wait until we get into the backstretch and you're just going to fly up and then we'll tuck over. And that's what he did. But I mean, so Warren Point just had a rough trip, but I mean, that's clearly a very talented horse. It does seem like he's a little bit of a head case, which we've seen from other Appleby horses before. I mean, I think that's something that is a little bit unusual in North America. You don't see a lot of horses with the blindfolds over the front, wearing the blanket, getting loaded into the gate.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think those are things that you see much more commonly over in European racing that you don't see here. And so when people see that, I think they go, "Oh, is this horse like, what's going on with this horse?"
Wrong? Like,
right? Yeah. So, going to be interesting there.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's an interesting pace scenario because, you know, the horses that are going to be close are horses who you think are overmatched. And, you know, 1.25 miles on the turf. Okay, maybe pace isn't the be all end all, but I do think it's kind of interesting that like the 3 horses who I think are going to be close are horses who I'm not sure are good enough.
Yeah.
You know, but it's an interesting race.
Yeah. I mean, you know, the horse that
but
yeah, I mean, it's interesting because I think, you know, Red Knight obviously is a horse that I feel like I'm always on the wrong side of. And, you know, the last 3 times out, I was against him in the McKnight. I was on him on the Elkhorn. I was off him in the Man of War. And so I just, you know, talk about just, being on the wrong horse at the wrong time. You know, I tend to, in these types of races, I do tend to favor horses that are new to the division. This is a little bit of what I do in like the dirt marathon division as well, where I'm like, oh, this is a new horse, a new face in the division. I'll let this horse kind of give this horse a chance.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, how many times do I need to see Rock Emperor run a race in New York? And I mean, I love the horse, but it's just like, well, I know what I'm getting out of Rock Emperor.
Exactly.
And it's just like, you know, okay. And so I'd much rather use a horse that's ascending like up to the mark, or a horse that Charlie Appleby's bringing over with William Buick aboard. And I know it's chalk, but that's just, you know, that's it. But it'll be interesting.
They win, then
well, that's the thing. If they win, you win money. That's the beauty of, you know, and that's, you know, kind of where I always end up going sometimes in this. So, listen, I saw Don Woolley asking this question in here. What chances do we give Dr. Now, Jessica, I'm going to put you on the spot. Do you pronounce it Shivel, or Chevelle?
I've always pronounced it Shivel.
Okay, so I usually say Shivel. I think I say Shivel too. But I get so twisted up by what other people say that I get in my own head with this one. But what chances do we give Dr. Shivel here in the Met Mile? Feels like this is a pace horse in all likelihood in this race, and I just don't know if he can get a mile.
Yeah, I looked at him in this spot for a bit.
Same.
I definitely, you know, like I said, I could literally make a case for any horse in this race if you wanted me to. I could. But yeah, I think the mile is a question. The fact that I don't think he's, if I remember correctly, let me take a little look here real quick. I mean, yeah, he'll be probably the horse on the lead, but he won't be completely getting away from horses like Charge It or Repo Rocks or Hoist the Gold. Even White Abario is tactical. Slow Down Andy. I don't think that with a bunch of horses kind of sitting behind him, I don't think that a mile is really his best game. I mean, the Malibu, you could probably toss because he got taken out at the start there, and he was never going to beat Flightline. He does have the win in the Del Mar Futurity at 7 furlongs.
Yep.
So that's kind of like, okay, maybe you can do that. I mean, I don't know a thing. I've never heard of mining for money on the bottom.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
That's interesting. Let me here. We'll do a quick little. Let's just see here. Who the heck is mining for money?
Alex is getting close to my heart here because he says Zandon is menacing. And of course, anybody who knows me knows my Twitter handle is, of course, @FailTheMenace, because it's my favorite horse racing note that there is, because it just makes no freaking sense and it's hysterical. And so I'm a big fan of Zandon, so definitely like that one there to hear that he looks great in the paddock. But Zandon always looks great in the paddock. I mean, Zandon always looks like $1 million or looks like $10 million in the paddock sometimes, because he is $1 million. And so he's a big one. So mining for money, what did we get here, Jessica?
So this horse, it looks like he raced twice. He's a son of Mining, who was a Mr. Prospector stallion from a nice female family. And I am just looking at pedigree query, which is often wrong about when it comes to race records.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Not like the pedigree information you get there. Great. It's not always complete. Usually what you have is like correct, but it might not be complete. But for a horse this old, I would kind of assume what it's showing is 2 starts, 1 win, and then a second in the Westchester Stakes at Hollywood Park, I guess that is.
Oh, okay.
At 2, and then was at Stud in California. What's interesting actually is the dam is a half to a Grade 1 winner by Richly Blended, another stallion that who's that? Half to Ultra Blend, who was a winner of the Grade 1 Clement Hirsch, going 8.5. Also won the Milady. Was kind of a sprinter early on, and then looks like she kind of was able to go longer as she got older.
Yeah.
So it's who knows?
Yeah,
I don't think there's a whole lot you can imply or derive from that. More just a curiosity on my part, because I'd never heard of this stallion.
Yeah. No, it's interesting. And so Dr. Schivel picks up Irad Ortiz Jr. as well, and that's going to obviously attract some eyeballs when you have the top jockey in the colony deciding to go onto your mount in a race that's this star-studded. Listen, this is obviously a big-time race. We got 16 minutes to post till for race 10 which is of course the Metropolitan Handicap, which everybody calls the Met Mile, Alex bringing up a Rock Hard 10 Part 2 for Zandon. And Rock Hard 10, one of my favorite horses, because I'll still I've said this repeatedly, he looked like a different breed of animal running against. He was so big. He was so freaking big compared to everybody else that he was running against. It was just stunning to see how big he looked. And so one of my favorites, because I remember watching that race live in the Derby. And I was just like, good Lord, that horse is huge. Like, a
horse like Dortmund also comes to mind, built that same
really big one.
I got to see him in person one time, and that was just, oh my God.
Yeah. Big horse. And there was another big horse that just ran second to Augusta Rodin over in Europe. I want to say it was something Steel, American Steel or something like that. Sure. Who was a huge, you could just tell physically on the track. He was like, Augusta Rodin went by him, and he held on for second, this other horse. And it was like Augusta Rodin's like the junior varsity team, like running by like the varsity squad. It was like, good Lord, this horse is massive. The morning, listen, the line here for the Belmont race number 10, Metropolitan Handicap, the Met Mile, Cody's Wish, 3-5, folks. You're not going to get a lot of money returning on Cody's Wish. The sentimental favorite, the post morning line favorite. Slow Down Andy. I want to circle back to this one. A lot of people like this horse. 21-1 on the current odds. Dr. Schivel, 14-1 right now. Hoist the Gold, who all he does is finish underneath at a big price, 38-1. Charge It, staying pretty steady at 5-1. Zandon, staying pretty steady as well, 6-1. They basically just flip-flop positions because their morning lines were the opposite of that. Repo Rocks still down on the board at 11-1 right now. 4-1 second choice morning line, now up to 11-1. You have Doppelganger at 18-1, and White Barrio, another horse a little dead on the board after the barn change from Safi Joseph to Rick Dutrow, now at 19-1. And that's a little bit interesting because White Barrio usually attracts a fair amount of bettors because of how popular that horse is, but it does feel like people are starting to, maybe move elsewhere. The barn change might have been one of those instances, but also this is a horse that was scratched last time because of the temperature, and so has been running a little while. And also, let's just be honest, is usually not the same horse out at Gulfstream Park. So, but I want to circle back to Slow Down Andy. Doug O'Neill bringing this horse over from the West Coast has always run his race. I mean, has never run a bad race really in his career. Ran pretty well in that Breeders' Cup Mile.
Yeah, first start at 4. He could be a better horse now.
Yeah.
Especially at that price. I mean, at 10 to 1, I wasn't necessarily super interested in him, but at more than twice that, why not?
Yeah, I mean, he finished third by a length and 3/4 to Cody's Wish in that Breeders' Cup dirt mile. And, the one thing that kind of pushed me off of him a little bit for a win contender at the very least was Doug O'Neill over the last 5 years, I believe 0 for 13 winning at Belmont. And I want to say 0 for 9 in graded stakes races coming off a 180-day plus layoff. So, some stats. I mean, granted, smaller sample size over 5 years, a lot of different horses, a lot of different tracks, but something to keep in mind. So, listen, she's wiped away the tears from Casa Creed losing in the last race, and she is now with us here. Carson, I hope you got a couple of minutes of shut-eye at least from this morning when you were working on 15 minutes sleep. But how are you doing, and what's going on during your Belmont day?
Oh, well, started out okay, and last couple of races, not so great. And they've turned kind of chalky, so anyway.
Yeah.
We'll be okay.
We will be okay. We will overcome this yet again. So we got 11 minutes to post here in race number 10, which is the Met Mile. So Carson, where are you looking in this Met Mile? Cody's Wish right now 3 to 5 on the board. Is this a single for you and move on, or do you have somebody else?
I'm going to tell you that I'm probably going to have more tears and possibly rage quit and break my tablet if Repo Rocks wins. So
yes, I think we're all in agreement on this one. That none of us are really rooting for Repo Rocks to win this one. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I'd like for it to go Cody's Wish's way. Excuse me.
Yeah.
I did use a couple interesting ones underneath. I love Horse to Gold. It's a cool horse.
Yep.
Mr. Stewart's phenomenal, and is showing pretty big numbers. So, let me see what I actually played, and I'll tell you.
Yeah, I also on the feed, Sarah Baldwin picked Hoist the Gold on top.
Yeah.
She did,
which I respect. That's bold. I love it.
Yeah. No, I mean Sarah loves that horse, and I will say I've made a lot of money on that horse just in exactas and trifectas. Like I don't know why this horse never gets any respect, but this horse never gets any respect, and it's like 30 to 1. I'm like, well, I'll include this horse underneath. Like, sure,
right.
Why not?
I thought you were doing well at Keeneland, and then I know Charge It seems to like this track.
Yeah.
Todd is having a better day than yesterday, but Zandon has only been out of the money once in like 10 lifetime starts or something.
Yeah.
To that effect. So I think he's going to get a piece of it. I don't really know what to do with Babe. White Abario going to Babe. It's a whole new ball of wax.
Yeah.
Where's he going to be here today? Just like that first off the claim for Ness earlier in the day.
Yeah.
Getting a piece of it. And then the Brittany Russell Heavy on Toledo duo was doing Pimlico. This doppelganger seems to be in a good form.
Yep.
And of course, he's the one from Bob. Or is that?
Yeah, the one from Bob. Yeah. Went Bob to Yaktine, back to Bob, back to Brittany now. So he's been he's been making the rounds in terms of the different barns. But yeah, I mean that goes to Jessica's point. I think you could make a case for just about any horse entered in this field. It's very competitive. I lean towards tossing White Abario entirely. That horse has just too many questions for me. How he responds to Babe Dutrow and again, until he wins a big race outside of Gulfstream Park, I just have a hard time using him. It does seem like a different horse outside of there. But working out nicely. May 30 work was 59 flat 5 furlong work. I mean, the horse can work well. Doppelganger would need to take a step forward, but he's clearly trending in the right direction under Brittany, who's getting off. Just obviously won another training title at Pimlico. Toledo won another riding title at Pimlico. Those two team up all the time, have a lot of success here in the Mid-Atlantic. So very trusted connections with those two at Doppelganger. And then, I'm on record. Chargin and Zandon are my top two in this race. So that's kind of where I'm going, trying to beat Cody's Wish, who I think is just in a deeper waters here. This might be a little bit of a tough time. And I'm shout out to my dad. I'm getting a text from my dad. What time is the Belmont? Just Google it. He kills me. He has to text me to find out what time the Belmont is. He kills me with this stuff. And the amount of Googleable questions that I get from my dad on a daily basis just drives me bonkers. And from my mom too. But that's what you get for being an only child. You get all the questions from both of your parents all of the time. Listen, Carson, before we get into the Met Mile, still got 7 minutes to post here. We've been asking everybody when they come onto the feed, who you got in the big one, where are you going to go in the Belmont, who's your top pick, what are your thoughts on that race?
For about a week now, I've been sitting on boxing the 3 grays, Tappet Trice, Arcangelo, and Hit Show.
Okay.
I think Tappet Shoes going and National Treasure going. National Treasure might be able to hang, so I did use him for a super underneath.
Okay.
I don't know that I could narrow it down. I would love to lean heavy on Tappet Trice, but he didn't show up last month. So
yeah. It is. It's hard. And by the way, shout out. We got almost 200 people here in the stream right now on YouTube alone. We've got more people on Twitter. If you're watching on YouTube, press that like button. It helps us out, helps us spread the word. We really appreciate it. Everything we're doing here on Trust the Profits. If this is your first time watching any of our stuff, we have a ton of different content, not just these live streams. We have handicapping shows. We have horse racing news programs. We cover tracks from across the country and across the world, much to the chagrin of everybody else in the network. I like covering Japanese racing, and I don't give a damn if it only gets 200 views. I keep doing it. And by the way, we're going to be doing some fun stuff over at Royal Ascot here in a couple of weeks as well. Probably going to be doing an early morning live stream for that because I'm insane. And so I'll be doing that as well. Probably have to have some mimosas, maybe a Bloody Mary to kick things off over there. And yes, for people who ask sometimes, I will try to get a top hat. I don't know if I'll get the tails, but I will try to look the part for Royal Ascot. So, listen, we got a lot going on here as we get closer to the Met Mile. And listen, Cody's Wish staying very solid as your favorite at 3-5 on the board. Slow down, Andy, 23-1. At 23-1, I'll use that horse because he runs good races.
He does.
So
he struggles east of Baton Rouge.
Yes,
I did get a piece of it there at Keeneland. I love Doug. This horse is super cool. I've seen him run in person a few times now, and I hope to get up there, actually.
I remember him, and my first memory of him was in that Los Alamitos Futurity back in his third career race, where he was about as green as a horse can be coming down the stretch. And I remember he was just like, and I forget, I guess Mario was on him that day. And I just remember he was just like looking at the grandstands and just being like, hey guys, what's going on? I'm running a race. And just like
nose in the air,
he's like, will you please run in a straight line? And this horse was like 3/4 of the way out towards the grandstands and just was all over the place and like nearly won. So you knew he had a ton of talent. And so it was, listen, it was, that was my kind of first introduction to Slow Down Andy. And he's a horse I've followed ever since then, obviously, like a lot. And like I said, at 23-1, he's an intriguing horse to use. I know a lot of people on horse racing Twitter, big fans of him. Uncle Sully saying I should stick with the Peaky Blinders look. Absolutely, we can do that. Shouts to Cillian Murphy, who's in the most anticipated movie that I have this year, which is Oppenheimer. So that's what I'm looking forward to. But yes, I might. Well, I'll have both. I'll have the top hat. I'll have the Peaky Blinders. Never fear. So we'll have a good time there overseas. But hey, let us know in the chat, how are you going to be playing this Met Mile? Let us know. Who do you have up top? What's your verticals that you're going to be playing underneath? Who do you need in a pick sequence if you're still alive? Who do you need to win to keep going on or to cash out in this leg? So let us know, because we're getting close to post time here, 3 minutes to post here in the Met Mile. So they've made their way onto the track and starting, like I said, getting ready to post. 2 minutes now down to post. So getting close to post time here. And we see Alex is playing the 6 over the 2, 3, 4, 5, 8. So he's completely fading Cody's Wish from the exacta and using Zandon up top with some prices underneath, including Slow Down Andy, Dr. Shivel, and Hoist the Gold and Charge It, as well as Doppelganger. So, good luck to you on that one. So we got Glenn here, who's going with a 7 and 8 on top, and Cody's Wish last 3 furlongs. Nice horse, but maybe not in peak form. We'll see. And so Alex likes the 2 here as well. So we'll absolutely see about that. And Glenn meant the 1, not the exclamation point on top. He was not just emphasizing his message. He meant Cody's Wish on top, followed by the 7 and 8. And so Cody's Wish certainly in really good form. So we got the 1 minute to post here in the Met Mile. 200 plus people here on YouTube. Really appreciate everybody's support here today. We're going to be sticking with you from now through the end of the day, through the end of the Belmont. So we're going to hang around and do that. And listen, I mentioned it before, but the last race, due to copyright issues, we are not going to be able to show the race. We'd like to continue the stream going. We'd like not to get in trouble with the law. My father and grandfather, lawyers, don't want to put that to practice. And so I'm going to call the race, and we'll kind of obviously have live reactions and go through it and do that. But we're going to stay on here and do handicapping analysis, thoughts, thinking back on previous Belmonts, a lot of different stuff. So we're going to have a fun day here on the chat. Already had a really fun day, hit a few winners earlier in the card. Tried to get around Carabelle that last race. That one bit us a little bit hard. Tried to get around Clairiere earlier, and that one kind of bit us a little bit, although I was still using Clairiere in some different spots. So this is a wide open Met Mile field. It is a wide open Met Mile field. I think you can go a lot of different directions here, and I'm not gonna talk you off it. Depending on where you go. So the way the board stands now has remained. Repo Rocks ticked down a little bit to down to 9-1, Zandon at 7-1, Charge It at 5-1. But Cody's Wish obviously still your overwhelming favorite, 3-1 in this spot.
It's a pretty big field. It's the biggest field they've had for the Met Mile in 4 or 5 years, if I recall. I don't know. I just feel like they haven't run that many. Cody's Wish obviously isn't scaring anybody off here. And it seems to be the go-to pit stop on the way to the breeding shed anymore. He wants to get an attempt in. So. Yeah,
absolutely. No, it's an opportunity for a grade 1. And, this is a race that I will say it's one of the few races I still feel like that people point to. And I brought this up with Charge It earlier, that Todd Pletcher, from the time Charge It came back and then optional claimer 62, and people are like, so what's his campaign going to look like? And he's like, the Met Mile. And like, that was the one race he's like, we're going to the Met Mile. Everything else was up in the air and open for, suggestions. We're going to the Met Mile. And I felt like that's a whole race that a lot of people just say, we're going to that race. And that's what we're gearing up to the whole season. And then we'll kind of get back and, get ready for the BC Mile or something like that after this. But it's interesting. These horses, you would imagine, are going to be in pretty top form, because this is one everybody's pointing toward all season. So going to be an exciting race here. And and it was interesting. Now, Jessica, are you going to throw any money on Slow Down Andy now that you see this price?
Yeah, I'm just throwing a show bet on. I feel like this race is too wide open to really have any opinion. You'll get paid for show, especially if Cody's Wish doesn't run his race, but I think he will. Yeah. So I think 3 to 5 is too short, but I also think he's the most likely winner.
Yep.
So I'm essentially passing this race. I'm literally throwing $2 to show on Slow Down Andy.
Did my dad show up? What's going on? My dad loves the $2 show.
I'm a notorious. This is why I'm the world's worst gambler. I am just a notorious $2 show better, because I bet to not lose.
Yep.
Instead of betting to win.
I know.
So
It's funny. I like you. I enjoy handicapping. Obviously, if you watch any of our shows here on the channel, we give out handicapping advice all the time. Colin Sheen gives out a lot of great betting advice. We do that for sure. And so it is, but it definitely from a betting standpoint, I can give out some betting advice. Whether I follow my advice or not is always my problem, because I can't tell you the number of times I've given out a winning ticket and they're like, "Oh, did you cash?" And I'm like, no, I decided not to play. And like, I got too cautious and was like, I didn't really want to spend $40. And I, just like, what an idiot. So there was one time me and Scott Shapiro gave out a pick 5 that was like $3,000 and it would have cost me $16 to play it. And of course I didn't play it. And it's just like, why? And so I just get so frustrated with myself. So
I have a vivid memory of, Oh, they're loading. Never mind then.
Oh yeah, they're loading them up. You're right. They are loading them up as we're going down memory lane. But so they're loading them up here in the Met Mile.
Okay.
So
a lot more wide open than the board makes you think.
I think so too. I think so too. Most likely winner, yes. 3 to 5. I don't see it.
Mm-hmm. So the blue checkered silks on Hoist the Gold too.
So here we go. They're loaded in, and I'm sorry, they're getting White Abarrio loaded in the gate now, who always looks great with those C2 Racing Stables silks. And
being a little... There it goes.
Yep. Now they're all set in the gate, and they're off. Cody's Wish hopped a little bit at the start and is a little further back, as did Doppelganger. But out on the front end, you have a few different horses. Slow Down Andy going out on that front end. Dr. Shivel, obviously, and Hoist the Gold all going out and setting a pretty fast early pace, along with White Abarrio. So early on, you're looking at Dr. Shivel out there trying to set the pace, but it is a very contested pace with Slow Down Andy on the inside, Hoist the Gold on the outside. Sitting second flight is where you have Repo Rocks. Cody's Wish towards the back, Zandon and Charge It sitting mid-pack. On the front end, again, Hoist the Gold, Dr. Shivel. Hoist the Gold now pokes ahead in front, ahead of Dr. Shivel, who's starting to back up a little bit. Slow Down Andy still has that inside rail position as they go around the turn. The first half in 45-4 as they go around the turn at Belmont. Dr. Shivel has fallen back, but ultimately it is Hoist the Gold up top. Slow Down Andy sitting second. Charge It sitting in a pouncing position, sitting in third. Cody's Wish trying to get warmed up there from the outside and coming under a ride. And now they hit the top of the stretch, and it is still Hoist the Gold up a front, but Cody's Wish has now stormed to the lead, coming off the stretch, and has started to open up lengths on the field. Cody's Wish is going to try to take him gate to wire, and quite frankly, it's looking laughable at this point. You do see Zandon giving a little bit of a run here, White Abarrio as well, but it is Cody's Wish making it look easy. Cody's Wish going to end up winning this one by about 3 lengths on the wire. Photo for second between White Abarrio and Zandon. Looked like Zandon might have gotten the bob. But that was Cody's Wish. Looked every bit the winner there and looked every bit the best, even though got off to a little bit of a slow start from the rail. Worked out the trip, went really wide. Did not matter. Had plenty turning for home and was able to put the field away.
Yeah, that was kind of what you hope to see.
Yeah. I mean, he ran the way a 3 to 5 shot should run.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, yeah.
He actually looks bigger than he did a month ago, like grown. It's like just watching him pan by with other horses, comparison in size.
Mm-hmm.
Deep through the chest and the shoulder. I mean, he's just a massive unit. I didn't see, did Doppelganger get pulled up? Because I was trying to go back and see him come across.
He was at the back.
Yeah, it's they cut the strip, so I didn't know. Mm-hmm. They like ran away, and then they don't show him cross. So I was trying to.
Interesting. I do not know. I was just looking at the front end, so
I just watched. Yeah, he crossed the wire.
Yep. Okay. All right. So Cody's Wish gets the win. Like I said, it'll be interesting to see who wins the bob there. I don't know. That was close between Zandon and White Abarrio. It looked like maybe
Zandon got it.
I think Zandon got it. Yeah. And I mean, Zandon ran a decent enough race, but I mean, was well beaten by was well beaten by the by Cody's Wish, who again, easily won this one. So listen, it's a chalky sequence because we go Caravel winning in this leg. We had obviously we had Arabian Lion winning the Woody Stevens. We had Clairiere winning the Ogden Phipps. We've had now Cody Zwitch winning here. So it's been chalk in the pick 4. So not getting a lot of prices here later in the card and trying to beat the favorites has been a challenge. If you're somebody who is, a chalk player, you're having a day right now because you're probably singling all the favorites as we come home. And it's interesting because in the next race of the Manhattan, Jessica, you and I were talking about, we kind of like the chalk in that. This is one where we really like the chalk coming up, and the favorites look pretty formidable in this next one. So, big
White
run.
Mario ran a really nice race there.
He did. He ran much better than I thought he was
him a bit in this spot, and but even I was kind of like, oh wow, yeah. After seeing like him float up so much, I was like, maybe I'm wrong.
yeah.
But
yeah, no, he ran well. That's always my feeling when a horse floats up. I'm like, all right, well, I clearly missed something, rather than just being like, no, everybody else missed something.
That's what I try to embody. Like, okay, I guess I'm seeing something nobody else saw, but usually, the doubt kicks in, and you're like, am I dumb?
Exactly. No, I think it's always a question when you have a horse go through a barn change. There is always a question of like naturally like, how's the new barn? Does it take a race for them to acclimate to the new training regimen? Does it take, horses? Now the horse has been up in New York for quite a while, because the horse was up there for the Carter and scratched out of that race. And so, has been around and obviously was moved up there, as well with, for Dutrow after leaving Safi's barn. But, like I said, interesting race. And, yeah, Zandon, I think it was Alexander who said, Zandon should win an Eclipse Award for being the bridesmaid. And yeah, I mean, he definitely is a horse that, likes coming in second and third. He runs an honest race every time, but just doesn't win.
Great stable dual horse.
Yeah, great stable. You're right. Great stable dual horse. Speaking of stable dual, I don't think I'm doing too well in my 2 contests at Monmouth at Gulfstream, but that's okay. So we'll see what kind of ends up happening moving forward with some of these horses. Repo Rocks really did bounce off that last effort. I don't know where Repo Rocks ended up. I don't know if he was 4th or further back. But certainly did not run the race that I think some people thought. And so ultimately it did go Cody's Wish to win, $330 to win. Zandon in second, $5 to place. White Abario finishes 3rd, pays $550 to show. Charge It finishes 4th. So listen, Cody's Wish gets the job done there. And now where do we think Cody's Wish goes next after this? Do we is there a natural spot for him to go to? That's kind of a bigger spot or not?
That's the question. I mean, in the chat, Carson just mentioned you'd love to see him go a classic distance. And I agree. I mean, like breeding wise, you certainly don't think there's any issue there.
Yeah.
And him physically, just big dude who just keeps coming.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it would be really interesting to see him go, maybe like Whitney or something. If they want to not quite push for 1.25 miles yet, just get to like the Whitney, see if he can win there. Then maybe you think aim like Jockey Club Gold Cup Classic, or you cut back and try to repeat in the dirt mile. Yeah. So I don't know. It'll be interesting. I feel like they have options with him for sure.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And it'll be interesting. I mean, obviously last year he ran in that Forgo up in Saratoga where he beat Jackie's Warrior, spot of his best career effort. But I agree with you. It does feel like he's a horse that it would be interesting. Like, can he get the classic distance? Can he get, 1 mile and an 1/8 even? So I think that would be very intriguing to see if he could do that. And I'll be honest, the other thing that helps is there ain't much in that division. So it's a gettable division right now if a horse like Cody's Wish can step up. Yeah. So definitely a good one. But listen, we got 181 people right now watching on YouTube. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. Let us know where you're tuning in from. I see we got Martine here in the chat. Martine, thank you for hanging out with us. It's a great day. So we are thrilled to have everybody joining us. And so let us know where you're tuning in from. We had people from Brisbane earlier. We had people from East Los Angeles. My man Ruben was on with us earlier. Ruben is always on in the morning. It's 8 a.m. and Ruben is like drinking whiskey at 8 a.m. and on his way to Santa Anita. And so there's 2 things that happen. 1, I wish I had Ruben's life. And 2, I want to hang out with Ruben. And so those are things that I want to do. So always want to make sure we see kind of where everybody is. Alexander tuning in from the track, actually up there at Belmont at Big Sandy. So that's pretty cool. Max checking in from Pittsburgh, my home state of Pennsylvania. I grew up in Reading, but good to see a fellow Keystone State member in there. We got Travis hanging in from Alberta, Canada as well. Yeah, so we got people coming in from all over. Glenn, I see from Long Island. So New Yorker we got up there. We got Uncle Sully tuning in from Kansas. We got Leighton tuning in from Jamaica. So we got people coming in from all over. Love to see it here in the live stream. Again, if you're just tuning in, we're going to be staying with you through the whole Belmont card. Going to take you through these last races at Belmont. We have the Manhattan coming up, and then, of course, the Belmont Stakes happening after that. So now we got a lot going on here, a lot of things. I'm interested, though, Jessica, I asked this question. I'm going to step away for a second. So I'm going to tee this one up, and then I'm going to let you two talk about this because you've not been able to do it yet. I'm interested, is there a Belmont memory or race that you go back to that you're particularly affectionate or fond of? Of course, this year, 50th anniversary of Secretariat, moving like a tremendous machine in 1973. But I'm interested, especially you did all those deep dives on the Belmont sires. I'm just interested, is there a favorite race you go back to? Is there one that you really love?
For me, it's 2007, Rags to Riches. I loved that race. That was it was early on when I first started following racing, and the 2007 Triple Crown was really like the first Triple Crown that I was really invested in. So for me, it's definitely Rags to Riches, beating Curlin. That was a great moment. How about you, Carson?
For me, I would have to say it's pretty tough between Justify's Belmont and Pharaoh's Belmont. Pharaoh's Belmont was, obviously after a very long wait, and I was there with my mom, who have been watching derbies with since Winning Colors. Yes, I'm old. And just being there and being able to enjoy it was pretty special. The Justify one, I actually got to watch him run all three legs in person, but I was working, so it was kind of a little bit of, hustle and bustle. And then my photo of Justify from that race actually ended up being selected to be painted for his official Triple Crown portrait.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's awesome. That's so cool. Yeah, I can see why that would be special then.
Sorry, the child. She doesn't have a favorite Belmont yet.
We're working on it.
Yeah.
Maybe it'll be this year.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe a couple years from now.
But Belmont's probably been one of my favorite tracks, and I'm curious to see how the rearrange and construction is going to change the landscape.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to go back there. Pharaoh's Belmont is another one for me. I got to be there for that one. I got to be on site for his Preakness and his Belmont, which was awesome. I watched actually from the tunnel. I was in the tunnel because I was like, there's no way I'm going to see anything if I try and make it front side. I was working as like a production assistant for TVG for those two races, just like for those like weeks, which was really cool and fun and cool experience. But I was like, there's no way I'm making it to the front side and I'm going to see anything. So I found a TV and was watching with like some of like just different like horsemen and folks who were crowding in the tunnel. And all of us just in awe. I think the whole way around, I just kept saying, no way. I was like, they're not letting this horse go. They're not letting him go like that, are they? They're not. Someone's gonna come and catch him, right? And just no way. The whole way around, just no way. This isn't happening. Like someone's got to come after him. Like obviously you knew like from race watching logic,
right?
They're never gonna get this horse.
Correct.
But you just go like something has to happen, right?
Well,
and it
was Frosted that tried, I think, to make a run, but he just never even got within like 4 or 5 of them. It just looked, with the perspective of the camera angles, it looked like he was a lot closer than he was, and I just felt like the blood drained from my face, and I was like, no, not again.
Right? Yeah.
He denied again. They didn't figure out how to beat him till later in the year. Fortunately for everybody.
Yeah. And honestly, I think that was one of Pharaoh's best races, the Traverse. I feel like that was the one race you learned something new about him.
Right.
Like you learned that he could take pressure and keep going. And that would, to me, that was like, it's sort of in the same vein of like the Zenyatta's Classic against Blame, I think was one of her best races. Like you learned she overcame so much just to miss. I love like losing efforts where they're more impressive than if the horse had won. I kind of want to make a video about that, I think, for the channel. about like some of the most impressive losing efforts. I know there's a Seattle Slew one, and I can't think of what race it is, but there's a race where Slew got beat, but just looked like he had no right to even finish second.
After his, so he was undefeated going into the Triple Crown. Is it 4-year-old year or after the same year of his 3-year-old year, just after the Belmont?
Yeah, I can't remember offhand. I'd have to look at his past performances, and if I saw it, I would know the race. But I'd love to do a video like that of like, okay, what were some of the most impressive losses? Like
Songbird.
the most impressive. Yeah, that was a good one. Spicer Cub, I think, would be in that video. I don't know if you remember the Pimlico race where he.
No.
So it was like an allowance race or something. The horse went wide. He went outside of the starting gate. He like bolted to the far outside rail. And like where they had the starting gate along the rail, he went outside of that, came running and got beat like a head. It is the most ridiculous horse race you have ever seen in your life. Like if you haven't seen the Spicer Cub race,
Okay, I'll have to
just look it up on YouTube, because it was one of the most just absurd things you will ever see in a horse race. And the fact that he almost won that race is mind blowing. I think it was a maiden race actually.
That's awesome.
So what is
being
this?
a decent little horse, but
What is this video idea that we're talking about?
Best like runner up or best losses, like the most impressive losing efforts.
Okay. Yeah.
It's something I've come up with lists of before, and I've never actually done anything with that list.
I think Bodie Express should also be in there for riderless loss.
Yeah.
That's got to get an honorable mention because he ran lights out, man.
Right.
It's funny because just recently we obviously had the horse How Great Is Nate, who got riderless, who won riderless at the Gotham that day. And I was really thrilled to see How Great Is Nate came back to actually win a stakes race at Monmouth about a month ago. And I was like, hey, he won with a jockey on his back this time. That's wonderful.
You figured it out, buddy.
Yeah, I was like, all right, well done. Top notch for How Great Is Nate. So
I did give Bodie Express an honorable mention in my Preakness Moments video. He was one of my honorable mentions in that, and as just like, because that was the story coming out of that race, was the riderless horse.
Yeah. So, no, some great second place ever. That is a great idea. I like that a lot.
I think it'd be fun.
Yeah, I think that would be really fun. So we're getting here closer to post time in the Manhattan, which is might just very well. I mean, Charlie Appleby might just hit the exact and say, "See you Yankees later," and just peace out. And so. Interested, Carson, how did you see this Manhattan coming up? Did you see it as the Appleby show, or do you think Pletcher's horse has a shot, or who do you think is going to actually win this one?
Well, Emmanuel kind of bit me earlier in the day. I did have him in the try, but I had keyed up the 7, which was a tough loss there. So Pletcher's already burned me one time today on the turf. I don't see. Initially, I would go with Ottoman Fleet because I would never bet against Buick and Appleby paired together, and a little bit shorter odds than his other entry. When I was reading through figures and charts and stuff, their graph interestingly had Warren Point maybe improving on Ottoman Fleet here.
Yeah.
I know the 5 has the top early speed figures when I was looking at time form.
Mm-hmm.
And then I would never count out Luis and Maker. This the Ocean Atlantique. It has an interesting pattern of past starts. Wins 1, loses 2, and just sort of can't really get consistent groove going. But I do think maybe an outside post here, mid to outside post again for the inner track.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I can't get more specific, but I was just trying to go back and look at. Oh no, I'm sorry. The 5 is late speed. I apologize.
Oh yeah. Soldier Rising has the highest late speed figures. Yeah, 126. Yeah.
Sorry about that. I couldn't read. My eyes are so teary-eyed from code and Gossip Green. Anyway, interesting to see a turn of foot on Chad Brown's horse. He's another one that's tough to rule out on New York turf.
Yeah, absolutely. No, this is it's an interesting race. I mean, I know somebody in the comments said it doesn't seem like there's any pace in this race. I don't know the last time there was pace in a New York turf race. I think it's actually illegal up there to go much faster than 49-4 for the opening half. Or else somebody's going to come out with like a cop on a horse is going to come over, wee wee, and just pull people over for speeding. You're going too fast. Get out of here. And so, walking the dog in New York turf racing is kind of how you win. I mean, we saw it yesterday with market segmentation. We've seen it with certainly a slew of other horses up there. And that's a little, I guess the frustration that I usually have is when you see a race like this, there's just not a lot of speed horses in here, and that's fine. And so it's going to be a paceless race. My frustration with New York a lot of times is when there is a speed horse and they just choke out the fractions on the horse. And it's like, let the horse run. This is what it wants to do. All you're doing is inviting everybody else into the little race who has this huge late kick. And so that's where I get frustrated, where it's like, really? We went 50 flat and we have like a speed horse in this race? Like, come on. So that's where I get frustrated with New York. But this one, there isn't a lot of speed in here. You figure, depending on certain running lines you look at, Highest Honors at times got into the lead. But Ocean Atlantique, you figure, is going to be that horse that kind of gets out there, who just kind of towers over the rest of the field from a pace standpoint. It's just hard. It's hard to get past, William Buick and Charlie Appleby when they come over here to the United States together. It usually means business. And we're not using Frankie Dettori, or we're not using Jamie Spencer. We're not using Johnny Velasquez. We're bringing over the A team for this one. And that usually tells you what he kind of thinks. And obviously they had a big win yesterday on Siskety and over the turf there as well. So, something certainly to keep in mind here. So, by the way, shout out to John, who just said, the best two races I've ever seen in Belmont Stakes, Secretariat ran and Affirmed and Aladar. Those races hooked you. Absolutely, man. Okay. Affirmed Aladar, it hooks you for sure. I mean, that's one of the first rivalries I think I ever remember my dad talking to me about. Like my dad would talk to me about history a lot, like sports history. And this is before the internet. You just rely on your dad. And so he would talk to me about that. And I remember he talking to me about Affirmed and Aladar, and how great that was. And that was kind of his heyday. I guess he would have been in law school and finishing up law school at that time. So he was out in Southern California and really in the racing scene. And so, listen, Glenn here is using the 3 and the 8. He thinks we're going to get the good version of Warren Point today. It's hard to get much worse than the worst version of Warren Point, which we got last time. So, we'll see. He's one I'm interested. I know Alexander, who's in the chat, is at the track. He's one I'm interested to see, how is he in the paddock? How is he acting just as he's on the track? Because he just seems like a head case. I'd like to see how he's handling himself with all of these, everything going on. So Chase, by the way, shout out to Chase, who is in the chat, and who wants me to show his last comment, which was Arcangelo sounds like somebody mushed R. Kelly and D'Angelo together. The R&B singers of the 1990s of me growing up. So, listen, I think this is, it's going to be an interesting race for the Manhattan, but, Carson, I'm interested in your thoughts. I mean, obviously, we talked a little bit about the Belmont already. Interested in what you think the pace is going to look like. Do you think Tappet Shoes pushes National Treasure? Do you think National Treasure just gets out to an easy lead? Kind of what are your thoughts on this one?
I think that's Tappet Shoes' only MO here is to push. Someone has to push National Treasure for the front. I don't know, call it what you will. They're not coupled entries, but Brad has 3. His other 2 are closers. Yep. They're still running their race style, so it's not like he's using one against the other. That's just his best shot. So I think he has to go for it. And someone has to keep Johnny honest. Can't let him dog here. No. So, I think it just has to be. Yeah,
it's hard to. You figure, especially from the rail. I mean, he's got to get out and sit forward, certainly. And I've been banging the drum for Il Miracolo being the wild card in all of this because he's got no shot at winning. But his last win was gate to wire, and his only 2 times he's ever won have been gate to wire.
Right.
I don't know if he's fast enough. He just might not be a good enough horse to really press. But it's their only shot. And I love that the owner when they interviewed him at the draw, was like, "Why are you entered in this race?" And he's like, "I like to gamble." And I'm like, "All right, my man's being honest here."
Right.
So,
and I'm sure leagues of horse racing Twitter twisted the comment around like, "Oh, you're gambling with your horse's life." Like,
yeah, no, he's taking a shot.
How can you blame the guy? And you know what? Maybe he's a big Rad Route 1 supporter, and he gets a case meltdown, and Rad Route 1 hits this at like 23-1.
Yeah, no, it's interesting because when I did that one video on like looking at the different ways in which horses have won the Preakness or the Belmont, I should say, over the last 20 years, there haven't been a lot of dead closers. I mean, I think we talked, Drosselmeyer and I think Creator are kind of the two that immediately came to mind as kind of really truly closers. A lot of these horses, even the ones that, because I said it as like 5 or more lengths off the pace at second call. And even that, I was like, I kind of had to keep it at 5 because if I moved it beyond 5, like I lost 3 more horses. And it's like, okay, so we set it at 5, which is kind of an arbitrary number, but it was just kind of interesting. It really does not usually set up for closers. And the kind of year essential quality one, again, that incredibly early fast fraction, the fastest opening quarter in the history of the Belmont with Hot Rod Charlie. And I think that's why so many of us really gravitated to Hot Rod Charlie because he's such a game horse to hold on for second place and run just such a huge race that day at the Belmont after those really fast early fractions. But it's funny when you look historically at those fractions, like that 2021 year, I mean, just stands out. And you're like, good Lord, were they running a different race that year? Like it just, 23-1 or something like that, and 46-1 opening, quarter and half. And you're like, good Lord, that's nowhere close to what anybody else has ever run. Cool stuff. We'll see what ends up happening on the lead. But yeah, Il Miracolo, like that's the horse that I've been kind of banging the drum for that is going to screw everything up. So in terms of the early pace,
to even be close early. Every time he goes against Stakes Company, he's nowhere close. So I'm just kind of like, I mean, they would have to gun him. And even if you're just taking a shot, are you really going to want to like quarter horse your horse out of the gate to get there, which I feel like is what he's going to have to do if he wants to be within 2-3 lengths of the pace early.
Yeah. No. Yeah. I talked to David Aragona about this a little bit, and he talked about like when he puts together like Timeform US pace projections, and he's like, this is where like the data versus intent, like it gets complicated. He's like, because if you look at the data, he's nowhere close to getting up there on the lead. Mm-hmm. And to your point, Jess, whenever he's routing against Stakes Company, he's nowhere close to the lead either. And it's a maiden and an allowance optional claimer which is a 1-turn mile race at Gulfstream where he goes and gets out on the lead. So, but it does get like intent versus talent. And, you never know sometimes. So, one of those things we'll just have to wait and see, but always intriguing dynamics as we get closer to the Belmont Stakes and how this one is going to play out. But we are approaching, getting a little bit closer to post time here in the Manhattan, and we'll certainly see. And Carson, I don't know if you know any of this because you're around the track obviously a lot, and you know a lot of these folks in some way. What took Todd so long to get up to the mark onto the turf? I mean, were they just really trying this? Like they think this was a dirt horse the whole time, and because it felt like as soon as they got this horse on the turf, it's like, oh, well, this is what this horse should have been doing the whole time, and this is a Grade 1 now winning turf horse that like 5 races ago was running at a like N1X allowance race at Aqueduct and turning in the 79 Beyer speed figure on the turf.
Yeah, I don't know, and I don't ever want to speak about what goes on between a trainer and owner, because I believe those are, essentially owner-client privilege, owner.
Yes.
And I think that Todd's probably one of the best at trying to hear out the points and wishes of his client or the owner connections, but also doing right by the horse and placing him where he thinks would be. So I honestly, I don't have an answer as to why, they wouldn't try it sooner.
Yeah, it did feel a little bit like, a manual a little bit, where like Emmanuel was on the Derby trail and Todd who is very, very good. I mean, there's nobody better than Todd at like getting you a Derby horse essentially. And, saying, okay, like you want to push for the Derby, we can find a route to get your horse points to get into the Derby. But then going like, yeah. And then going, okay, like we tried the Derby or we tried the, in Emmanuel's case, like we tried the Bluegrass. We're going to put this horse on the turf. And now this horse is, as we saw earlier, a graded stakes winner, now multiple time graded stakes winner on the turf. So, but yeah, Up to the Mark just seems like a horse that just came. I mean, I remember this horse the first time out at Gulfstream Park. I was like, good Lord. Like the turn of foot this horse has when it hit the top of the stretch was just stunning. So, really impressive stuff there from Up to the Mark, who is, like I said, this new horse. And the scary part, Jessica, is I don't even know if this horse has run his best race yet on the turf.
Yeah, you wouldn't really think that he might not necessarily have. Like he just keeps getting better. He's on that improving speed figure trajectory, which you like to see. And the more I look at it, the more like I don't think he's going to be that far off in a race where, where there's no pace. He'll probably be third, fourth, maybe even like, just 2-3 lengths off. It's like the more I look at it, the more I'm like, I just keep coming back to him. Like you said, the new shooter angle, the kind of the fresh face against horses who have kind of beat each other a little bit. You like to see that. And yeah, he's just seems like a different animal now that he's on the turf.
Yeah.
As a 4-year-old. So.
Yeah. And by the way, I got to give a shout out to David Aragona right now, because good Lord, has he nailed the morning line for this race, because we are 17 minutes to post. Betting has been open, for about 20 minutes. Up to the Mark was 8-5 in the morning line. It's currently 8-5. Ottoman Fleet was in the morning line 5-2, currently 5-2. Warren Point was 5-1 on the morning line, currently 5-1. I mean,
nailed it.
I mean, he nailed exactly what this line is going to end up being in all likelihood. So, Red Knight 8-1 is now 7-1. Strong Quality 15-1, now 14-1. I mean, he's nailed this morning line. I think that's always, it's interesting when I talk to David about this stuff. It's always a challenge, I think, with that morning line of, when do you use the horse, how much are you influenced by your own opinion on a race versus how much do you just go, this is where the public's going to go in this race, so this is how I'm going to set the morning line. And he always says, listen, you got to go with the public. Like, where do you think the line is actually going to go, rather than your opinion on it? Nobody cares about your opinion. People care about where the line is. Exactly. So, but yeah, man, he really nailed this one. So, gonna be a fun race to see. But Jessica, obviously this is a big day up in New York racing, and there's a lot of people out there at the track, a lot of noise. They're going to start playing New York before the races. I'm always interested in how horses handle that sort of experience.
Yeah, definitely.
And what are some things that, if people are watching on TV, what are some telltale signs of a horse that's not enjoying the experience, perhaps, of, either getting lathered up, throwing his head? What are some of the, like I said, the telltale signs, maybe the people who aren't around horses much, just tune in occasionally for the Triple Crown, can maybe pay attention to, if they go, this horse looks like maybe it's agitated by all the people in the paddock, the sounds, the noises, things like that.
Yeah, I mean, there are definitely people who would be a lot better to ask this question than me. But you hit on some of them. The throwing the head around, the getting really lathered up. Just a horse that looks anxious. I don't really know how to describe what that looks like. But a horse who's throwing his head around, looking around at everything. Especially a horse that's relying on their eyes to look at things, rather than, a horse's ears are how they're going to perceive the world. Whereas if a horse is like really like moving their head around to look at things, that's a horse who like is needing multiple senses to take everything in. So you kind of have a horse who's not as not processing things necessarily as smoothly as something that like someone like Kerry Thomas, whose work he changed the way I watch horse racing, honestly. So that's some of the things that he talks about, is horses that get like eye dependent. That are trying to look at things rather than processing things through just their ears, taking things in, and kind of like what you want to see is that horse who's, maybe on their toes a little bit, looks like they're ready to go, but they're not losing their mind.
You're right.
Out there. They might, their ears are kind of flicking around. The ears pricked, is the general like horses feeling good, happy looking. But the ideal thing, I feel like you like to see like the horse with one ear pricked and the other ear listening. Is kind of like your ideal body language thing. But again, I am not an expert in that realm. So
it's interesting. I have a lot of friends who have ridden horses. I owned a horse a couple of years ago, and not a thoroughbred, a draft cross. He was a sweet horse, Mosby. But it is interesting to see just how different horses react to different things and just being around them. And I remember taking a friend to a track one time, and she would always joke. She goes, "You're looking for the right type of crazy from these horses." She goes, "Because they're thoroughbreds, so they're all crazy, and you're just looking for the right type of crazy right before a race." And it is that point, Jessica, of like a little on the toes, a little keyed up, a little ear pricked, but like not out of its mind. Like you don't want to see the whites in the eyes. You don't want to see, there are certain things you're just like, that horse is getting ready to, maybe wear itself out a little bit before the race even goes. Carson, you've been on. Go ahead. Go ahead.
And it varies by individual too. Like you have horses like Shackelford was
right.
If that horse washed out, he was going to win. Like if
right.
Like I remember going up to the Preakness in particular, Shackelford looked like a mess in the post parade for that race. Like he was just lathered up, washy, just looked and went out there and ran like the best race of his life. In that race. So a lot of it is also knowing the individual, and sometimes like that's just the horse. That's just how he goes, and that's just who he is. And then other horses, it's like, no, this horse might look like he's just completely asleep, but that's just the horse. He'll go out there and run his race. So it's you can never 100% anything.
Absolutely. And I'm glad that our friend Sean Nolan is still safe. He had to drive to a friend's surprise birthday party during the Cody Wish race. He said never recommend. Had to pull the car over to actually watch the race. I know Jessica Paquette did that yesterday with Didier's race as well. Had to pull the car over and just watch the race. Don't watch and drive. Always a little dangerous, but want to say thank you everybody for out there watching. We're going to be here with you from the Manhattan, from now through the Manhattan, leading up to the Belmont, through the Belmont Stakes. We're going to be with you the whole day, so going to be a lot of fun here. Carson, you've been on the track, obviously, for a lot of big days. You've been super close to the paddock. You've been really close to the rail with all these horses, photographing them. Do you have any kind of moments of like either that you can think back of like horses freaking out over these kind of big moments of like a lot of noise at the track and a big crowd? Or are there certain things that, as I was asking Jessica earlier, that you can just physically see in a horse that you go, this horse is not liking this experience at all, and something that maybe people at home watching on TV can pick up on?
Probably the two in most recent memory would be Thousand Words fooled out in the paddock and ended up actually, I think, breaking Jimmy's arm or dislocating his shoulder or something. And of course was a late scratch before the Derby. Bodie Express was another one. We never really knew what was going to happen. Just as a younger horse, he was just really you between the ears. I know some people say snakes in the head or different little sayings that that are probably not too kind. The Delgados are obviously excellent horsemen and knew what they were doing. But we were very nervous at the Pegasus for him.
Oh wow. Okay.
Because it can be tight, coming through out to the chute to the track, and then and he had his issues with gates and starts and noise, and they worked it out, and it's just one of those things. And I think age or personality, I know that the Tappets tend to have a bad reputation when they're around 3, like Lonnie was pretty wild. And then I know Rich Strike was just very aggressive towards
everybody remembers that. The ride out pony, the outrider, and kind of going after him. So that's a good callback.
So they have different levels of unsettledness, I guess you would say. Either they're scared, it's like the fight or flight, basically. So Rich Strike chose fight, and several others I've seen chose flight. But just sort of extreme angst, I Yes, unsettled.
Yeah, no, it is. It's fascinating to see how they respond. And you're right, Jessica. Some horses just look like doop, 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 and just hanging out. And then they get out there on the track and they just run. And it was funny in the Gazelle. I remember being in the paddock before the Gazelle, and I remember Gambling Girl came in. And I was like, Gambling Girl looks like she's getting ready for a maiden claiming 35 at like Charlestown on a Thursday night. Like, I mean, she just did not show out well at all. Like her coat was a little washed and, she just looked scraggly and she didn't look particularly filled out. And then you see like Occult and Cheetah Booty, the Chad Brown runners that are just like turned out to the nines. I mean, just looking amazing. And I'm like, Gambling Girl was my top pick that day. I was like, I'm really regretting this selection. I'm like, man. And then they get out on the track and she ran a banger second place to Promise Her America, who was a huge long shot. And then she runs a huge banger in the Kentucky Oaks and finishes second to Pretty Mischievous that day. So she's one who just looked super sleepy, not particularly with it. And then gets out on the track, wakes up and it's like, all right, I got my job to do. Here we go. And goes out. That's the cool thing about horses is they know they have a job to do. They know when it's showtime to some extent and they get it. So always fun to see that. But so we'll see. I mean, I remember last year early voting was just thinking about last year's Derby crop. I remember early voting. I remember him getting loaded in at the Withers maybe, or him getting loaded into the Wood Memorial. It took forever. I felt bad for the other horses because they were just like, because he was the last one to load and it was like, are we ever going to get this horse in? And then as soon as they got him in and then they opened the gates immediately and he shot out of the gates. And I was like, that is a horse that does not like being in the gate. And it's just like, get me out of here as soon as I was in. And of course, Cyber. Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead.
I just thought of another example of a horse who would seem like he was losing his mind getting saddled in the paddock was Charlestown monster called Runnin' to Love Ya.
Oh yeah.
He was a absolute head case. The trainer would come in on the pony to hold him in the paddock while he was being saddled. I have a video that I put on Twitter a while back where he ended up like he would rear up in the paddock while trying to get saddled, and the trainer's pony was an absolute angel. Because I mean, Running to Love You literally like ended up like kicking him and like the like in the reared up and like came down on top of the pony, and the pony's just like, this is him, and that was him. And he would like in the Charlestown Classic, he was taken out early, I believe. Was kind of they got him out of the paddock early because he was just a nut. Really fun horse because he would do that and then he would go out and just romp just every race, especially against West Virginia breds. But that was a horse who one of those where if you were like trying to be like, oh God, this horse, what's wrong with this horse? He is absolutely insane. But that was just him.
And it's funny. I know Bob Baffer's talked about how a horse like Defunded is so different from between Santa Anita and Del Mar that the paddock experience is like 180 degrees different, that he freaks out. I think he freaks out at Del Mar and he likes Santa Anita, or maybe it's the other way around. I forget, but like that he really gets paranoid at one of the paddock areas, doesn't like it. And then usually gets like himself so worked up that he doesn't run well. And then the other, he's perfectly fine. It's just like, okay, this is normal. And then this is no problem. And then runs his big race. So it's interesting to see how those horses just respond to different circumstances, and certainly something to pay attention to. Like I said, I remember last year Cyberknife was also a little bit of a goofball as well, and was like kind of an immature horse that you could see occasionally have issues getting to the gate and things along those lines. I mean, this group feels pretty solid, but again, you have a bunch of you have 80,000 New Yorkers singing New York, New York, and there's a big moment for them, and we'll see. And there's a few horses like a Tappet Shoes, like an Arcangelo, who've never really been in this big of a spot before. And so we'll see, obviously how they do it. They've not been in the other Triple Crown races. So it'll be, like I said, really fascinating to see how all these horses handle the big day. But as we're getting here closer to post time for the Grade 1 Manhattan, going 10 furlongs on the turf. And, the line has remained pretty consistent. I will say Up to the Mark has started to take some money, is your even money favorite right now. Ottoman Fleet, hard to believe this, but a Charlie Appleby horse floating up on the board is now 3-1. Warren Point staying where he is at 5-1. Red Knight right where he was at the morning line, 8-1 as well. Another horse that I was a little bit interested in, Soldier Rising. It's gone from 12-1 to 16-1. And then Ocean Atlantique, who I think a lot of us think is going to be the speed. You're getting a big price on him if you think he can go gate to wire, because he's 45-1 right now. So that's an interesting horse to use, maybe even underneath. But interested in this one. Obviously, we've talked about the Appleby horses, the up to the mark as well. But Jessica, is there anybody you're using at a price in this one other than maybe Warren Point?
Maybe the 6 Red Knight, but no, I don't really have anything clever or interesting to say really here. I think it looks pretty chalky, pretty logical.
Yeah, that's kind of the way I felt about this race too. I mean, all the other races, I was like, oh, I can really make a case for this horse, that horse. I can beat the favorite here, and obviously that's not worked out particularly well in this pick 4 sequence because it's been all chalk for the most part. But I do think Soldier Rising is an interesting horse. Has run well in New York. Obviously, is a New York horse. Is 5 for 6 in the money at Belmont. Is 3 for 3 in the money at this distance. Really is 13 for 16 lifetime in the money. Really doesn't do anything wrong. And a second back from a lengthy layoff. You get Jose Ortiz on the turf, who I swear is a completely different human being at Belmont on the turf than he is in other tracks. I mean, he's just crushing and running really, really well up there. Christophe Clement, those two together win at a 33% clip over the last year. So Soldier Rising at a big price, I thought underneath made a little bit of sense, but I'm not going to use that horse up top. And again, the issue I have even with Soldier Rising is he's pace dependent to some extent. I mean, he's going to need something to run into. And we just talked about how there really isn't much pace in this race.
Yeah, exactly. It's a tough one to really come up with anybody that you think is going to really upset. I think it looks pretty straightforward.
Yeah, absolutely. I know Marla said she likes Red Knight, and listen, Red Knight, super honest horse who has turned in some really nice efforts and has certainly gotten better with age, actually, and is turned into a really nice horse as a 9-year-old. And obviously a 9-year-old winning a grade 1 last time out has to be taken seriously. One of the top New York breds probably ever. And certainly in terms of winnings, 1.7 million winnings in his career. But again, it's going to be much like Soldier Rising, is going to need to run into something. So a little bit of concern about what sort of pace is that horse going to really get to run into him. But, I see Hunter talking a little bit about Ocean Atlantique, the number 9, as a horse that, listen, we know where he's going to be early. He's going to be out in the lead early. Mike Maker, stretching a horse out on the turf works out pretty well usually a lot of the time. He's a very good trainer at that. He's having a good meet up at New York right now. So, yeah. And Marley, you're right. I mean, listen, Red Knight 10-1. Yeah, that's a perfectly reasonable price to take that horse at in this type of a spot. So they're out on the track, but they're still just circling around. Haven't made it to the turf course yet in this one. So we'll see. But it is interesting. I feel like the Appleby horses have been a little bit more vulnerable this year. Maybe that's just me, but it just feels like they've been a little more vulnerable than they have in the past.
Yeah, they were invincible for a while there. Like it was like you don't even handicap the race. Charlie Appleby's sending one over.
Yep. No, I remember after Modern Games finished second at the Maker's Mark Mile, that it was the first time ever that Charlie Appleby lost or didn't win back-to-back race. Like he didn't win. He went more than 2 races without winning here in North America. That he had never had a 2 race losing streak. Basically, if he lost, he would come back and win the next race. And that, I mean, that's just amazing.
Wild.
And listen, and we could talk for days about this because I like following a lot of European racing. But I mean, the reality is he's not even bringing over his best. I mean, and these aren't his best horses. I mean, he's got monsters over in Europe that are going to stay over in Europe. They're not even going to come over for the Breeders' Cup. They're going to go to the Arc. They're going to go to Hong Kong. They're going to go to Shai Tin. They're going to go to other races and run over there. They're not going to come to the Breeders' Cup. And so, when we go, oh, Charlie Appleby's, beatable. No, he's fighting with one hand behind his back to some extent.
Right.
Yeah. He doesn't have his whole crop here. So, I think of that with Aiden. We just see a horse like Augusta Rodin win the Epsom Derby. We're never going to see that horse in the United States. No. If we did, he would win by like 10 lengths and be like a 1-9 favorite. So, it just the chasm between turf racing over in Europe and here is just it's still a chasm.
Yeah, exactly.
And so, but yeah, so we're getting close here. They're starting to make their way onto the turf for the Grade 1 Manhattan, and then we always have our lovely 1 hour and 10-minute break between. Where I feel like, Jess, you need to get like some hats or something like that. Right. I can try to do some outfit changes as well.
Yeah.
We need to do like some fashion stuff. We need to talk about drinks. We need to have we need to bring on celebrity guests who don't know anything about horse racing, but we'll tell them what their picks are. Yeah.
I'll get my fiance on and be like, look, this is the Belmont field, pick a horse.
Exactly. I'll get my dog up here. We'll just let the dog, like, just whatever horse, whatever number you're sniffing at, like, that's the number we're going to go with. So, yeah. By the way, when I stepped away, the dog, very happy that I stepped away because she needed to go out. But the dog is doing well. She's 17 years old. She's a Jack Russell Terrier. She sleeps 22 hours a day. She's fine now. And so, Marla, appreciate it. Thank you so much. Really enjoying this. Love having Jess on the live stream here today and for being a champ with me. Really appreciate it. And this has been a lot of fun. So we're having a big time, big time race here as they're getting loaded in here in the Grade 1 Manhattan. Again, going 1.25 miles on the turf. And this is, I just want to make sure I get this right because there are 2 turf courses. This is on the inner turf course, not the Widener turf course, but they're getting loaded in. And does Mike Rapole own Up to the Mark as well? He does. Yeah. So Rapole Stables. Yeah. So they're just showing Rapole on the TV on the telecast. And so, yeah, very good. So, all right, here we go. They're getting them loaded in, although there must be an issue with one of them, probably Warren Point. But no, it actually seems like Warren Point wasn't the issue. So they're getting them loaded in now as they get to the gate and moving him. And Warren Point does have the blanket over him and does have the blindfolds over the eyes. So same sort of setup you saw last time with Warren Point, but loads into the gate very nicely. The starters will pull that blanket off when the gates open along with the blindfold. That's also a little bit of a difference over in Europe. The jockey's responsible for doing that. So a little bit of a different dynamic here in the United States, but they're getting them loaded in. Looks like they're all in for the Grade 1 Manhattan. And they are just trying to load in the number 10 horse here, Highest Honor. It looks like they finally got him in. Some horses a little anxious in the starting gate, but everybody seems
favorite.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
And there's golly, everybody's.
Yeah. Now there's a lot of fractious horses. I mean, I think it was it Warren Point that reared up at one point?
Yeah, it was like Red Knight went, then Up to the Mark, then Warren Point really reared up.
Yeah.
It looks like they're settling back in now.
Yeah, it looks like everybody stayed in the gate though. Nobody's been backed out. And so they are off in the Grade 1 Manhattan. And despite everything, pretty decent start for everybody. Up to the Mark gets a nice trip. But here we go. See Ocean Atlantique and Strong Quality zooming out to the front end. Strong Quality getting on the inside position. Ocean Atlantique striding out. These two are 4 lengths clear of the rest of the field going into that first turn. But it is going to be Strong Quality to take them to the lead. And Ocean Atlantique actually takes back a little bit to let Strong Quality open up by about 4 lengths there on the front end. They do the opening quarter in 23 flat, 23.18 seconds. Ocean Atlantique sitting second, so high, sitting third, and Up to the Mark sitting fourth. The field is pretty strung out, probably about 12 to 15 lengths front to back, as Strong Quality leads the field by 3 coming down the back stretch, followed by Ocean Atlantique, and then Up to the Mark and So High are right there as well. So, certainly the favorites in a position to move. We see Warren Point. We see Ottoman Fleet a little further back, obviously. Warren Point actually traveling a lot better than he did in that North American debut. The opening half in 47-3, nearly 47-4, as they make their way down the backstretch and into the far turn. It is still Strong Quality up ahead. Ocean Atlantique to the outside. They have bunched up now, and they've reeled in Strong Quality, who is out on the front end. This field is separated by only about 6-7 lengths front to back. But Strong Quality finds another gear and starts to continue to pull away yet again from the field is opened up by about 3 lengths as they hit the top of the stretch. Strong Quality is going to try to give him the slip and go, but here comes Up to the Mark, charging down the center of the track, and he takes over in a flash. As he gets to the front, you now have the Appleby horses giving run, but they're not going to get there. Up to the Mark is cantering home at this point, and I mean, Up to the Mark makes it look easy in the Grade 1 Manhattan push-button horse, 1 push and go for Todd Pletcher and Mike Rapole stables. So if you believe in karma, this is good karma for Forte moving into the final race. But super impressive from Up to the Mark here in that Grade 1 Manhattan. So getting the job done there and doing it with ease. Yeah, that was really good.
That was impressive.
That was really easy because it did look like the 2 Strong Quality. It was like, maybe I'm going to try to, like, everybody bunched up and then Strong Quality kind of strung back out again. And I was like, Strong Quality going to try to like give the field the slip. And then Up to the Mark was just like, nah, I'm just going to blow right by you.
Yeah, no.
So that was
Strong Quality ran a nice race. I mean, yeah, he ended up, I think, 5th, but he kind of, for a minute there, it was like, oh, wow. You thought they were going to just inhale him, and he kicked one nicely for, his first try against Stakes Company coming out of, that allowance at Keeneland. So,
yeah,
interesting horse moving forward.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm glad that, Florent Giroux, one thing I just complained about, right? If you have a speed horse, use speed. And they ran honest fractions up on the front end. That was, those were 23-1, 47-3. I mean, those were really good fractions to run there. And listen, this was a horse that was a huge long shot, but he ran well. I mean, and he used his speed to his advantage, and he opened up, and it wasn't good enough to win. But like you said, this was a huge step up in class, and for him to even finish how well he did, I think is a credit to the ride that Flo gave him there. So, use your horse's best advantage or your best attribute to your advantage in that space. So that was a good one. But by the way, we are now 5 for 5 in the pick 6 on chalk. That is Arabian. We go, if I'm not mistaken, we go Clairiere, Arabian Lion. Then who won the next race? What was the next race? Caravel. And then we go to
Cody's Wish.
Yeah, Cody's Wish, and now Up to the Mark. So 5 for 5 in terms of favorites. If you are a chalk player, ladies and gentlemen, this is your day. And if you are trying to beat chalk, I'm sorry. This is not a good day. And if you put together a $180 pick 6 ticket, you are probably not happy right now. So
that's where I'm feeling. Little Bluebird Stables does like group tickets.
Yeah.
We had a huge pool to play with, and I'm like, man, we might cash, but we'll probably lose money cashing. Honestly, looking at this, because I'm sure I didn't even really look at the tickets, but we went deep trying to catch a flyer or two, and it's not looking great. We'll see how it.
Yeah, it's a tough one out there. I mean, that was a tough one. I mean, now I will say this was the race that we all kind of thought was going to be pretty formful in terms of, the favorites were the favorites, and we didn't really see anybody else. And indeed, that's kind of the way it turned out. Certainly with Up to the Mark, proven to be much the best. And so, that horse. I don't know what his speed figure is going to be, because he really wasn't tested at all the last half furlong in any way, or even asked to really do much of anything that last stretch. So the speed figure might progress a little bit from last time out, but man, that horse still has yet to be tested really. And so that'll be fun to watch him up at Saratoga, I would imagine, this summer. So
definitely.
That's one. I might have to adjust my travel schedule slightly to figure out when we can go up there. Because right now it's the Jim Dandy, but we'll see. So here we go. Just to give it everybody. Hey, Soldier Rising, my long shot. I finished second. All right. Well, this makes me feel even better about things. I should have played that exacta. Did I? No. So yet again, Matthew not following his own handicapping advice. $28.50 exacta. I'm an idiot.
Classic.
And so, yeah, classic Matthew, just giving out winners and not playing them. And so I'm a moron. And so Up to the Mark wins, pays $5.30 to win. Soldier Rising plays $11.40 to place. Man, you could have made some money on a place bet there. And Ottoman Fleet plays $2.60 to show, followed by Red Knight finishing fourth to complete the superfecta. So, obviously we now have 57 minutes until post time of the Belmont Stakes. We got a little bit of time here. I'm sure my dad's not happy that I've not written back to him yet about when the post time is. So I'm sure Blaine is very unpleased with this development. But he's the thing. What kills me is he texts me, "What time's the Belmont?" And then the next text is, "I'm watching the Met Mile right now." Well, if you're watching them, they're going to tell you when the Belmont is. Like, just keep watching, Dad. Like, they're not going to not tell you. So, that was he always kills me with that stuff. So, the opening lines here, I have them, and I want to get your reactions when I give them to you. And here's the opening lines for the Belmont Stakes, starting from the inside and working out. Tappet Shoes, 16-1. Tappet Trice, 6-1. Arcangelo 7-1, National Treasure 9-2, Il Miracolo 19-1, Forte 5-2, Hit Show 8-1, Angel Empire 7-2, Red Route 1 13-1. So pretty close. Il Miracolo you knew was going to drop from 30-1 a little bit, just because of the way the field was structured. Other than that, everybody's kind of hanging right around, with the exception of Tappet Trice, who is the one horse that has floated up from double his morning line odds of 3-1 to 6-1. So, Jessica, initial thoughts on that line that it stands at right now for the Belmont?
I mean, it's about what you expect, except for, like you said, Tappet Trice. I think that at 3-1, 4-1, I wasn't really interested in this horse, but at 6-1, I'm kind of like, well. Why not? This has been the Belmont horse since like February.
Yeah.
So it's hard for me to get past that right now. Like Tappet Trice and Arcangelo at the same price. I like Tappet Trice. Like, even though, this whole time I've kind of been thinking Arcangelo was going to be my horse.
Yeah.
Him at 7-1 versus Tappet Trice at 6-1. I'll take the proven commodity more in Tappet Trice, even though he might has not as an ideal of a style as Arcangelo as a stalker, but he's not a closer with a kick. And
right.
You guys have talked about it. We've talked about it before on the channel. He's a grinder.
Yep.
He's not a pace dependent type of horse. He's just a horse who keeps coming. I wouldn't be surprised to see him get sort of a similar ride and trip that he got in the Bluegrass.
Yep.
Where he was only a few lengths off the pace after half a mile in that race.
Yep.
And I kind of see him kind of making that, just steadily coming up through the field. He'll probably break kind of slow, kind of leisurely. Not even like, he doesn't even break bad. It's just he breaks and then he just takes.
There's no urgency.
Yeah, exactly.
No urgency.
Exactly. And so I kind of see that happening, and then him, just making his way up through the field so that by the time they come into the stretch, he probably, if he runs his race, I expect he'd only have like 2-3 lengths to make up. By the time, I don't think, whereas a horse like Red Route Run 1, he's going to have to fire from way back. I don't see him. I see him having to need acceleration, which is what gets compromised in these long races, is that turn of foot.
Yeah.
Because everybody is going to be coming. Everyone's going to be tiring. He's just going to be tiring from farther back.
Yeah.
Whereas Tappet Trice is the kind of horse who, he doesn't really have a turn of foot to speak of. He just keeps coming. And his big long stride, I don't think he's going to get, I don't think he's going to get stopped kind of, or have to deal with traffic or anything like that. He'll just come wide.
Louis always keeps him wide, keeps him out in the clear. I mean, this horse seems like he doesn't like feedback. And like you said, that big long stride, you need to give him a lot of room. And that's what he did in that Bluegrass. It was exactly what you described. Breaks slow. Louis angles him out. They go wide, but then they hustle up. So they're not trying to do what they did at the Tampa Bay Derby, where he's coming from a mile behind, and he's sitting 4 lengths off basically, and then is able to put away Verifying at the end. Carson, your thoughts on this initial line, and are you is this changing your betting strategy at all, or kind of what you're thinking in terms of using Tapatrice or not using certain horses that are taking money or anything like that?
Not really. I mean, I just kind of made up my mind a week ago, and if I learned anything over Derby week, it's stop overanalyzing everything.
Yes.
I'm not going to support Forte if he's 25-1 or 2-5. Just not.
Currently 2-1. His numbers tick down a little bit right now. And so, and here's a question, and I ask this sincerely, and I don't ask this to be negative. I don't ask this to be provocative in any way. I don't ask this to throw shade on Forte as a horse who I absolutely love. I'm interested. If I gave you a choice, Forte hits the board or finishes last, which one is more likely?
Last.
Jess?
I think it's more likely that he hits the board.
Okay.
I think he'll run his race. I just don't think he wins. I don't want him in the win place, but
yeah. So I'm a little bit more with Carson. I think if he doesn't get it, he finishes last. But he's just I just don't know what to expect.
Yeah.
I just don't know. I mean, he's never done anything wrong. So on a certain level, I might sound like an idiot for doubting him in about 55 minutes. And so
too.
Yeah. So he's never done anything wrong. He's a classy horse. I was down at the Florida Derby with El Hombre. We were going nuts because we had leveraged. Talk about leveraging. We had leveraged very hard on the Forte Mage Exacta in that race, and I remember El Hombre going around the turn was like, he's done. Mage is going to win this. He's done, and he's freaking out. And all of a sudden, there's the kick. And I just started screaming. I was like, I rad. And I was like, here he comes. Like, Jesus. And just class just won out. But it was still a step back from a speed figure standpoint. And, Mage obviously goes on to win the Kentucky Derby. But, Cyclone Mischief goes on to finish last in the Kentucky Derby. And that was the horse that finished third that day. There wasn't a ton else, like Rocket Can in the Fountain of Youth. Okay. Again, there's just, it'll be interesting to kind of see, the sort of race that he ends up running. Obviously, all the video of him taking the misstep before the Kentucky Derby. We saw him take another trip before after workout on Sunday. The horse hasn't been out for 10 weeks. I think there's legitimate questions about, the violence progeny and violence, pedigree up top. But I know, Jessica, I want to ask you this because we had talked about this leading up to the Derby, and you had said, I actually kind of like his pedigree underneath. And so he was you had a stronger opinion about him on the Derby. And so I was interested in kind of what about that pedigree underneath do you particularly like for Forte? Not necessarily for winning the Belmont today, but just in terms of maybe being able to go a little bit longer than other violence progeny typically go.
Yeah, it's not so much about distance that I really like for him. It's just in general, this female family is just absolutely massive.
Yeah.
4 of the last 5 2-year-old champions have come from this same tail female line.
Yeah.
The only one who wasn't was the big long shot who won the juvenile, whose name I can't even remember right now. But game winner, essential quality, Forte, and I think Corniche was the other one. Yes.
Right.
Are all from this female line going back to La Troyenne, one of the greatest broodmares of all time.
Yeah.
So, you like that. Blame, clearly 10 furlongs should be fine. Although he does actually, for a horse who was a router, gets quite a few sprint type horses, sprint middle distance types. Blame does. Forestry also kind of gets into that middle distance type of thing.
Yeah.
But so, for the distance, it really comes down to, I just think he's a classy horse.
Yeah.
I think that's why I wasn't really worried about 10 furlongs for him.
Yeah.
But 10 furlongs and 12 furlongs are very different questions.
Yeah.
So
yes, with very different answers.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why at 10 furlongs, I was like, no, I think this horse is just the best horse. And I think that, in that field, I thought he was a pretty solid choice, and I liked him felt pretty confident about him in the Derby. But in this race, I do not feel the same way at all. But I do think he runs his race.
Yeah.
I just think that race is probably a race for third.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly hope he does. I mean, to be clear, I never want to see a horse finish last. I mean, maybe Il Miracle. I don't want to see but you never want to see a horse struggle or anything like that, or certainly get pulled up. I mean, you never want to see that. You hope everybody's able to run their race and run it to the best of their abilities, and everybody emerges healthy. But we'll see. Now, one of the things that I do want to say, I'm going to take a slight break for a second here to say it's time. This has been hanging out next to me for the last 6 hours and 15 minutes, just staring at me.
You have such self-control.
Right, I'm too deep.
I have an incredible amount of self-control, which is both a problem and a virtue. But we're finally going to tap into the 50th anniversary Secretariat Woodford Reserve bourbon, and we're going to have a sip. We had a sip of this on the Derby Day, during that, and we're going to do that here on, obviously, the 50th anniversary of Secretariat moving like a tremendous machine and winning the Belmont Stakes in just such impressive fashion. And it's just a moment I always love going back to. I mean, I'll watch that for as long as I can. And usually it gives me goosebumps or makes me start crying because I have a very light touch on these sorts of things, and I get very emotional about animals, and so I start getting all weepy about it. But cheers to all the folks out there listening. I hope everybody's been having a good day, chalky day, but I hope everybody's at least having a good day. I appreciate everybody hanging out with us. Oh, you got your bottle too. I knew you had your bottle, Carson. So,
yeah, I have my bottle, and I also have the 100th anniversary Derby cup, which is the first cup with Secretariat's name printed on the glass.
That's awesome.
Wow, that's amazing.
I want one of those.
How did you get that? Was that like a eBay find, or like did you
thrift store? So all around Lexington and
that's such
in the area here. So people are either aging or relocating to Florida as they retire, or these estate sales, and then all the stuff gets shoved to like these mini malls or peddler malls.
Yep.
So I found 2 for $10 at one of those stores. So
that is how I actually have the framed picture behind me of which shows Saratoga, Belmont, and Aqueduct, the thoroughbred mat that I have. It's something my dad and my stepmom picked up for me at an estate sale, and then had kind of like framed and sent up to me for my birthday 2 years ago. So it is cool, like what you can find at some of those estate sales. And it perhaps is a sad state of horse racing that 40, 50 years ago, this was the sport, right? I mean, this was the sport a lot of people watched. And so a lot of the people who are now passing on or retiring and downsizing and things like that, their kids might not want anymore. And so you do find that sort of stuff at estate sales, thrift stores, stuff like that. And then in my other picture I have over my shoulder is Barbaro, and I got that one at Churchill Downs. And so always very, very sentimental for Barbaro. So, so cheers to everyone out there. Jessica, what are you drinking? I know you put it in the chat earlier. I forget.
Yeah, I've got a vodka cranberry with pineapple juice. Well, now I have an empty cup, but
well, now that Carson's back, you can go fill up if you want.
I think I might actually
absolutely.
do that real quick. I'll be right back.
Yeah, Carson and I'll hold the fort down. You hop off and we'll bring Jessica back when she has a full glass. But yeah, Carson, cheers to you for joining. I appreciate it. Hey, all right. The little one wants to have some. I love it. The little one wants to. Fantastic. The booze come out, and the little one's like, "Hey, I'll take some of that." So, cheers to that. Cheers to everybody out there watching. We're gonna stick with you through the Belmont Stakes and maybe even beyond, depending on how things go. But we might stick around for the bailout just to be delirious and have some fun. But appreciate everybody watching today. If you're tuning in, press that like button, press that subscribe button here on YouTube to get all of our great content here at Trust the Profits. Let us know. Uncle Sully, cheers to you again, sir. Some 18-year-old scotch on the rocks for you. So always good stuff. Let us know what you're drinking leading up to this race. Always love to see what everybody's enjoying for the day. Let us know. Are you watching with friends, with family, by yourself, at a party? Always a lot of fun, no matter what the circumstances are, to enjoy this third leg of the Triple Crown 155th Belmont Stakes. So cheers. I'm going to take a sip now. That's good. After 6.5 hours almost, that tastes really, really good. So, but listen, we got a lot of interesting dynamics coming up in this race that we're going to talk a little bit more about throughout. Obviously, we're going to keep an eye on the line. We're going to talk about, who we like in these individual races, maybe go horse by horse and just kind of talk about each one a little bit and what are some positives, negatives for them. And also I'd love to hear everybody's bets right now out there. I know there's been a lot of Forte love in the comments, some Angel of Empire love as well. Let us know in the comments, where are you going in this race? How are you going to be betting this one? How are you attacking? Who's still live to the pick 5, pick 6? Let us know that. Obviously, if you bet chalk, you're still alive, because that's been nothing but chalk leading to this point. But let us know how you're doing out there with all of your bets. We love hearing from you here on the chat. Thanks so much for tuning in again. Really appreciate everybody's time on Belmont Day. And listen, it's a big one. And, I think it's also a race that makes you think back. And I get very sentimental over these big days. I love racing. I love the spectacle of racing. I love big performances on big days. I'm not so much a chalk player necessarily. It's not that I need the best horse, the favorite to run well, but I like memorable races. I love a race where you see a big performance. Maybe it's a thrilling race that is, super close. I also just like to see blowouts sometimes. I like to see a horse that just dominates a field. You go, wow, that's the horse of this crop. So, it can go both ways, but I'm always really excited for that. And yeah, John, great point. Excited to hear Tom Durkin back on the call for Fox. That's going to be fantastic. Some of the great calls of my childhood certainly came from Tom Durkin. I still remember 2001 Breeders' Cup Classic. I mean, "'Tis Now" wins it for America. I mean, are you kidding me? There's not a dry in the house. 2 months after the events of September 11th. One of those things. Jessica, interested. Do you have a favorite Durkin call or a favorite Durkin moment, or one that you always like to go back to?
"'Tis Now" wins it for America is definitely one of them. I really I think it was the 2008 Man o' War Breeders' Cup winners, 1, 2, 3 under the line. That one was really special to me just because Better Talk Now was in that race, and that's the horse that got me into the sport. Got beat by Curlin and Red Rocks at age 9, or he might have even been 10 at that point. So that's up there. I could list off a bunch of them. Yeah. Another good moment was just his final call. I cried.
Oh yeah.
That was when I was interning at Saratoga.
Oh wow.
So that was actually, my favorite Tom Durkin moment is actually when he asked me to photocopy his book of
that's awesome.
Of race call snippets and notes. He had this big binder of and it was he would have just phrases for okay, here's synonyms for okay, here's a fast pace. And I got to photocopy that book for him, which was really cool. I got to go to a party at Tom Durkin's house, which was also really fun.
You're just flexing right now. I love it.
It was so cool. And I was so lucky to get to go to that, to have that internship. That's where I met Dave Rodman. I kind of bonded with him at that party, being Maryland natives. So it was, it was fun. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Those are my Tom Durkin memories.
By the way, shout out to Paul, who is tuning in from over in Ireland. And I know a whole Champions League final took place while we were doing the stream. So, which speaks to how long we've been on. But Paul, appreciate that you're back now, hanging out with us. This is going to be great. Those Durkin moments. I mean, "'Tis Now," obviously a huge one. Just an amazing moment. The one that always makes me laugh is "Do Re Mi Fa Sol La Ti Do," which is hysterical. And Rachel raises the rafters. I mean, is one of those great calls. I mean, because you could hear, the thrill that he had that entire call. I mean, from the moment of that first quarter coming up, where they go 22-1 or something like that. And he's like, "There is no free ride for Rachel." And
the tension.
The whole way. And it's funny you say about synonyms that he uses. I always love it. I don't know why when he uses implore. And he goes, and Calvin Burrell imploring Rachel for more, and she responds, and like, just, it's just the best. And so there are so many moments where I can just remember just his inflection of like, for instance, the horse Big Drama, is a horse that a lot of people probably don't remember, but I always remember the way he said that horse's name, Big Drama, going out into the lead. Like, it's just the inflection of the one call that I remember from that horse. And like, to this day, whenever I see Big, I'm like, oh, Big Drama. Like, I always just say it. So,
this was going to be one of mine too. On the Belmont thing, a filly in the Belmont. And even, people kind of, talk crap about his call on Mind That Birds Derby.
Yeah.
But I thought it was great. Honestly, I thought he captured what everybody was feeling that day. Mind That Bird has won he doesn't even finish the phrase "the Kentucky Derby" before an impossible result here. Like, I think that clip that was how everybody felt when Mind That Bird won the Derby. It was, who's the 8?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Who's the 8? And I loved it too, because there was the incredulousness to it. And there was the like, oh my God, like, yeah, who is this horse that just snuck up the rail? That's another one. Mind That Bird, and you're right. Like, just the inflection. Like, I can't help it. Every time I see that horse's name, I say that in my head. I hear Durkin's call of that race. And yet when you hear interviews with him, he'll say that's one of his least favorite races that he's ever called. He feels like he completely missed it. He feels, like they really let people down in that race. But I agree. He captured the sentiment. And then Reggie, I mean, come on, Holy Bull, as game as a racehorse can be. I mean, that was a fantastic call. And in that Travers, and I think it was the Travers, And when Concern comes around the corner, he goes, "There's a cause for concern."
Yes.
It's just like, talk about like the just turn of phrase and being able to think of that on the fly, and just thrilling stuff. And so it's going to be a huge thrill to have him back in the booth and giving things out. To let people know how big the Belmont is, my ex-wife just texted me for my final picks. I just want to let that be known. And she and I are still on very, very good terms. So it's not as if, this is some, and there's a lot of animosity here. But I always love it when, you can always see who starts to reach out, right around the time of the big race. So, always Christy, shout out to her, is asking, and she actually just got a horse the other day. So she got a new horse, a Spanish horse, Huron, that she's coming over. Used to be an eventing horse. So, so listen, it's a big race, a lot of great memories, a lot of great moments. Maybe it's just me as an Italian American, but my old Kentucky home, toss. Maryland, my Maryland, toss. I know you're Mid-Atlantic, but I toss. New York, that's as good as it gets. I think in terms of a Triple Crown song to come out to. When I hear Old Blue Eyes and Frank over the loudspeakers, I get super excited about that. That's just great. And part of it is nobody ever knows the words to Maryland, my Maryland, or Old Kentucky Home, and they're just like mouthing it, and like they're, everybody knows the words to New York. So it just gets especially New Yorkers. It gets folks excited. So. Just great atmosphere, great ambiance. And, somebody brought up, this will be one of the last, not the last, but one of the last races at this version of Belmont Park in all likelihood.
Yeah. That'll be really interesting. Carson was talking earlier that it'll be interesting to see how things change there with all the renovations and stuff they have going on.
Yeah. And I mean, the word is that we're going to have 4 tracks at Belmont. We're going to have the dirt, the all-weather, the inner and the outer turf, I think.
I think that's what I've heard. Yeah.
Which a ton of respect for, because and that really will render, I would imagine that will render Aqueduct obsolete at that point. Because if you can run on the all-weather, then you can have all your turf horses just stay up in New York. And it'll be interesting to see how that affects Gulfstream Park at all. Because that's where everybody goes from New York down to Florida over the winter. It's like they're all retirees. They all take I-95 right down to South Florida. And so they, that'll be interesting to see who stays back in terms of that turf division, because you presumably can run the synthetic and still keep those horses in shape and maybe lower level horses, things like that, optional claiming level horses, allowance level horses, maybe, the stakes level horses you'd imagine will go down to those big stakes turf races down in Florida. But still, interesting dynamic to pay attention to as we get ready here for the 155th running of the Belmont Stakes. And, we're getting a little bit closer to post time. We're chugging towards it, 32 minutes to post. And there hasn't been much movement on the line. Forte is your favorite at 5-2. Your second choice is Angel Empire at 7-2. Your third choice is National Treasure at 5-1. Your fourth choice is Tapit Trice, remaining steady at 6-1. And after that, you have Archangelo at almost the same price, 7-1. Hit Show at 8-1. And then your long shots are Red Route 1 at 15-1, Tapit Shoes at 18-1, and Il Miracolo at 21-1. So this Tapit Trice odds are staying right where they were. So
yeah, might have to place a bet on that one.
Yeah, exactly. No, 6-1. I'll take a shot with Tapit Trice. So
yeah.
Now, Carson, we were just talking about Tom Durkin. You're always on the track for these sorts of races, and you probably don't get to hear the call. But I'm interested, is there a call that you've kind of gone back to it over the years that you particularly like from Durkin?
Yes, I ran into him in this, what is it, the old tavern in Saratoga. It was shortly after he retired, maybe the summer after he retired. Now I got to look up the name of that place. And it's like this, it's probably like the original tavern in Saratoga, like the old brick building on the corner. Old Bryan Inn. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Gracious. Okay. So I go in there to get a drink. I just got into town for the week. I was covering Travers weekend. And I hear this very familiar voice, and I'm like, gosh, is the TV really loud? What is going on? And I turn around, and it's Mr. Durkin having a drink in the afternoon. And over the fireplace, there's this really old painting of Leda and the Swan, which is, it's either Greek or Roman mythology. I can't keep the two straight.
Oh, yeah. I know exactly what painting you're talking about. Yeah.
Right. And so he goes and proceeds to tell the story about how Zeus turned himself into a swan.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Leda's bonking a swan over here over the fireplace. So I feel like I need to get a horse or get a syndicate and name it Leda and the Swan or something. I don't know.
Yeah. That would be great. And that is one of the weird things. So my family's from Italy. I've gone over to there a few times. You go to Florence, you go to Venice, you go to the art museums. Zeus has turned himself into every freaking animal under the sun and having sex with women in Greek mythology. I mean, it's out of control. And so, yeah, we're a swan, we're a goat, we're a snake, we're something or other. And so, that's what everybody's doing. So it's just absolutely bonkers and out of control over there. But that's pretty cool. And you're like, is the TV loud? No, it's just Tom Durkin in person.
No, it's just actually Tom Durkin right here.
Yeah,
so, but yeah, very nice guy, very entertaining, always friendly,
I'm sure.
Extremely knowledgeable. So
yeah. All right. Well, listen, we got about 30 minutes to post, and I figured we'd kind of, what I thought we'd do is maybe run through the field 1 through 9, kind of get both of your thoughts on each of these horses, and maybe some positives, negatives, each one. And Jessica, I'll start with you, and I'll kind of go to both of you for each horse. Tapit Shoes, we'll start there. The horse for Brad Cox with Jose Ortiz aboard, 18-1 currently on the morning line. What's what's maybe in your opinion the upper outcome for this horse, and kind of what's your thoughts on Tapit Shoes and the chances here in the Belmont?
I could see him getting third in here. Maybe I don't know if he could get second. I would be very surprised if he won. There's definitely tons of upside with this horse. He's a Tapit half to Cyberknife. Mm-hmm. He's going to be tactically positioned in this race. But the big question is just kind of the class. He coming out a race where he was just beaten ahead by Red Route 1. He beat Victory Formation. So nice horses that he's facing in that last race. But is he really ready for this? I think, ask me again about this horse come like Pennsylvania Derby time.
Yeah.
Sure. But I think he's going to need a little more time.
Yep. Carson, any thoughts on Tapit Shoes in terms of the chances here in this spot, or kind of your overall impressions of the horse?
My initial instinct here would be Rabbit. I'll probably get sued for saying that. But it's back in January. And like I said before, the Tappets tend to mature a little bit later in their year. I like that it's now June. I like that he ran well at Oaklawn, stretching out even a little bit more, a mile and an eighth, and got second. I know it's a different class that we're running with here.
Yeah.
And I don't know if he just got caught a little bit wide or the distance was an issue there at the very end for him at Oaklawn. So
yeah.
I didn't really watch too much of the replay there. I mean, he's a beautiful horse, obviously very fit. His conditioner is one of the top in the country. I just feel a little bit here like he has one shot to win, and that's to go to the wire, and I don't think he can hang with National Treasure.
Yeah. He's an interesting horse. I mean, I think that last race in the Bathhouse Row, if they run that race 100 times, I think he wins 60 of those.
Right.
Red Route 1, I mean, that was just a ridiculous run that Red Route 1 made. And Joel, God bless him, got that horse up on the wire. And, I mean, that was just so improbable. I mean, just by a nose, too. And he ran a winning race that day, for sure. Pedigree, there's a lot to like, obviously. And, I know Henry Dembski, who may or may not be listening, who's a frequent commenter on the Trust the Profits Network, loves this horse. I mean, and God bless him, Henry has been on this horse since like the second race. I mean, he's really been on this horse the whole time because of what you were talking about, Jessica, with regards to the pedigree, the flower alley underneath. He's always loved that. And so a lot to like about this horse. But again, I do think Jessica, I think you're right. A little bit later in the season might be where this horse goes. We'll go to Tappet Trice now. We've talked a lot about this horse. I would not to beat a dead drum, not to beat a dead horse. Now, that's probably not the best phrase to use, but not to beat the drum too much. But this is one where here's my critique of Tappet Trice. Who exactly has Tappet Trice beaten? He beat Classic Car Wash and Classic
Sevens?
Legacy. Blazing Sevens, who came back and ran a nice Preakness and ran a second there.
Verifying.
I don't think very highly of Verifying, though. I think that's like the issue is I think Verifying is a better like 1-turn mile horse or something like that. Like I just don't and he barely beat Verifying, and like I don't know. I mean, Verifying had everything his own way that day and finished second at the Bluegrass, and I just don't know, and again, it goes back to that Derby of like he ran like things kind of set up for him. There was a super fast pace. Angel of Empire closes into it. Mage closes into it. Derma Sotogake closes into it. Hit Show manages to get up on it and close into it. I don't know. Now 6-1, we'll see. Jessica, any other thoughts or different thoughts than me on Tappet Trice on this one?
No, I'm kind of on the same page. I feel you about, competition. I mean, I said Blazing Sevens is a horse he beat, but I really didn't think much of Blazing Sevens until the Preakness. And then I was like, oh my God, I didn't see that horse running that race.
No, I didn't see it at all. Yeah.
So that's maybe Blazing Sevens is better than I thought. The big question mark here is that Derby, he was losing ground, from, he was as close as 6.5 lengths and then got beat 9 1/4 at the end. Other horses were finishing up more than he was. And he's supposed to be the horse who keeps coming, and even I've said it, like, that's why you like him in this spot, is because he just keeps coming. He, like I've said multiple times on the stream, I was against him at 3-1, but coming up to 6-1, you're kind of like, okay, I feel like I would need him to be 6-1 to really be excited about him in here. But I feel like you can't leave him off.
Yeah. He's currently at 5-1. He's gotten bet down a little bit. And Colin checking in. He's dad duty right now. He's under the weather. Colin, God bless you for hanging out and tuning in. Really appreciate it, my man. I know you're playing hurt right now, and so I appreciate you hanging out with everything. Carson, Tappet Trice, your thoughts on this horse? What percentage chance maybe do you give him to win the Belmont, and do you like him at 5-1?
Oh yeah, for sure. I would probably even take him as short as 5-2.
Oh wow.
I'm big on Tampa prep races. I like how the horses bounce there. I made some.
You are the first person I've ever met who likes Tampa prep races, so I want to hear more about this.
I should say, the turf races in the last few years have really turned out to be great prep races.
They have. Yeah. Bleecker Street, I remember it was down there in the No, that's true.
Yeah. And then I got the good price on that show course at Preakness weekend, catching that bounce. Tampa has beautiful turf. I would love for that to translate into a good dirt prep. So it's sort of like wishful thinking. We're going to manifest this. But just watching that horse close on that track is like, it was, I know that when you're in person, you get a little bit more emotional or more involved in it. And it feels more impressive because you're right there, I think.
Yeah.
I just remember watching it and thinking, wow, I just got to see something really pretty cool. And this horse has this huge stride. And I honestly thought they would let him sit to the Belmont and go a little bit lighter after the Bluegrass. But I understand, Derby dreams. You want your Derby horse. You want to give them a shot.
Yeah.
So I do. Yeah. But I can see what you're saying is like, I hope Luis has been working out. Not have to work that whole stretch, and that is a long stretch.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's exactly. It's funny. I was going to actually mention that. I was like, partly because I saw Paul in the comments say, "Why is there such a long time in between the Manhattan and the last race?" To give Luis Saez time to actually like rest before he needs to ride Tapit Trice. Good Lord! I mean, if you don't have respect for jockeys, I don't know what to tell you to do. I mean, watch that Tampa Bay Derby. Luis Saez is working that horse literally the entire way around the track. I mean, the entire way around the track. And I mean, that's just, I have so much respect because I've ridden horses a fair amount in my life in terms of just like around. And when I say ridden horses, I mean, we're trotting and like occasionally cantering and like mostly walking. And like the next day, my core is sore. And like, so Louis just going full blast for, 2 minutes basically straight. I just can't even imagine. So, huge respect for him. So huge respect for Jenna Antonucci trying to become the first female trainer to win the Belmont Stakes on the number 3 horse, Arcangelo. This is one I'm very, very high on. Yeah. I really, 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 really like this horse. Jessica, tell me why or why not I should like this horse so much, because I feel like this is like right up your alley in terms of a pedigree play. Because this is like, oh my God, everything's just like coming together at the right time.
You can't get a better pedigree play for the Belmont Stakes than this horse. Arrogate, you would think should be fine going 1.5 miles, and more than that, even it is a horse who should be better with time.
Yeah.
A little later in the season. Tapit on the bottom needs no introduction, whatever. And this horse is from the immediate female family of Rags to Riches and Jazzle. His second dam teaming is a half to those two, plus Man of Iron, who won the Breeders' Cup Marathon, and Casino Drive, who was the Morning Line second choice in the 2008 Belmont, and himself was a winner of the Peter Pan.
Come on. I mean, that is fantastic. And I've shared this statistic before. The average winning distance of Progeny by Arrogate, 7.7 furlongs. By far and away. We talk about Tapit all the time. By far and away, the biggest average winning distance of any sire of any horse in this field. That is a stunning number, 7.7 furlongs. And in juxtaposition, the average winning distance of a Violence Progeny, Forte's sire, 6.6 furlongs. I think that's why people are questioning the 12 furlongs. That's why people are maybe doubting Forte a little bit. Pedigree play, you got to love it. Carson, your thoughts on Arcangelo? Do you like this horse to hit the board, or kind of what's your thoughts on the upper lower bound variants here?
Yeah, no, I had I think as early as last week decided I would love to have another gray trifecta for the Belmont like before. Yes, I know you don't wager on color. I like this horse. I like his overall speed figures. He's in solid form, and while it's not Aunt Jenna, it is Jenna, and I'm going to be rooting for her. So let's get it, girl.
I was promised Aunt Jenna on this stream. I'm a little disappointed about not getting Aunt Jenna.
Yeah,
but no, Jenna Antonucci, I mean, for people not familiar with the sport, obviously a smaller trainer, but one who, I mean, just does everything the right way. I mean, you have to like her a lot. You have to be rooting for, and this has nothing to do with, I know people will say, oh, it's just a history about the first female trainer. Not about that. It's about who she is as a person. And that I remember that interview that Acacia Courtney had, or I always call her Acacia Courtney Clement had with Jenna after that Peter Pan. Couldn't have been more impressed with her as a person and a horse person, because she clearly puts the horse first. She cares about the life cycle of a horse, from breeding through racing, through retirement, aftercare. She cares about this entire life cycle of a horse, does right by the horse. And I was actually a little surprised that they ran this horse back, but I remember she shared a video 2 days after this Peter Pan of Arcangelo in a pen, and he is bucking and frisking and trotting and feeling himself, and you're just like, man, this horse feels like $1,000,000 after a really grueling stretch battle with Bishop's Bay. And I thought, this one might be really special.
Right.
So,
Right.
So absolutely rooting for her, and rooting for the horse as well. We moved to the number 4 horse, National Treasure, one of the more divisive horses in the field, because of the connections. People feel what they feel about Bob Baffert. Here's the deal. National Treasure, if you've watched this channel, I've been on National Treasure since he was a 2-year-old. I've thought he was great that whole time. And I did my little victory lap when we were at the Preakness, because the fruition finally came through. It was like, this is what I've been freaking seeing this whole time. This horse is good. And I always knew he was the best of the Baffert horses. And that's proved out to be true. Absolutely. And because all of them are MIA or in another barn right now, but it is, if he's able to walk the dog, if he's able to get out. And I love the work that Johnny Velasquez gave this horse 2 back, where they really go fast the first 2 furlongs. And then he purposely pulls this horse back the second 2 furlongs. And it ends up looking like a 50-second flat or something like that, 4 furlong work. And it's like, they were flying those first 2. And then he's doing exactly what he wants to do. He's teaching this horse, go full guns, and then we're pulling back and we're walking the dog up front. There's a lot to like. I have a little side bet with El Hombre that National Treasure is going to outfinish Forte. Jessica, what are your thoughts on the Preakness winner? Do you think he's got a shot to take him gate to wire in this year?
I think he has a shot, but I won't be betting him.
Yeah.
I don't love the pedigree for a 1.5 miles. Quality Road's average winning distance is actually a lot higher than I thought it was when I looked it up. Isn't it?
Yeah.
I was surprised.
Same here, yeah.
But at the same time, he's still a horse where with him and Medaglia d'Oro, I feel like they're a little bit more middle distance type sires. They can get routers with the right combination of factors, for sure. I mean, Medaglia d'Oro has a Breeders' Cup Turf winner and was himself second in the Belmont. So it's not like, you can't get a distance horse. But generally, I feel like you want to see other factors in there. Mm-hmm. And for National Treasure, his dam is a half to 4 stakes winners who have 9 combined stakes wins, and none of them came at distances greater than 7 furlongs. So that's not what I'm looking for in combination with horses where I'm like, I just want a little something to tell me, like, yes. But, having said that, if anybody can train this horse to be able to get a distance farther than what the pedigree says, then it's Bob Baffert. Bob Baffert got Authentic to win twice at 10 furlongs, and I didn't think that horse could get 10 furlongs in any universe. And he won twice at the distance. So, and he's obviously going to get a good trip. As Alexander said in the chat, he doesn't need the lead.
No, I think it helps, but he doesn't need it. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know that he really wants. Yeah. Like, I don't know that he really wants to pass horses, but
that's my issue. Yeah.
He could, especially if it's a horse like, if a horse like Tappet Shoes goes out and really guns for the lead. National Treasure can sit off of a horse like that and pick up when Tappet Shoes gets tired. Yeah. I just don't. I'm kind of the opposite of you, Matthew, where I don't trust this horse is all that good.
It's funny. This is a weird. I sometimes pick very weird horses to form a bond with. Mm-hmm. See simplification. But I've developed these crushes, and then I'm just like, I'm all in on this horse, and and so I don't know why. I think it was because it wasn't, and it was funny. It's not necessarily that I thought he was great. I just thought he was the best of the Bafferts. out in California early on as a juvenile. I thought Cave Rock, I was like, I never really bought into Cave Rock. I certainly didn't buy into, I mean, I knew Having a Meltdown wasn't going to go more than a sprinter. And even horses like Faustin, who we've not seen in forever, these horses that I just couldn't get behind. But listen, El Hombre's called me an idiot about 50 times over this horse. So, I am fully prepared to eat crow on this one. But this was one that I do like quite a bit in this spot. If he can control the pace. Carson, your thoughts on whether or not National Treasure can control the pace, take him gate to wire?
Yeah, why not? Sure.
He is no.
Sure. Nobody's clock works better than Johnny. So I know bet the horse. I know always bet the horse. Don't bet the rider. But I've been burned a few times this weekend. I won't name any names on the jockey. So I have to give him extra points in that column for Johnny V. And Bob's not here for nothing. And I always say that. And I said that about the Preakness. And nobody wanted to do that either. So
everybody said he was there for Phase. I was like, maybe, but he's also there for National Treasure. And you're not. And very few things. And again, I did a whole video on this, the Bob Baffert Revenge Tour. I did a whole video on this that people gave me a lot of crap for doing it. So far, we're 1 for 1. And, it's a little bit of a middle finger to, okay, you banned me from this sport. And, you banned me from Churchill Downs, I should just say, for 2 years. I couldn't run in the Derby. No, now I'm back. And guess what? We're going full guns blazing on these horses. So, and the other thing is, this crop never felt like a crop that had overwhelming horses necessarily in it. And so I never felt like there was just some unbeatable horse from this crop that I couldn't get around, sort of a thing. So listen, I like National Treasure, I think probably a little bit more than most, but it's certainly a horse to keep in mind. Il Miracolo, listen, does Jessica, I'll just ask this question. Does he have a shot to finish better than 5th in this race?
I don't think so.
No. Okay. I think that's all the time we need to devote to Il Miracolo. Carson, 5th or better for Il Miracolo in this race?
Yeah, he's going to beat Forte, who's going to be last.
That only gets him into 8th. And so, we're
no. I don't know. I'm sorry. I did not watch one of his replays or read his pedigree or note anything other than I love the connections, confidence, and why not go for it?
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, my notes are, what's the plan? Gun it or rate. The latter never works. Appears like the horse needs the lead. His best speed figure, ladies and gentlemen, is 77. That is not going to get the job done at the Belmont Stakes. So, listen, one of those things, no disrespect to Il Miracolo. I respect the connections for taking a shot. Jessica, let's talk about the current favorite at 2-1 on the board, 5-2 on the morning line. But like I said, currently 2-1 on the betting odds. That is Forte. He is the definition of a horse who has literally done absolutely nothing wrong. This is a horse that has won every single race other than one. And that was as a 2-year-old. He has come back as a 3-year-old and blown away the competition in the Fountain of Youth and made a thrilling stretch run to win the Grade 1 Florida Derby. Make the case. What are you? I mean, I know you said before you think he hits the board. Do you think that's the ceiling for Forte to some extent?
Yeah, I don't think you can trust him at 2-1. Or actually, I think he could win. I think he's the best horse in this race. I think he's the most talented horse in this race. There are just way too many question marks to want anything to do with him at. I didn't want him at 5-2, and I definitely don't want him at less than that at 2-1. His speed figures since the Breeders' Cup have gone backwards. Not really what you want to see with a horse moving from 2 to 3.
Yeah.
He beat Mage last time. But you have question marks about coming in off of 10 weeks. And there's just too many questions to really feel confident about him. But I just like this horse. And I think he's a really classy horse, which is why I think that that he's more likely to hit the board than he is to finish last. But really, I feel like his most likely finish is probably like 4th.
Yep. So listen, I just want to say for a second, there's 313 people here watching on YouTube, streaming Really appreciate this. Make sure to press that like and subscribe button here on Trust the Profits. Thank you so much for coming and tuning in. We're going to be with you through the Belmont live reaction, talking about what takes place in the race. And obviously, we have a very intriguing line right now. Forte is your current favorite at 2-1, followed by Angel of Empire at 7-2, followed by Tapatrice at 5-1, followed by and I should say also National Treasure at 5-1, Archangelo at 7-1, Hit Show at 9-1. Also, a little bit of an example of how horse racing Twitter and the betting public are not one and the same. Because if you listen to horse racing Twitter, Hit Show should be even freaking money right now, because everybody's picking Hit Show to win this race. And so, apparently the public doesn't really listen to horse racing Twitter, probably for the best. But Carson, I know you and I both are probably a little bit more out on Forte. What percent chance again do you think he has to win this race?
Like I said, I'm not there. I feel like, no pun intended, we're waiting on the other shoe to drop with this whole scenario. It's just been very weird. It was like noise, headline, then nothing for 6 weeks. And, maybe that was the trainer gently reminding the owner, please stop talking so much about everything. And, Todd's an incredible conditioner. If anybody can bring this horse back off this layoff or whatever the issue was that got him scratched and on a vet's list, then it would be Todd. I would let the horse beat me at 5-2 and 52-1. I would not wager on the horse. It's just that, good for them. I really enjoyed watching him. I felt like he peaked back in the 2-year-old season. Blazing Sevens and Forte were my two. So if one of them's still around at the end of the year, I think we'd be lucky.
I want to call out LT's comment, which is, he goes, I'm an old timer, but the guy singing New York, New York really stinks, in my opinion only. At the same time LT dropped that gem, my dad texts me, apparently they're just playing Frank. This guy's butchering it. Apparently the guy's last name is Godinho. He may be Italian, but he stinks as a singer. So there's a lot of negativity around the singing going on right now with New York, New York. Listen, just play Frank over the loudspeakers. Listen, anybody from the 1950s is problematic. Just understand that. Just enjoy Frank for what he is. Old Blue Eyes, always the best. So I'm with you on that. Let's go to the other gray. And Carson, I'll start with you because I know you like this one. You have it boxed. Hit Show 9-1 right now for Brad Cox. A lot of people talk sneaky good Kentucky Derby. What are your thoughts on this one?
So Hit Show, I love him in New York. The horse just didn't like Churchill. I don't know why. And then I think that the point I even made last week was he just really didn't take to Churchill surface. We saw him run back in November, the end of the closing meet at the end of the 2-year-old year. And he was fine. He looked the part. He was fit. He just didn't like it. He didn't perform. And then for him to get 5th in the Derby off of that, I feel like this horse is sitting on a big one.
I think a lot of people do. Jessica, what are your thoughts on Hit Show in this year's Kentucky Derby? What chance do you give him? Do you see him hitting the board, off the board? What are your thoughts?
He definitely has a chance. I like him a lot. I'm not going to use him in my exacta that I just played, but I would not be surprised if he beat me. I loved his race in the Derby. Hearing that he didn't like the track, I'm like, well, dang, because he was the only horse besides Two Phils who was anywhere near that pace and stuck around. And he wasn't on it, but he wasn't far off. He was within 4 lengths and one of the only ones to stick around. And I don't think the distance will be an issue. Candy Ride, tap it. So I definitely would not talk anybody off of this horse.
Yeah. No, I listen, he ended up being my value play in this one. And I think he may very well be the goods in terms of being able to get that 1.5 miles, hit the board. I like him underneath. I know a lot of people like him up top, but I see him as a horse that more likely hit the board rather than win. Listen, we got 400 people in the chat, which is absolutely incredible here on YouTube. So shout out to everybody watching. Really appreciate it. We're going to stick with you. Call the race. We're going to give you the live reaction right here on the channel. So make sure to press that like and subscribe button. 2 final horses to talk about. We got 3 minutes to post here. Jessica, Angel of Empire. one of the few horses without a Tapit pedigree, actually. I'm very high on this horse. This is my win bet. You're maybe not quite as high on Angel of Empire. Thoughts on this one?
I wasn't until I watched the post parade. I have changed my mind. I am a little nervous about the 12 furlongs with this horse. To Honor and Serve didn't want to go any further than 9 furlongs. Yep. But, the connections say he wants more distance. The blinkers on is always just, okay, he trains with them in the morning and does well with them, but it's a different ball game in the afternoon. So it's just an unknown, not necessarily a negative, but just a question mark for him. He's a horse who I liked in the Derby, but then coming into this spot, like all week, I was just kind of like, I don't know that I like him that much. Yeah. But then I saw him on the track here, and he looks really good. So he actually ended up being my third horse in my exacta box with Tapit Trice and Arcangelo.
There you go. Carson, what are your thoughts on Angel of Empire, the Pennsylvania bred? Are we going to get justice for Smarty Jones 19 years later?
Yeah, I think this is one that falls under the category of don't overthink it. Talk about a horse that has not done anything wrong. He's constantly improving. His, figures, his prime power numbers are on the improve steadily. Maybe the blinkers are just because he's a bit outside post here. I don't know. Then, like I said, I understand he trains with them sometimes, so it's not a foreign thing for him. So I'm sure that they have their reasons for adding them now. And if he wins, nobody should be surprised.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, Marcelo saying Arcangelo strutting around, looking ready to go. It's always good to see on that one. We got one final horse, everybody's favorite deep closer, Red Route 1. We saw his full sibling Red run earlier in the Brooklyn Stakes. Finish okay in that race, going 1.5 miles on the dirt. Jessica, Red Route 1, any shot you think of hitting the board. This is traditionally not a great race for deep closers, and he's going to be a deep closer.
He has a shot to hit the board, but I'm comfortable tossing him in this spot. He's another one who I think come later in the year will be very interesting. Yeah. He's a really nice horse, but I don't think he's a Belmont horse.
Carson, they're getting ready to load him into the gate. Any thoughts on Red Route 1 as in terms of where you think it's going to be, where he's going to finish?
I can see the rationale in putting him here. He's a closer, likes the distance. Maybe he can catch up to some tired horses. And I agree that maybe a 4-year-old year, sort of like his dad, is where this horse is gonna light it up.
Yep, absolutely. Well, we are at post time here. We got 500 plus people in the YouTube. Shout out to everybody. Make sure to press that like and subscribe button. We're going to be calling the race here live and have immediate live reaction, obviously, to the Belmont Stakes. And we'll stay on. We'll even hang out during the bailout race. I'm sure the numbers are going to plummet for race 13, but that's okay. Those of you who are hardcore and have been with us from the beginning, appreciate it. Thank you so much. Obviously, they're still there on the post parade, circling around behind the track. But listen, it's a big moment. You can tell there's a lot of excitement in the air. I think, I'm personally using Angel of Empire up top. My top 3 have been Angel of Empire, Tapit Trice, and Hit Show in that order. That's kind of how I'm playing this one. Listen, if, Forte runs a big race, I wouldn't be shocked. If Arcangelo runs a huge race, I wouldn't be shocked. I mean, I think this is like, a little bit reminds me of what we talked about with the Met Mile. Ended up being a laugher for Cody's Wish, but I think this is a race you can make a case for several different horses in this race to run a really big one and to be able to do it. But we're getting closer here to post time. And just to keep people up on the odds, Forte currently your favorite at 2-1, followed by Angel of Empire at 7-2, followed by the third choice, Tapit Trice at 5-1, National Treasure at 5-1, followed by Arcangelo at 8-1, Hit Show at 9-1. Then you actually have Red Route 1 at 16-1. Tapit Shoes at 20-1 and Il Miracolo at 24-1. That is actually somewhat surprising that Tapit Shoes and Il Miracolo are almost the exact same price because those two horses are light years apart in caliber. And I would give Tapit Shoes about a 3,000% better chance of winning this race than Il Miracolo. So, I'm not saying that you would bet on it, but it makes a lot of sense. By the way, my brother as they're loading the horses into the gate, is now texting me, who should I bet on in the Belmont?
Listen,
text me before this. All right, Nathaniel, I love you to death, but you're absolutely killing me. Listen,
I have one last thought real quick.
Please do, Jessica.
I'm not, I'm not an expert at the body language visual thing.
Forte.
But, Archangelo, Angel of Empire, and Tapit Trice all look really good, and Forte looks very washy, very nervous. Oh god, which is kind of what he did at the Florida Derby. To be fair,
but to be fair, that took a hell of an effort in the Florida Derby for him to pull that off.
Exactly. So it's interesting the difference there in a couple of them and their body language going into this.
All right, they're loading them up. It looks like we got one out still. We're waiting for Red Route 1 to get closed in, and then we'll have the running of the 155th Belmont Stakes going 1.5 miles, 12 furlongs, tested champions at Big Sandy. Red Route 1 is loaded in. They're in the gate, waiting for them to open, and they're off. A level start for the group. Tapit Trice, as per usual, starts a little slow. Louis Asaya starts to angle out. National Treasure, as expected, guns it for the lead. Tapit Shoes on the inside rail, showing speed as well. But they ultimately are going to go into the first turn. Tapit Shoes has the inside rail. Johnny V keeping National Treasure a little further on the outside. Those two are going to be 1-2 necks apart. Followed by Hit Show. You have a lot of horses right up there. Archangelo as well. Forte. All of these horses are right up there on the lead. They go the opening quarter in 23-3. National Treasure on the outside has about a 3/4 of a length lead over Tapit Shoes, who has the inside position. Hit Show sitting third right now. Forte and Archangelo sitting fourth and fifth. Red Route 1 at the end of the field, but not that far back. The opening half, 47-3, a good pace to run into for those who are closers. Ultimately, though, National Treasure now has it by a length over Tapit Shoes on the inside rail. Angel of Empire up much closer than people were expecting. Tapit Shoes on the rail, and you have Hit Show up there close as well. National Treasure opening 3/4, 112-2 is taking them down the backstretch and into the far turn. National Treasure still has the lead, followed by Hit Show, Archangelo, and Angel of Empire. Archangelo looming up on the outside. You start to see Forte making a little bit of a move as well from the middle of the pack. Red Route 1 has yet to go under the way. Tapit Shoes has completely dropped out. Il Maricolo has dropped out. Now it is National Treasure still up on the outside on the lead halfway through the far turn. Johnny Velasquez trying to take them gate to wire, but Archangelo has got the inside rail and has taken over the lead from National Treasure. They start to get to the 8th pole and start to turn into the stretch, and Archangelo has taken over the lead on the inside from National Treasure, who digs in. He's all done. Archangelo has the inside rail and is pulling away. At this point, Archangelo has got the lead. He's opening by 3. He's opening by 4. Angel of Empire coming running late. They're going to be tight, but Archangelo in the middle of the track, giving it all he's got. Is he going to be able to hold off Forte? Yes! Archangelo and Jenna Antonucci win the 155th running of the Belmont Stakes, holding off Forte for second place. Archangelo gets the win. Your Peter Pan winner comes back to win the Belmont Stakes. Jenna Antonucci becomes the first woman in the history of the Belmont Stakes to be the winning trainer. An absolutely thrilling race. And Archangelo, what a run for Archangelo. Absolutely incredible. This was quite the effort. Jessica, you talked about the pedigree. This horse on that should be able to run for days, and he looked it. He had it all in the top of the stretch.
And you know, I didn't have the exacta because I threw out Forte for Angel of Empire at the last minute. This is what you get for second guessing.
Yeah. Yeah.
He looks horrible. Yeah. God.
Yeah. Absolutely incredible. Forte, credit to Forte, ran his race. I mean, you called that, Jessica. Great job by you. Forte ran his race, ran a really big one. For a second there, came running late. But Archangelo was really up close to that pace and stayed with it the whole way. And all of a sudden got that inside position and just absolutely crushed it. And listen, when Arcangelo wins, we got Chase Sessions joining us right now. Chase, live reaction from God's time in the Central Time Zone. What are your thoughts on Arcangelo winning this Belmont Stakes?
To quote R&B star D'Angelo, how does it feel? Oh, yes!
Yeah. Huge effort. I mean, an absolutely huge effort. This is a horse that 3 races ago was a maiden. And breaks its maiden, goes and wins the Peter Pan in a 1-turn 9 furlong race over Bishop's Bay, who's a very nice young colt for Brad Cox, but I mean, far be it from the caliber of horses we see running here. And then on basically a 4-week turnaround, runs the race of his life and wins the Triple Crown, or wins the Belmont, the final leg of the Triple Crown. Chase, it's hard to believe. I mean, this is the Peter Pan to Belmont is not an unusual route to take. 2 of the last 9 winners at a 1.5 miles have been coming out of that Peter Pan. But I mean, last year we saw We the People deliver a complete dud. For Arcangelo to win this is huge.
Yeah, I mean, for one, this victory brought to you courtesy of Peter Pan bus lines, I would like to say. 2, did you just see how loaded that horse was, rating on the rail the entire way?
Yes.
That was ready to he could have gone another half mile, I think.
Yeah. He was ready. And by the way, Arcangelo gets the we should mention Javier Castellano won on Mage in the Kentucky Derby, won on Arcangelo here in the Belmont Stakes. Pretty cool for Javi to win on 2 legs of the Triple Crown on 2 different horses. A beautiful ride. Chase, you said it. He was loaded for bear coming around that turn. And when he got it was one of those things when I was looking at the race and calling it, all of a sudden I realized, he had inside position. This is over. Like he was going to get the lead. Yeah. And it was just a matter of if he could hold off the closers. And, he was getting geared down a little bit at the end. That was very impressive.
I mean, when I was handicapping this, and with I don't look at thoroughgraphs every day, but for days like this, I like to, just because I like a holistic number that tries to put what's happening at every track in America together in one figure.
Yeah,
you had to take note of Arcangelo's thoroughgraph figure, because it was the highest in the field coming out of the Peter Pan versus everyone who's running the Preakness and all these other big stakes races.
Yep, absolutely. Jessica, this is a huge moment for Arrogate, who has left us obviously way too soon. But I mean, talk about it. What a moment for an Arrogate progeny to win this race, and everything we talked about earlier. They like the distance. This was that in spades.
The best is yet to come from this horse. I'm convinced that this is a really nice horse, and it's great that Arrogate is going to get a sire son, as long as nothing goes wrong. From here, this horse will have a chance as a stallion, and it'll be really interesting. I'm just happy because I wasn't wrong. I felt very unconfident about this race. Yeah. And my analysis video for this race is going to age very well.
Yeah. No, absolutely. No, you were the one. Yeah, it was funny. We talked to you about I know El Hombre and I talked to you about, what sort of videos do you want to do leading up to the Belmont? The very first horse you said, I want to do Arcangelo. I want to do a video on Arcangelo.
And that was basically all I did.
Yeah.
Arcangelo and the full field.
Yeah. It was like, I want to do Arcangelo. Because there was something special about this horse. You just had a feeling. What a game effort. Carson, what are your thoughts on this one? This is just an incredible effort by a young ascending horse.
I'm just so happy because horse racing wins again. Just really Javi having a banger of a year and this late in his career. Different horses in different legs of the Triple Crown. Horses with few starts winning legs of the Triple Crown. We had Mage with 3 starts. Even National Treasure is lightly raced.
Yeah.
And this horse coming and doing this in form. Time form was right. Overall speed figures were the best.
Yeah.
All hail Aunt Jenna.
Yeah. Aunt Jenna coming through. I mean, Aunt Jenna sounds like she could be one of Chase's neighbors in, outside of Hot Springs, Arkansas.
I've been calling her Gina, so I've been wanting to call her Mean Gene Antonucci.
Billy Gina. Billy Gina.
Yeah, this is huge. I mean, this is now a really fascinating. Obviously, a couple of takeaways from this race. One, I think we can say Forte is probably back. I mean, after that second place effort, a very strong effort there. I think we can expect a full summer from Forte up at Saratoga, but we can also expect a big summer. I think up at Saratoga for Arcangelo. That's going to turn out to be a really nice rivalry potentially if these two can hook up in the Jim Dandy and the Travers. Chase, projecting this thing forward, Arcangelo looks like he's a horse that just burst onto the scene, but my Lord, he could be a handful to deal with for the rest of this division.
I mean, he's got a very appealing run style for his division and for the distance of races that he wants to run. I really think that, the horse has just unlimited upside. I mean, you've got Arrogant on the top line. So not only is it, quality, but it's also like a designer sneaker. There's a finite number of those.
Sure.
And then you got, Tap It on the bottom line. Like, what else do you want? This horse has everything going for it.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to give people the final numbers, Arcangelo wins 1780 to win. Forte finishes second, 430 to show. Tapatrice finishes third, 410 to place. Hit Show finishes fourth, and actually it's a dead heat for fourth between Hit Show and Angel of Empire.
The two important questions I have for you: what did the exacta and try pay?
The exacta paying $34 on the $1 exacta, the trifecta, the 50-cent try paying $66.62. And the superfecta, the 10-cent superfecta paying $19.15.
Such a terrible gambler.
It paid $19.15 for Angel of Empire. It paid $29.25 for Hit Show because again, those two were the dead heat. So it paid one for Angel, one for Hit Show. So no matter what you had, so that was. Listen, that's a huge race. That is an absolutely huge race. And I'll have to go back and rewatch this race a few times. I know, Marty sits here and says Tapatrice maybe didn't get quite the right ride in this sort of a spot. I didn't necessarily see that. I don't think Tapatrice just is a horse that's going to come up short. I feel like every time. So. That's just kind of who he is.
I think it was a great ride, honestly. Getting him. I disagree with this entirely. Because that horse doesn't have acceleration. If he was farther back, he would have never been anywhere close. I think that his. I mean, and I even said it before the race that I think it was going to be very similar to his Bluegrass, where he ranges up early. And just keeps coming. So I disagree with that personally. I don't think that I think any other ride he would not have hit the board.
Yeah. Yeah. And Paul, I couldn't have said it better myself. I didn't win anything on this race, but that was great to watch. I can't wait to go back and listen to Durkin's call, which is about 10 times million better than mine. And history was made. And that's what it's all about. While you guys were talking, in the last 3 minutes, I've had 3 different women in my life text me crying emojis, female strong sort of emojis. I mean, I don't want to overstate it, but that's a moment. That's an absolute moment for female trainers. We've seen Kathleen O'Connell break through a lot of barriers this year. Jenna Antonucci winning this. And I also need to give a shout out to my fellow Paisan, Felina, who hangs out here. And sometimes, I tell you, it's just all about picking the Paisans in this race. Jenna Antonucci, my sister. There we go. We get the job done here. An Italian winning the Belmont Stakes. You got to like that. But a big moment. A big moment for horse racing. A great story for horse racing. And a horse that is going to be cared for. And again, it's funny. I should have leveraged more on this horse. I was telling Carson, I think Jessica, while you were off air, maybe, or vice versa, when I saw that video 2 days after the Peter Pan and he was frolicking around in the pen, I was like, this horse is a monster. This horse is going to just roll. This horse is ready to go 2 days after the biggest race of his career that should have normally taken something out of a horse, and he's ready. So this is a fun one.
Yeah,
this is a classic horse, too. You figure this is absolutely a BCC horse.
Oh, yeah. This horse, I mean, I hope we get a 4-year-old season from him, honestly, which is probably asking too much. of horses nowadays. But that would be fantastic. I just wish I bet him to win. I had one bet, and it was the bet where I decided, maybe I'm wrong about not liking Angel of Empire. Maybe I'm missing something. Forte's all washy. Angel of Empire looks good. I'll swap him. I'll do Tappet, Trice, Archangelo, and Angel of Empire, even though I like Forte better all week.
Yeah.
Everything I've done coming up to this race will age very well. I will look very smart.
You will. I agree. I absolutely agree with you. Everything I said is not going to age as well because I was all over Angel Empire. He finished 4th and fine.
Yeah, he ran a good race.
No, he ran a perfectly fine race. He didn't run a clunker. But it is interesting that obviously a huge effort there. I am curious if he runs, at 4. That might be too much to ask. Obviously, Jenna's a small barn. This is kind of a life maker sort of a race for her. And so asking her to hold a horse out or keep a horse in the race circuit when so much could be made selling this horse to stud, that's a lot to ask of a smaller barn. I will say we've seen Rich Strike continue to run despite, as a 4-year-old, despite many pleas not to continue to run. But it is... We'll just have to see. We'll have to see what the summer holds, how Saratoga plays out, how the fall plays out, how everything else takes care of itself at the Breeders' Cup. But what a race! What a race, and just what a moment. The most important thing is it looks like everybody got home okay. That's the best part. Tappet Shoes dropped out pretty quickly. Il Miracolo dropped out pretty quickly, and the cream rose to the top. This was and Archangelo proved to be the cream in this particular crop. So, all credit there. Absolutely incredible. Uncle Sully, I'm right there with you. He might have killed the pick 4, but what a race and what a moment. So, if you're going to be wrong, at least be wrong on a good story. Great moment there for him. I assume now, and Jessica Carson, I'll turn this over to you. Assume Jim Dandy is next, probably, maybe. Travers for sure, but do you think he takes off? Do you think he runs one more before the Travers? I'd imagine Jenna's going to be focused on Saratoga this summer.
Yeah, you'd have to think so. I don't know whether they'll go Jim Dandy or give him a little time, but you'd have to think Travers is the next big target for him, definitely.
Yeah. And the thing is, it didn't even look like a taxing race for him. That's the thing is, it wasn't easy. Yeah,
he was much the best.
Yeah, much the best. So that's why I bring up the Dandy. Marty brings up the Haskell. I don't know. I actually think the longer this horse goes, the better. So I don't know if the Haskell. The Haskell's known as being kind of a very, and that's why they put Jack Christopher in that spot. That's kind of known as a spot to put horses may not quite be able to get the distance, and you can put him in the Haskell. It'll be interesting. I'd love him because I'll be up there at the Haskell at Monmouth. So, selfishly, I would like that. That would be really great. But that's pretty awesome. So, Carson, what are your thoughts? Were you going to see him up in Saratoga this summer? And if so, do you think the Dandy, the Travers, both, or only one?
Oh, gosh. Well, she's placed him so well to this point.
Yeah.
He's obviously in great condition. I don't see her wasting his form, but let her enjoy at least a couple days.
Absolutely.
I would just trying to even think where, I hope that, actually, I'm just going to say, I hope he comes to Kentucky. Come to the Stephen Foster.
By the way, Uncle Sully, I see you asked how much the exact paid. $34. $1 exact paid $34. And for Jenna Antonucci, history was made 50 years ago with Secretariat. History was just made a couple minutes ago with Jenna Antonucci. So cheers to you, Jenna, and all the connections associated with Archangelo. A huge moment for the sport. A horse that I know Jessica, I feel like you. I should have just stuck to my guns. This was the horse that right after that Peter Pan, I was like, this is my Belmont horse. This is the horse I really like. And then I overthink things. I end up going to Angel of Empire.
Right.
And, I listen to people about Hit Show who runs a perfectly good race, finishing tied for 4th. The top horses didn't run a bad race. Just Archangelo ran a better one. And, and I know Jessica's had some issues with her internet tonight. So, I'm sure she'll kind of tune back here in a second. But, Carson, this is a big one for female trainers. Obviously, I mean, like I said, we've seen Kathleen O'Connell have a lot of success this year, breaking records as the winningest female trainer in North American history, things along those lines. So, big moments, obviously, for female trainers. And we've seen female jockeys, Julie Crone, of course, winning the Belmont. We've seen female horses, Rags to Riches, win the Belmont. Now we finally get the final part of that, the female trainer.
Yeah, I think this is great. And then also Brittany Russell having a big month last month, or actually the whole meet, not just a few weeks ago. Carrie Bryan, I'm a big fan of hers, and she does hurdles and flat. I mean, just
Carrie's one of my personal favorites, mainly because she won me a lot of money in Stable Duel one time. But I like her for more than just that. I love the horse that she's got, Christina something or other, that won in the Black Eyed Susan undercard. Really like that horse a lot, who just broke her maiden in debut, turf sprinting. Brittany's great. And I love that the two of them are really close. Carrie and Brittany go back years and are really, really close friends. And you love to see that. And so, I mean, a great moment and probably appropriate, right? 50 years ago, the winning owner, Penny Chenery, right? I mean, who's a woman who was doubted and was, that was very much so an old boys club and still is. I mean, horse racing still is that in a lot of ways. And so it's fitting that the greatest horse perhaps to ever win the Belmont in terms of secretariat with a female owner. Now we got a female trainer with Arcangelo. So a big moment for the sport. Super exciting race to watch. Jessica, any final thoughts on just the Belmont in general? Horses that you were either surprised by, not surprised by, any performances that maybe surprised you or disappointed you, perhaps, to some extent?
I am surprised that I am not surprised. Because
I love that. That's a great answer.
I had like this really kind of like vision of what I thought about the race, but I didn't feel confident in that. And it's pretty much exactly how it played out. Minus, I thought Forte would kind of make like a bigger move. He more just kind of kept coming. But other than that, I mean, Tappet Trice got exactly the trip I thought he would get. Angel of Empire ran a good race, but was kind of what I expected. I was like, I just don't like him in this race, and I don't know why, but I just, I feel like pretty much every horse I kind of was like, that seems about right.
Yep. No, I thought, Carson, any thoughts on your end, in terms of horses that maybe overperform, underperform from what you thought?
I think I expected a little bit more of a finish out of Angel of Empire. Forte looked wasted going into the gate, just frothing at the mouth, buzzing, soaked in sweat. Irad had his legs down, trying to
calm the horse,
get his attention. And I mean, for this horse to carry him just means he's jacked.
Yeah, he's the real deal. I mean, Forte is a very, very good horse. I would say that's the horse that did surprise me a little bit. I like you, I was a little concerned about Forte. First and foremost, I'm just happy after all the drama around the horse, he came home safe and ran a good big race. Paul,
I think now we're just gonna have to hear more like, oh well, if you'd let him run, blah blah.
Right. Right.
And that's what I'm anticipating, which is unfortunate because that's not what I want to hear, because then you're taking celebrations away from Javi and Jenna.
Yeah, absolutely. You're absolutely right. By the way, Paul, shout out to you. I know you tuned in, and it's very late getting over in Ireland right now. Thank you for tuning in. Appreciate it. Yeah. Come back on Monday for all the folks listening out there. Come back Monday night, 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. It may not be the Belmont, but gosh darn it, Assiniboia is pretty darn fun. And so we love doing our Assiniboia Downs live stream up on Monday nights here on the channel. If you've not pressed that like and subscribe button, please do so. It means a lot to us. We had over 700 people here at the peak, I think, during the race, which was just absolutely awesome. Still have 200 plus here on the YouTube live stream, which means a ton to us. Tim brings up a good point, which is it's a solid group of 3-year-olds that are all kind of finishing together right behind Arcangelo. And in many ways, I think that is a fitting analogy for this crop is that they all, I said earlier this week, I could see them all taking turns beating each other.
Right.
Like I could just all see them just like, oh, this one Forte gets, this one Tapatrice gets, this one gets. Now, Arcangelo changes that equation a little bit. But it is a very evenly matched crop. And this is something I even said very early in the Derby season. I didn't see a standout, but they all felt like they could run decent races. From a betting standpoint, I think it's great because you're going to get more of an even price. There's nobody who's going to go off at 1-9 or 1-5 or 3-5 in this sort of a field. You're going to get an honest price. It's just about whether or not you can pick the right one on any given day and where they get placed, perhaps. But Jessica, I'm interested your thoughts overall on this 3-year-old crop as we've now emerged from the Triple Crown and kind of where you see them, or if there's kind of a rank ordering on kind of what your thoughts are on how they are going into the summer up at Saratoga.
Yeah, I really like them. I really think this is a nice crop of horses.
Yep.
I like competitive crops. I don't, when there's one standout and then it's everybody else, then you start to wonder, okay, but how good is the everybody else sometimes?
Yep.
Whereas with this, whoever wins any given race among these horses, they're going to have to earn it because there's going to be horses in that race that are, respectable horses. And I think that it's a crop of a lot of horses that figure to get better, which is interesting. It'll be interesting to see if how many of them stick around next year. It would be great to see quite a few of them stick around so that we can kind of revitalize this older male division that's kind of lost a lot of star power after last year. But there are a lot of horses, even just in this race, Arcangelo and, Red Route 1, I think are horses that immediately I think of as like, okay, let's see them at 4. So I'm really excited about this group, honestly. I think there's a lot of depth here. And I think it's a nice crop.
Yeah. And by the way, a shout out to everybody who's been hanging out in the chat this whole time and hanging out on YouTube. Leo, thank you so much for the kind words. Really appreciate it. And really thank you so much. It just means a lot that you tune in. We're at the 7.5 hour point of the live stream. Jessica, you've been on for like 5.5 hours, I feel like. It's been a while. It's been a while.
Gonna have to head
your
out
fiance,
soon,
your fiance probably is wondering where you are. And by the way, I've not been able to. Congratulations on the engagement. I was very excited to see that for you. So
yeah, I was very excited to see that as well. It was a nice surprise.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Joe, thank you so much. Absolutely, we'll be back for Assiniboia Downs. That's the key. Baby, we do high, we do low. We do Assiniboia Downs, we do $5,000 claimers. We do it all here. Dave Barista, shout out to you, Dave, for all the stuff you're doing. I love all the stuff you're doing these days. And so Dave's been a great guy. Dave actually, if you're watching right now, Dave did a lot of artwork for the 20 for 20 initiative that we did. $20 for 20 days for 20 thoroughbred aftercare organizations leading up to the Kentucky Derby for the 20 horses in the starting gate. And Dave actually did a little bit of artwork that I've not been able to kind of give out yet. I still plan to do that. And it's really cool, really, really cool stuff. So we're going to do some sort of a live auction, some sort of something to give that out and raise money for thoroughbred aftercare organizations. So Dave, thank you for all you do. It really means a lot. A big time race there out of Arcangelo. And this is a big one. I was expecting Aunt Jana on the stream, and instead we got Aunt Jenna winning this one. So this is a big time race for Arcangelo. And I saw somebody asking about the winning final time. I don't have it off the top of my head. I don't know if anybody. I don't know, Carson, if you or Jessica have it.
229.23. I just saw it on Twitter, actually.
All right, 229.23. I don't know where that ranks off the top of my head in terms of the overall races or anything like that. But that was absolutely a great race. And just an awesome moment for horse racing and a big win, I think, for the sport. So great moment there. But listen, we love horse racing. We love handicapping. And guess what, folks? There's a bailout race. There's race number 13 on the card, and we are only 13 minutes to post to that race, which if you can't get excited for some New York State breds going a mile and a 16th on the turf, quite frankly, I don't know what's wrong with you. If you can't get excited for that sort of a race. This is one, Carson, we'll talk about this a little bit. I don't know if you've had a chance to cap this card at race at all. You're such a good person. Carson, I absolutely love you. You're the best. This is one. Listen, Chad Brown has got a favorite in here, Spirit of St. Louis, who is currently the 4-5 favorite, who is a full sibling to Bar of Gold.
Yeah.
And I made the point on capping the card that I think Bar of Gold is actually a really cool comparison for Spirit of St. Louis, in that Bar of Gold was a horse that ran well in dirt, synthetic, and turf. This is a horse who broke its maiden on the dirt, ran well second time out, but is now trying the turf, which I think probably is his best surface. I went with chalk in this one. How did you see this race 13 playing out?
Yeah, so it's hard to overlook the one here for Chad, and I read up. I did also include Jose. Jose's had a good weekend, especially on the turf.
Yeah.
A little bit longer price.
Spilkus. I love Spilkus. What a great name of a horse. Spilkus. Yeah, that's some good Yiddish. Yeah, that's a good Spilkus. That's a good name right there.
I also wanted to use the 5, but I'm mad at Joel after yesterday. So maybe I'll give Ray Lou a shot with Curly, Larry, and Mo. I know he's
he's going to give you a thrill. He'll be up on the front end for sure. Yeah.
Give him a shot. I don't know that the speed hangs on this late in the day, but
yeah. Jessica, what are your thoughts? Race 13, mile and 16th on the turf for New York State breds. What are your thoughts on this one?
Well, I didn't handicap this one. I didn't really put a whole lot of thought into this one because
what are you doing? You're killing me here, Jessica. You didn't put a ton of thought into
has a horse in this race, and I didn't want to pick against him. I just didn't want to overthink it or be like, oh yeah, no, we have no chance in this race, or worse, think we have a big chance and then we don't run well. So I didn't put a whole lot of thought into it, but the one does look tough. Obviously with the big figures, getting over to the turf, which shouldn't be an issue, but Aguilar 11 drop kid. Like you said, a Fool the Bar of Gold, really nice horse. So yeah, I'm kind of just sitting in I'm going to be rooting for Excursioniste here. Thing, and hoping that we can get a win, or at least a thrill for our partners on track there today.
Wow.
Absolutely.
Track needs a bailout race too, because he's not had a super day.
Yeah, he does. Listen,
I think we fit in here. I mean, the top horses are going to be tough, but this is a spot he has a shot in.
Yeah, if you look through the field, I mean, certainly Spirit of St. Louis makes sense, but Let's Go Blue is coming off a long layoff. And by the way, George Weaver, not great on turf races for state breds. And then you look at Clear Conscience. Okay, second back. Maybe makes some sense with Christophe Clement and Manny Franco aboard. Showed some progression. Was that 77 buyer speed figure real the last time? We'll see. Stepping up against winners. But that 77 buyer is, one of the better ones in the field. And quite frankly, Excursionista was 79 buyer last time out and second back from a layoff as well. So, at 12 to 1, I'd much rather use that horse than a horse that's going to be more than half that price. So absolutely fits there. Joel on Sell Something. Sure, this horse has been in some state bred races, those starter allowance races, some opening company races, third back in the form cycle. Makes a little bit of sense. But Curly, Larry, and Mo, can this horse just take him gate to wire? I don't know. I mean, did it one time in its maiden, but hasn't really been able to do it since, but has been running against Stakes Company.
Right.
To be fair to that horse, has been running against a much, much better caliber of horse. Has lost, listed stakes races last time out at Indianapolis Horseshoe. Before that was in a grade 3 Lexington on the dirt, which had no chance at. But even before that was an optional claimer 75 at Gulfstream Park off the bench, and lost to an absolute monster of a horse in Farbridge. who would be probably 1-9 in this spot if you couldn't go lower. So, yeah, I mean, listen, this one, like I said, I didn't try to outthink this. I went with the 1, but I do like Spilkus, the 10. That's a cool horse. Runs on the turf, takes like 19 months off, comes back, and breaks his maiden on the dirt at Parks at 6 furlongs, goes back routing against winners at an optional claimer 40, doesn't really run much, finishes 3rd, but well back. And then goes and gets on the turf, and you see this huge perk up on the turf, gets Jose aboard, who we talked about. It's been having a huge week. And, you know, it runs an 83 buyer, which absolutely fits in this spot. If this horse can run back to that 83 buyer, this horse wins. I mean, Spilkus, I like it. And I love the freaking name, Spilkus. I mean, come on. That sounds like something you would like spill off of your, like, I have a beard, like, you know, something you'd spill in your beard. Oh, clean up your Spilkus. You know, it feels like something like that, you know, like you're eating a messy sandwich. Oh, you got Spilkus all over your beard. And so it's just a very, I don't know, growing up in the Northeast, like, it's funny. My family's not Jewish, but we use a lot of like Yiddish and Jewish terminology growing up outside of Philly. And so that just feels like a very type of, I love that word. So, I'm all in on Spilkus at 8-1. So
I don't know why this maker horse with Sias up is not getting more looks. I like this Oscar performance on turf. He had a little bit of a layoff.
Yeah.
Seems to like this distance. Maybe just needed a race. And
yeah.
Weird.
Should be close. So
Nobody
I mean,
then seems to care. No one cares.
Well, I think, you know, if people look at speed figures, I think that's where they'll, you know, the best speed figures is 61. And, you know, you see Spirit of St. Louis, 91-81 the first 2 times out. Clear Conscience, 77 last time out. I think people might just be going based off strictly the numbers. Maybe the outside post, too. I mean, it's a tough draw. Although we should mention 1/16 on the inner turf, which they don't use the chute. So they actually start like halfway through the first turn, which is just bizarre. And I just, you know, come on. What are we doing? So
anything.
It reminds me when I go to Charlestown for Charlestown Classic, and they're like, "Oh, 1 1/8. That's a 3-turn race for you, ladies and gentlemen." And we're gonna, you know, I love the 3-turn 1 1/8 race at Charlestown.
Thank you for that reminder.
Yeah, just the best. And by the way, Art Collector undefeated at 3 turns. Cannot be beat at a 3-turn race. So that's what I always love.
Big fan of the Charlestown Classic here.
I am too.
The first 11 or something of them, and then move.
Yeah, I don't say that facetiously. I really do. Because I live an hour and 5 minutes from Charlestown, and I went over there the last 2 years for the Charlestown Classic. Had an absolute blast. If any of you live within like an hour or 2 of Charlestown, please go at least for that day, because it is awesome. They have food trucks out there. They have a ton of stuff for kids. They have a Stein holding contest where you have to hold out a beer stein for as long as you possibly can. And you have all these West Virginia Cracker Jacks who are coal miners, just like, who have forearms like Popeye, who are like, well, I got this for 8 minutes. And I'm like, I'm done after 30 seconds. And then they have people blowing fire, and I mean, it's a whole production out there for the Charlestown Classic.
Dang, they've stepped it up the last 3 years since I moved.
You got to come back, Jessica. You got to come back. This is good times.
I heard this year there's going to be a Spilkus sweep contest.
Spilkus, baby, to the hoop. Spilkus to the hoop. We love Spilkus here on the network. So, no, Charlestown's fantastic. I love it. It's a good time, and so it's good time. Don, hey, shout out to Don, who's been here almost the whole chat. Thank you so much for hanging out. You'll be back for Ascot. We'll be back for Ascot. Killer Cupcake. I have no idea what 5 out of 6 plays, because hint, I didn't hit 5 out of 6. So don't know what that paid. But we will have to wait and see.
I hit 4 out of 6. Sorry.
Yeah, same here. I had 4 out of 6 too. So,
and it paid 0, in case you're wondering.
Spirit of St. Louis, currently your favorite with 3 minutes to post at 4 to 5. let's go Big Blue at 6-1. I don't know. I was going to take a pass on this horse. 6-1 is kind of intriguing, but coming off the layoff, I was just kind of like an auto toss on this one. Certainly has run against some decent horses, but I don't like horses coming off that long of a layoff against, this decent of a field. I know it's run against some decent company, running it in some stakes races, but
was a debut winner for the other side of that. But
that's true. That's a good point. Yep. Yeah. So, and I even like the University of Michigan. So this is not like me not liking Michigan Big Blue. I actually spent a summer at Ann Arbor for. You want to hear something nerdy? I was at the Data Consortium for Social and Scientific Research. That's how I spent one summer when I was 25 years old, and that was just absolutely thrilling. When I was in grad school. And the scary part is I actually thought that was absolutely thrilling when I was 25 years old. So I spent a summer up in Ann Arbor, loved Michigan. The joke up there is there are 2 seasons, winter and construction. And so it is, I do like the UM. So Big Blue, rooting for them all the time. But listen, we're getting close to post, 2 minutes to post here in race number 13. And they're out in the track. And Spirit of St. Louis still holding pretty steady with those, as the heavy favorite here at 4-5. I am surprised Spilkus is still at 10-1. I thought that was a horse that would take a little bit of money. Joel's horse Sells Something has taken a little bit of money from 6-1 down to 8, or from 8-1 to 6-1. Clear Conscience, that's another one that's a little interesting. I had some interest in that horse, and that one's floated up to 9-1. So that's a little fascinating as well, I think. But interested, is there any, I know Carson, you mentioned Spilkus, but Jessica, I didn't know, did you like any? I mean, I know you like the 12. Obviously, we're going to be rooting hard for the 12 here.
For the 12.
Yeah, we're going to root for the 12.
But
at least tell me, do you have a win bet on the 12?
Nah.
Oh, come on, you're killing me. I mean, I hate just to put a win bet on the 12. So,
I'm up $3 on the day or something like that. I'm just gonna leave it.
It's all good. It's all good.
I should have been up a lot more after being completely right about the Belmont and managing to not make money. Oh,
that is there's nothing more frustrating than in all of horse racing than being right about a race and being wrong on how you bet it.
Exactly. I would rather have just had like someone, if National Treasure won, okay, I was wrong. But Arcangelo Forte Tapit Trice, those were the 3 horses.
Yeah.
And freaking Forte busted my trifecta that I bet a week ago.
Yeah. Listen, Janet here, she's a Michigan State person. I know El Hombre is also a Michigan State person. Go Sparty, East Lansing. One of my very best friends from grad school, also grew up outside of Lansing, is a big Michigan State fan. Actually, he's not a big Michigan. He went to Notre Dame for undergrad. So he doesn't, but he hates Michigan. So that's more. So he's not so much Michigan State as much as he hates Michigan.
Hates Big Blue.
But I'm with you, Jessica. I would much rather be completely wrong than like right, but bet it wrong on a race.
Which is basically my MO. That's what I do.
No, you're at the right channel. By the way, you're at the right channel, because what we do is we give out winners and handicapping, and then we don't bet it right. And then and so good Lord.
I used to go to Charlestown with a friend of mine, and I would he didn't know anything about racing, but his uncle was a trainer there. So I would just handicap out loud, and then we would both go make our bets. And without fail, we probably did this went like half a dozen times.
Yeah.
Every single time he made money, he would leave with more money, and I would be lucky to break even. I don't think I ever made money when we would do that. And I would just always be like, we're not just using the same information, we're using the same interpretation of the information. And yet.
It kills me when I remember last year I gave out on Kentucky Derby Day. I think last year on Kentucky Derby Day I gave out something like 8 winners overall on the card as my top pick plays. And my buddy texts me 3/4 of the way through the day And he's like, holy crap. And he's a friend. Shout out to my friend Tommy Chilton. He does not play horses very often, but he plays them on a big day. And he had texted me because he knows I do a lot of this stuff. He goes, hey, do you have plays for the Kentucky Derby? I said, yeah, here's my column. I wrote all the races out. Go for it. He texts me back. He's like, I'm up $3,000 for the day. And I'm like, how is this possible? Because I'm down for the day. Like how we're using the same interpretation of the same data and I'm somehow losing and you're up $3,000. And then right on top of that, Santon won. And he was like, holy shit, Santon won. And he's like, this is amazing. You called it. And I was all over Santon. And I was like, I had a small win bet on Santon. And he was like, I put $100 on that horse. I was like, well, you're up $800 now. Fantastic. Like, I'm up 80. And so, it's just like, you're killing me here, Tommy. Listen, Mitch, I'd love to tell you the winner of race 13, as if it's the past tense, but they're loading them into the gate right now. And so we have not run it yet. As Alexander pointed out, we're waiting to find out who the winner of race 13 is, as they're loading them into the gate. Obviously, the big favorite right now, Spirit of St. Louis on that inside rail for Chad Brown with our Rad Ortiz Jr. aboard. And they're going a mile and a 16th for New York State Breds on the turf. This is the final bailout, and they're off. Spirit of St. Louis gets a little bit of a slow start and gets shuffled back. He's going to have his work cut out for him because he's going from the back of the pack. Clear Conscience, and as well as the number 9 horse, Curly, Larry, and Mo gets out there on the front end and is setting the pace. But it is a strung out field of about 12 lengths from front to back as they make their way onto the main track. And we still have Larry, Curly, and Mo, or Curly, Larry, and Mo, I should say, leading the way. A little bit of pace pressure. The first opening quarter in 25-3. I have a hard time believing that's right, but maybe it is. That's a rather slow pedestrian opening quarter for Curly, Larry, and Mo, who leads the way. It is a strung out field. They are headed down the back stretch, and it is still Curly, Larry, and Mo leading the way. And I believe you have Excruciante up on the outside of that horse, but a little hard to tell at this angle. But the opening half in 50-1. Somebody had to check up very, very badly in this race. I couldn't tell who that was. What's that?
That was Excursioniste.
Excursioniste had to check up very badly in that race. And Larry, Curly, and Mo still up there. Curly, Larry, and Mo, I should say, still up there on the front end. They hit the top of the stretch. And King of Comedy starting to make a little bit of a run. And here comes Spirit of St. Louis storming up to the lead, taking it easily and opening up, coming down the stretch, winning by 5 lengths on the wire. Close for second, but it is going to be the number 3, Clear Conscience. And, that's the way the final bailout race will finish. Obviously, hoping for the best for the number 12 horse, Excursioniste, because Chad had to check up badly and seemed like it was pulled up. So, we'll see what ends up happening. Don't want to draw any conclusions. Don't want to make any inferences right now. But obviously a little bit of a scary situation. So, obviously sending out all of our thoughts and prayers to the connections there that everything is okay. The horse is okay. So, that's not a great way to end a day and a difficult way to end the Belmont day card with the number 12. So, listen, Spirit of St. Louis, the favorite, ends up getting the win here. Listen, I want to just say congratulations to everybody out there who's been tuning in all day, hanging out with us. We really appreciate it. 129 of you have been hanging out with us through race 13. Let us know in the chat if you've been hanging out with us from the beginning. If anybody's been here for all 8 hours, I don't have a gift to send to you, but all I have to say is cheers. Congratulations. I'll raise a glass to you if you've been here for all 8 hours of this coverage. Really appreciate it. I want to say thank you to all of our guests. Mark Capitan, Josh Rodriguez, Sean Patrick Nolan. Hey, listen, make sure to follow those guys on the Wrong Lead, in particular, Josh and Mark, wrong_lead. Those guys are great. Chase, really appreciate all of his efforts as well, popping in. For Notorious OTB podcast, been a blast. Joe Palmentary, close cousin to Chaz Palminteri, has been here for the whole time. Shout out to you, Joe. Thank you so much for tuning in the whole way. This has been obviously a really great day of racing, a lot of wonderful performances, and we got to see history made with Jenna Antonucci and Arcangelo in the Belmont Stakes. But listen, Jessica, thank you so much for hanging out with me. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for all of your time today. Really, really thank you so much. Carson, yeah, absolutely. You're always welcome. I mean, come on, Jessica. You're the one who knows what you're talking about. The rest of us are just bloviating. Carson, again, thank you so much for coming and hanging out with us for the end of the day. Listen, folks, until next time, my name is Matthew DeSantis, wishing you a great and prosperous day at the races and reminding you that it is now showtime.